Chapter 487. Long Qingying said with some surprise, "I didn't expect Long Yubai to be so weak this time, but you can't blame him. After all, you're too strong." As she spoke, she looked at Elmar with surprise in her eyes. Elmar was really strong. From the way she fought just now, it could be seen that she was a physical type. She was extremely fast, and the explosive power of her hands and feet was very strong. Who would have thought that such a delicate and pretty child would attack so wildly, as if she was possessed by a ferocious beast? At this time, Elmar was still fully armed. The scales on her body shone with a metallic luster under the sunlight. She spread out her hands and said, "No, it's not that we're too strong. It's just that the way we work together made them think that I'm very strong. I think that Long Yubai probably thought that I was a metal-type zombie king, or that he already guessed that I was a level 2 king. That's why he scared himself and ran away. To be able to scare them, that's also your strength." Lin Hao came out from the side at this time, bringing Lin Yu and Lei Yao to the side. Long Qingying said a little speechlessly, "You can make the deputy leader and the leader worry? It seems that their worry is unnecessary." "No, if it wasn't for Miss Elmar, I think their worry is unnecessary." Lin Hao looked at Elmar and said, "I thought he was a very strong person. So your base was breached by this kind of person?" Elmar shrugged. "No. If it was just him and his Earth Dragon, of course he wouldn't have been able to breach our Hades base. Because the strength he brought now is not even 1/10 of the strength he had when he first attacked our base. And at that time, there were 5 level 7 metahumans and a dozen level 6 metahumans. There were at least 50,000 people in the army, and a large number of metahumans. Their firepower was also more than 10 times stronger than here." Lin Hao thought about the battle a few months ago, and his face became serious and gloomy. "That's right, and that scumbag Yang Jianhua was playing tricks on the inside. Otherwise, how could our base be breached so easily?" Long Qingying nodded in agreement. "Oh, so that's how it is. But this guy seems a little too weak, and he still wants to cause trouble for our base. Do we still need to be afraid of him?" Elmar looked in the direction Long Yubai left with a disdainful expression. The others looked at her in silence. "Boss, you can't blame others for being so weak, okay? It was obviously your performance just now that was too strong. All right, let's clean up the battlefield and see if we can find anything useful to bring back." Lin Hao said, "Of course, those that were deformed by Long Qingying's special ability couldn't be restored to their original state, so they couldn't be used. They could only pick up other usable ones. In the end, the 5 of them cleaned up the battlefield. 2 of the trucks were left behind, but they could still be used here. However, the tanks were all scrapped, and a few of the off-road vehicles had been kicked flat by Elmarch. As for Long Yubai, he only brought along a few trucks, a few tanks, and 1 or 2 off-road vehicles. The 5 of them picked up all the weapons that could be used and released the oil in the other scrapped cars. They asked Long Qingying to directly make a few oil barrels with her special ability and put them in. The battle didn't last long, but it took a long time to clean up the station. By the time the 5 of them loaded everything they needed onto the truck, the sky had already darkened. The surrounding zombies didn't follow Elmar's orders to leave, but they were all digging at the corpses of the soldiers who had just died not long ago. As a result, when Lin Hao and the others were preparing to drive across the bridge, the wheels on the bridge skidded and hit the guardrail on the side of the bridge. They almost directly broke the guardrail and flipped over into the river. Fortunately, because they had just started the car, they didn't drive that fast. After they got off the car, they looked at the layer of ice on the bridge and were speechless. Well, the bridge was frozen. How were they going to cross it? In the end, Long Qingying used her ability to break down all the abandoned cars behind them into molten iron and made them into a net to cover the ice on the bridge. When the steel net hit the ice, it immediately smashed a large area of the ice. At this time, the few of them drove the car over. After the car drove away, the surrounding zombies all rushed to the messy battlefield, snatching the fresh corpses to eat. When they returned to the hotel, Elmar didn't go back. Instead, she ran in the direction of Wusan. Yuan Tianxing and the others were anxiously waiting for them at the entrance of the hotel. In the end, they saw that the team came back safe and sound and even brought back a lot of spoils of war. How was it? Yuan Tianxing was the first to ask. Lin Hao said with a proud smile, "We beat Long Yubai away." His words caused everyone to look at him in surprise. Clearly, they were all baffled and didn't believe him. How is that possible? Even if you could destroy their firepower, Long Yubai couldn't have been beaten away by you. Lin Feng was expressionless, but he asked in a doubtful tone. Long Qingying also said with an expressionless face, "It wasn't us who beat him. It definitely wouldn't have been possible with just the few of us, but there was the Zombie King." Hearing this, Yuan Tianxing and the others looked at each other and seemed to have guessed something. But seeing that Elmar was missing, Chen Yuding couldn't help but ask curiously, "What about her? What's the situation now? Let's talk inside." Lin Hao, "Give me the battle report tomorrow morning," Yuan Tianxing suddenly said at this time, and let everyone into the hall. "Yes." After Lin Hao replied, they also followed everyone into the hall. After entering the hall, they saw Wu Qingyue sitting on the sofa and the three children playing in the open space. After seeing Yuan Tianxing and the others come in, Lin Xiaolu stood up, pulled Tong Tong, and said to Lingling, "Lingling, let's go play on the side." Wu Yueling was actually squatting on the ground watching Lin Xiaolu and Tong Tong play. After seeing Lin Xiaolu stand up, she also stood up. After seeing many adults come in, she consciously followed Lin Xiaolu to the side. After walking in, Yuan Tianxing sat on the empty seat on the sofa and asked, "Which deputy leader is next to Long Yubai?" Lin Feng and the others all sat down, and the others stood around, waiting for them to explain the situation. "It's Lin Ruifeng," Lin Hao replied. "Lin Ruifeng? He's a strength-type psychic, right? It seems that he's specially here to protect Long Yubai." Lin Feng said with his arms crossed, "Tell me, what's the general situation? How could Long Yubai run away?" Yuan Tianxing actually already believed their words, because he saw that they drove all three trucks back, and there were a lot of weapons and strange oil barrels on the trucks. If Long Yubai didn't run, they really wouldn't have been able to pick these up. Chapter 488. But even if they believed this result, they couldn't imagine the situation at that time, so they were all curious. When Wu Qingyue heard their words, he looked at Lin Hao and the others in surprise. That Long Yubai actually ran away? What was going on? Didn't they come here aggressively to fight? Before he could figure it out, Lin Hao answered, "Oh, it was all thanks to Meng Meng. She's very fierce. She beat up Long Yubai's people the moment she went up, and that Long Yubai was sent flying with a kick. Then we cooperated with Meng Meng and let Qingqing move in the dark, using her metal ability to distort those weapons. In the end, they blew themselves up. Maybe that Long Yubai thought that Meng Meng was a metal-type zombie king, and firearms weren't very effective against her ability. His water ability was also broken by Meng Meng, so he was scared." The others were all stunned and looked at them in surprise. Long Qingying said, "Actually, this Long Yubai is someone who is very afraid of death. He came here with his war chariots and weapons, and he had people protecting him. In the end, Lin Ruifeng was beaten up by Meng Meng, and the war chariots were all destroyed by my ability and Meng Meng's violence, so he was scared." Why do you guys think that Long Yubai thought that Meng Meng was a metal-type zombie king? Is it because he didn't see Qingqing in the dark? Yuan Tianxing asked, puzzled. Lin Hao nodded. Yes, that might be the case. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so scared and immediately ran away. Because their mission was to intercept Long Yubai and the others or destroy their firepower, they didn't waste time chasing after Long Yubai after he escaped. Moreover, the only one who had the ability to kill him was Meng Meng, but Meng Meng didn't have the intention to chase after him. So Lin Hao didn't ask her to help chase after that bitch. That's right. Long Yubai has always been a coward who only knows how to stab people in the back. Seeing that the situation was out of his control, he panicked and ran away. Lin Feng nodded and said, recalling Long Yubai's past style. Long Qingying said, because he underestimated us. The others nodded. Wu Qingyue was amused and said, well, I didn't play any role here, did I? How could that be? You're here to hold the fort for us, Yuan Tianxing said with a beaming smile. However, he suddenly changed the topic, But Meng Meng is already a 7th-ranked second-rank king. She really isn't afraid of Long Yubai. At this moment, Lin Hao said, "You don't know how fast Long Yubai ran. He only took a kick from Meng Meng, but he immediately turned around and ordered his men to retreat. Yes, we didn't chase after him after he escaped, but we killed Huang Tianfei, who gave Long Yubai directions. Oh, I'll have to inform Lu Jun about this later." Long Qingying continued. Long Yubai was scared off. He didn't know that Yang Jianhua, who was staying in the Netherworld King's base, had already been killed. In the morning, after Lin Xiao killed Yang Jianhua in the space, he suddenly came out with Lu Yu. After coming out, they still wanted to go to Yang Jianhua's office. "Where is the detonator?" Lin Xiao asked him. "In Huo Wu's hands," Lu Yu replied carefully. He looked at the bespectacled Lin Xiao, and the fear in his eyes couldn't be suppressed. What is this woman? She even killed Yang Jianhua, who had just broken through to 7th rank. Yang Jianhua had just leveled up, and he didn't even have time to show off before he was killed. Not only did this woman kill Yang Jianhua, but she could also control high-level zombies. She could even control a zombie king. This was simply too terrifying. In Lu Yu's heart, he thought that Xiao Lily, the zombie king, was actually controlled by Lin Xiao. Because in Lin Xiao's space, Xiao Lily listened to everything Lin Xiao said, so he had this thought. Lin Xiao asked, "Huo Wu? Who is it? This name, why does it sound so familiar?" Lu Yu immediately replied, "It's a captain from the Earth Dragon base. He just broke through to 6th rank not long ago. He's a fire elemental." Lin Xiao hugged her chest and scratched her chin as she thought. Fire elemental? From the Earth Dragon base? Just broke through to 6th rank? Why do I feel like I've heard this name before? At this moment, footsteps suddenly came from outside the door, and a somewhat familiar smell came in. After a while, she heard someone shouting at the door, "Everything is almost ready. Can we go?" Then a man walked in, and when he suddenly saw Lin Xiao in the room, he was stunned. "Yo, where did this beauty come from?" "Hello, beauty. What's your name?" After seeing Lin Xiao, the man's eyes lit up, and he immediately came over and asked Lin Xiao excitedly. Lu Yu, who was next to him, pointed at him with cold sweat on his forehead and said to Lin Xiao, "Hey, he's Huo Wu." When Huo Wu heard Lin Yu's words, he immediately laughed proudly. "Hey, did you guys just talk about me?" "That's right. I'm Huo Wu. Beauty, what can I do for you?" He stared at Lin Xiao. Even though Lin Xiao was wearing sunglasses, her delicate oval face, delicate and flawless skin, tall figure, and especially her big breasts. At this moment, he happened to hear that the other party was talking about him, so his interest was even greater. The corner of Lin Xiao's mouth curled up, and she laughed. "Oh, so it's you. We've met before. You might have forgotten." Her words stunned Huo Wu and Lu Yu at the same time. Lu Yu looked at Lin Xiao in surprise. Huo Wu was also very surprised and asked with a smile, "Oh, have we met before? Where?" "That's impossible. If I had met such an outstanding beauty like you, I wouldn't have forgotten you." Huo Wu was so seduced by Lin Xiao that he even forgot his purpose of coming here. Now he only cared about seducing the beauty, and he didn't even notice that there was one less person in the room. However, he didn't see the deeper meaning in Lin Xiao's smile until Lin Xiao said something. "Oh, have you forgotten? Do you still remember Yangqing?" Lin Xiao said with a faint smile. The smile on Huo Wu's face froze for a moment, and then he looked at her blankly for a few seconds. Suddenly, the smile on his face gradually faded. "You know Yangqing? What's his relationship with you?" After the smile on his face disappeared, he still asked blankly. Lin Xiao smiled and walked to Yang Jianhua's desk, then leaned on the edge of the desk and crossed her arms in front of her chest. She said, "Oh, Yangqing was killed by me, and I also saved Du Yuanxing and Long Qingying from your hands. Have you forgotten?" After she finished this sentence, Huo Wu's expression froze again, and then his face darkened. He looked at Lin Xiao coldly. "You're that spatial ability user?" Chapter 489. After hearing Huo Wu's words, Lin Xiao smiled calmly and said, "Yes, it's me. That's right. This Huo Wu was the one who chased Long Qingying when she came to the south and met Du Yuanxing and Long Qingying. And that Yangqing was the one who brought Huo Wu to find trouble with Du Yuanxing. Later, She threw him into the lake in the space and sucked him dry by Little Man. She also rescued Du Yuanxing and Long Qingying from Huo Wu's hands. At that time, she was not strong enough to deal with this person, so she attacked him from behind. But now it was different. Huo Wu's face immediately turned cold. He smiled coldly and said, "Oh, so it's you? I let you escape that time. And you even took that woman Long Qingying away. Now you're here in front of me. Are you here to turn yourself in? Okay, let me sleep with you first. Let's see if you can make me feel good, and then let our brothers sleep with you. If you make everyone feel good, you could be forgiven." After hearing this, Lu Yu, who was originally stunned, suddenly retreated slowly with a face full of cold sweat. He was about to squat in a corner far away to hide his existence. However, at this time, Huo Wu suddenly turned his face and shouted at him, "Lu Yu, did you let this woman in?" Lu Yu quickly looked at Lin Xiao and ignored Huo Wu's question. Seeing that Lu Yu was ignoring him, Huo Wu suddenly felt that something was wrong. At this time, he suddenly remembered that Yang Jianhua, whom he came to find, was not there. "Lu Yu, what's wrong with you? Where's Yang Jianhua?" He immediately shouted at Lu Yu. Lu Yu looked at Lin Xiao and saw that she was just smiling as if it had nothing to do with her. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and he turned his head to look at Huo Wu. "Don't worry about where Yang Jianhua is. Huo Wu, if you want to live, hand over the detonator first." When Huo Wu heard this, he glared at him and scolded. "What do you want the detonator for? I order you to arrest this woman. Do you know who she is? Don't stand with her." He didn't take Lu Yu's words seriously at all. Lu Yu said anxiously, "Don't talk about this. Hurry up and take out the detonator." "Where's the detonator?" Huo Wu stared at him for 2 seconds, then suddenly shifted his gaze to Lin Xiao and said, "Did this woman ask you to find the detonator? Why did you listen to her?" Lu Yu saw that he could not get through and could not be bothered to talk nonsense with him. His expression turned cold as he said indifferently, "If you don't want to die, you'd better hand over the detonator. Aren't you looking for Yang Jianhua? He's dead." "What? Dead? Didn't he just reach level 7? Huo Wu was stunned, and he asked in disbelief, "Yes, dead." Lu Yu nodded indifferently. "Impossible. You're not colluding with her to trick me, are you? Who here could kill Yang Jianhua? Her?" Huo Wu looked at Lu Yu with disdain. Lu Yu looked at Lin Xiao at this time. Seeing her expression, he turned his head and said to Huo Wu sympathetically, "Yes, he died in her hands. If you don't want to die, hand over the detonator. Maybe she'll spare your life." "Haha, what kind of joke are you talking about? Are you kidding me? She can kill Yang Jianhua? You know that she didn't even dare to show up when she fought with me a few months ago. She only dared to save people into the space when I wasn't paying attention. Now you're saying that she killed level 7 Yang Jianhua? This is too funny." However, Huo Wu laughed as if he had heard a big joke, and he looked at Lu Yu with a mocking expression. Lu Yu closed his eyes helplessly and turned his head to avoid looking at him. At this time, Lin Xiao suddenly swung her hand. Plop! Something the size of a football fell to the ground and rolled to Huo Wu's feet. Huo Wu subconsciously looked down, and his entire body froze. This was because this thing was a human head, and the face of the head was facing him. He knew this face. It was Yang Jianhua's face. There was a hole on top of Yang Jianhua's head. Everyone knew what this hole meant. It meant that the energy core in Yang Jianhua's head had been taken out. Huo Wu didn't believe Lu Yu's words just now. When the head fell, he recognized it was Yang Jianhua's head. He still didn't believe it for a few seconds. He thought he was seeing things. However, after looking at it for a few more seconds, he finally confirmed that the head with the big eyes was Yang Jianhua's. Huo Wu was stunned. When he came to his senses, he suddenly took a few steps back and looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. Before he could digest this shocking thing, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his fingers hanging by his side. He looked down, and the psychological fear and physical pain immediately made him scream. My finger! My finger!" He saw that his 5 fingers were covered in a layer of black gas, and a section of his finger had disappeared. It had been swallowed up to the length of his fingernail, and it was quickly swallowed up. 2 to 3 seconds after he opened his mouth to scream, He watched helplessly as a small portion of his finger was gradually devoured. At this time, Lin Xiao stood up and walked toward him. He turned around and asked, "Where's the detonator?" Huo Wu's heart felt like it was going to explode from the pain in his fingers. The 10 fingers were connected to the heart, and this pain was not something that could be easily endured. He subconsciously used his other hand to clasp the wrist that had been devoured. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain until his veins popped and his face turned red. Seeing Lin Xiao walk up to him and ask him questions, he subconsciously raised his head and stared at her. My hand. How could my hand be like this?" He stared at Lin Xiao while lowering his head to look at his missing fingers in fear. All of his fingers had disappeared. The black fog had already swallowed his palm. "Hand over the detonator, and you might be able to keep your arm," Lin Xiao said as he circled around him. Stop first." Huo Wu's legs were already weak from the pain. He suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud and begged for mercy. Lin Xiao waved her hand, and the wisp of black gas left his hand and floated into the air. Then it rotated on Lin Xiao's raised fingertip. As for Huo Wu's fingerless hand, because of the departure of the black gas, the wound immediately became visible. His flesh, tendons, and bones were all exposed and blood was gushing out. "Wu!" Huo Wu immediately hugged his hand with a sad face and said in pain, "The detonator. Detonate in your mother's." Suddenly, his expression became ferocious. He suddenly raised his uninjured hand and shot out a high-temperature flame at Lin Xiao. In the end, Lin Xiao disappeared in a flash and reappeared behind Huo Wu. She had a nonchalant expression on her face, but one of her claws had pierced into the back of his head at some point in time. Chapter 490. Huo Wu's ferocious expression instantly froze on his face. There was a soft sound, and Lin Xiao pulled his finger out. Between his fingers was an energy core that was glowing faintly. Plop! Huo Wu's body slowly fell to the ground. You killed him. What about the detonator?" Lu Yu looked at Lin Xiao in surprise. Lin Xiao didn't say anything. Instead, she squatted down and wiped the energy core on the fabric of Huo Wu's clothes before throwing it into the space. Then she reached out and searched Huo Wu's body. Sure enough, she found a remote control in the pocket of his military trousers. Lu Yu looked at her in surprise and couldn't help asking, "You know he has the detonator on him? What if he put it somewhere else?" Lin Xiao stood up with the detonator and said to him, "You talk a little too much. Is it good for you to know too much?" Lu Yu immediately shut his mouth tightly. Lin Xiao picked up Yang Jianhua's head and threw it into the space before standing up. "That's enough. Go down and defuse the bomb again according to Yang Jianhua's orders. I will watch you from behind." As she spoke, she waved her hand at Huo Wu's body. A palm-wide black mist flew out and floated down to Huo Wu's body. Lu Yu watched as his body was devoured clean. Not even blood flowed out. There was still some blood on the ground from Huo Wu's hand. Of course, Lin Xiao knew that the detonator was on Huo Wu's body. When she walked up to Huo Wu and asked him, she sensed his thoughts. Therefore, when she knew that the position of the detonator in his heart flashed past and that he was about to explode and attack her, Lin Xiao had already dodged in advance. Lu Yu was stunned when he heard her words. He nodded and said, "I know." Lin Xiao smiled faintly and said to him, "If you want to live a little longer, you have to work for me honestly. If you dare to have any ideas, you will only die faster." Lu Yu couldn't see her eyes. He could only see the reflective sunglasses, but this made him feel even more strange about Lin Xiao. Moreover, she killed the level 6 Huo Wu in an instant. She even killed the level 7 Yang Jianhua silently. How strong was she? Level 8? No way. Lu Yu was startled by this thought. It was already very good to be able to break through to the 7th level. As for the 8th level, he didn't even dare to think about it. After Lin Xiao finished speaking, he turned around and disappeared into thin air in front of him. He jumped out of the window on the 2nd floor stealthily. Lu Yu, who was left here alone, struggled in his heart, not knowing whether he should slip away or not. He really wanted to take advantage of the fact that the other party was bold enough to leave him alone and immediately run away. However, the other party had just threatened him with a smile on his face. If he dared to be disobedient, his life would be shortened. He wasn't sure if the mysterious woman would really keep an eye on him if he ran away now. He didn't know if she was just bluffing him or if she really meant what she said. What if she was really watching him? If he ran away, wouldn't he be courting death? But if he stayed by her side and worked for her, he didn't know how long he could live. In the end, he still did not dare to take the risk of running away. So he obediently followed her instructions and went down to fake Yang Jianhua's order to defuse the bomb. Anyway, if Yang Jianhua died, these people wouldn't know. Finally, he also thought of the captives and suddenly guessed the woman's position. He quickly ran to the captives and gave them a fake order to stop hanging the living people out of the wall. Although he knew that it was a bit unrealistic for him to make a last-minute effort like this, in order to survive, he could only try his best to catch as many people as possible. On the other side, after Lin Xiao turned invisible and jumped out of the base from a high place, she suddenly turned around and roared at the city wall. Roar dash! This roar immediately attracted the attention of all the humans and zombies in the surrounding area. The humans all took out their binoculars and looked over, but after looking for a few minutes, they couldn't see anything suspicious. But this roar, the experienced people could already tell that it was the roar of a very high-level zombie. This thought made them a little flustered. The soldiers stationed in the Hell King's base knew that Yang Jianhua had been promoted to a 7th-level psychic, so they didn't have much worry in their hearts. On the other side, Duan Wan and the others were like frightened birds, panicking and hiding. Roar dash! The large group of tens of thousands of zombies under the city wall suddenly, collectively, stopped moving. After 2 seconds, they reacted and looked back in a daze. After a few more seconds, the zombies at the back of the zombie group all turned around and began to walk out of the vacuum zone. At this time, the zombies under the wall suddenly lost interest in the row of people hanging on the wall, all turned around and walked out of the vacuum zone. At this time, a few nimble high-level zombies jumped out from the group of zombies, stepping on the heads of the zombies and taking the lead to rush out. Soon, the ability users or sentinels on the top of the city wall immediately noticed this phenomenon, and all of them showed blank and surprised expressions. What's going on? Why did the zombie group retreat? There was a high-level zombie's roar just now. It must have called these zombies over. Then, is that high-level zombie preparing to lead these zombies to attack us? Look, the zombies have stopped in the vacuum zone. What are they going to do? There are also a few level 2 or 3 zombies. These people were surprised to find that after these zombies left the city wall, they stopped in the vacuum zone, and then began to line up, blocking all the exits outside the city wall. A large number of zombies blocked the way, immediately forming a 10-meter-wide zombie isolation belt. After Lin Xiao shouted the order, she directly jumped in Duan Wan's direction, ignoring the zombie group. In less than 2 minutes, she found the roof where Duan Wan and the others were, standing on the edge of the roof. "Don't hide, come out. Don't worry, those zombies won't come here," she indifferently said to the empty roof. After saying that for a dozen seconds, no one appeared. But Lin Xiao was not in a hurry, quietly waiting. Until about half a minute later, a figure slowly appeared from the side of the cover. Duan Wan nervously leaned on the edge of the building, looking down to observe the movement around, and finally saw the group of zombies standing quietly in the vacuum zone a few hundred meters ahead. What's going on? She was surprised to see those zombies. Chapter 491. Lin Xiao said, "Don't worry about the zombies first. You should be able to fulfill your promise to me." With that, she swung her hand and threw something out. Duan Wan only saw a black thing the size of a soccer ball fall to the ground in front of her and then roll to her feet. If it was a normal person, they would be scared to death when they saw this black bloody thing. But Duan Wan didn't. She stared at the head that rolled in front of her in shock. That's right, it was a head. Moreover, it was someone she knew. She wanted to kill him, but didn't have the strength to do so. "Yang Jianhua, this is his head." Duan Wan's eyes widened, and she couldn't believe it, and blurted out. Lin Xiao nodded. "That's right. Didn't you want me to kill him? Now that he's dead, and you saw the head, you can check if it's real or fake." Duan didn't even need to check to know that it was a real human head. It was dripping with blood, and she could still distinguish the widened eyes and the twisted expression on the face. No need to check. I can tell if it's real or fake, she murmured to Lin Xiao. Then she suddenly raised her head and looked at her in surprise. Did you kill him? Lin Xiao spread out his hands and said lazily, yes. Of course I killed him when I threw it to you. Can it be someone else? Well, since you've confirmed that it's real, you can take me to that place. Duan nodded without hesitation. She looked at the direction of the base. It seemed that the attention of the zombies was attracted by the abnormal zombies, and they wouldn't notice them. Okay, I'll take you there. She nodded to Lin Xiao. That place would slowly become a forbidden area in the future. It wasn't a secret. Even if she didn't say it now, people would find out in the future. Moreover, she wanted to exchange Yang Jianhua's head. She couldn't refuse. Duan continued. That place is by the sea. It's a 2 to 3 hour drive from here. But we don't have a car. Then she looked at Lin Xiao awkwardly. Lin Xiao had killed Yang Jianhua for her, so she really should take the team to the destination. Of course, it would be best if they provided the car, but they were in a very poor situation now. Not to mention the car, they didn't even have enough food for the team. Lin Xiao, who was very close to her, discovered what she was thinking. She suddenly said to Duan, I have this car, and I'm not in a hurry. Let me ask you, are you going to Huadong Haiqing next? Duan looked at her and nodded. Yes, we're going there. Is there a problem? Lin Xiao smiled and said, after you take me to that place, I will also rush back there. It just so happens that we are going the same way. Do you want to come with me? She was telling the truth. Since these people were going to find Yuan Tianxing, she would just bring them along. In any case, Duan was originally his subordinate and would probably continue to follow him after the apocalypse. When Duan heard her words, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. Because of their first deal, Lin Xiao did indeed do what she said and gave Duan a very good impression. However, she didn't have much of an emotional fluctuation and just looked at Lin Xiao calmly. She opened her mouth and asked, Do you need us to do anything else? Lin Xiao smiled. She knew what this woman would ask. At this time, the other people who were hiding also came out. They all quietly watched the two of them talk and didn't say anything. However, their eyes were fixed on Yang Jianhua's head on the ground. All of them looked like they couldn't wait to step on it. Lin Xiao smiled and turned her head to point at the broken Netherworld King's base. Look, those foreign soldiers and traitors haven't been dealt with yet. How can they leave so easily? The eyes of Duan and the people next to her lit up and suddenly looked at her with anticipation. From this head, they could already see Lin Xiao's strength. With such a god suddenly appearing to help them, they wouldn't have to spend so much effort to enter the base to get supplies and food. Moreover, from the other side's words, it seemed like Duan was a little uncertain and asked her, You mean we should go and drive them all away now? Lin Xiao nodded. That's right. Right now, almost all the people left in the base are Yang Jianhua's people. Moreover, he doesn't have many subordinates. Now that he's dead, it'll be very easy to take back control of the base. Duan thought about it and was very tempted. However, she still said with some hesitation, but there's still a rank 6 metahuman in the base. There are also many rank 5 metahumans. Moreover, there are almost 30,000 soldiers. With such strong firepower, can the few of us deal with them? Lin Xiao raised her finger and shook it at her. She smiled and said, I don't need you guys to drive those soldiers away. With them, it's enough. As she said that, she pointed to the empty area below the building. Duan and the others looked over with a blank face. Then, they looked back at Lin Xiao with a blank face. Their faces were full of puzzlement. They? Are you joking with us? Lin Xiao smiled and said, Believe me, I'm definitely not joking. However, when she saw the usually calm Duan's confused expression, she really wanted to laugh. She couldn't help but tease her again. Duan didn't know why she heard the teasing in her words. Her face became a little dark. We really don't need you guys to deal with them. Wait for a few minutes after I leave. Pay attention to the sentries on the wall. Then, the gate of the base will open. When the gate opens, you guys can just walk into the base from the gate. Lin Xiao continued to say to her. This time, before Duan Wan could say anything, a younger man beside her blurted out. You want us to walk through the gate? Are you blind? Don't you see that many zombies down there? You want us to give meat to the zombies? Xiaomu, watch your words. Duan Wan immediately said to the young man, I didn't say anything wrong. After being scolded by Duan Wan, the young man named Xiao Mu murmured and turned his head to look elsewhere with an unconvinced look on his face. If I say that I can let you guys walk through the zombies as if there's no one around, do you guys believe me? Lin Xiao suddenly smiled mysteriously and walked toward them. After passing by everyone, she stood to the side and said, How about it? Do you guys want to play something exciting? You guys can watch me get close to those zombies and see if they will attack me. Then you guys can decide if you want to come down or not. Wait for me to get rid of the snipers on the wall. Whether you guys want to play this game or not depends on when the gate opens. Chapter 492. Wait for me to get rid of the snipers on the wall. Whether you want to play this game or not, it's up to you to decide after the gate is opened. After Lin Xiao said this, she suddenly jumped to the edge of the building and watched them fall with their backs facing the outside. Duan Wan and the others were shocked by her action. They subconsciously ran over to look down, but Lin Xiao's figure was already gone. A transparent figure quickly flashed to the empty area, then jumped over the 10-meter-thick zombie barrier wall and rushed toward the wall. When she reached the gate, she waved her hand, and a black gas appeared out of thin air outside the metal door. Then the black gas adhered to the thick door. Whoa-a-dash! Immediately, the alarm system at the gate sounded, and a burst of sirens and whistles sounded continuously. The people from the gate immediately ran to see the surveillance, and saw that the gate was filled with a black gas. Look, what's on the gate? They were shocked by what they saw on the surveillance video. They didn't know what the hell that layer of black gas was, but it looked very creepy. The soldiers, who were originally nervous because of the zombie horde, immediately tensed their nerves and rushed in to see the situation. Soon, they saw from the surveillance screen that the black gas on the metal door began to melt the metal door. The gas sank into the metal door, but the metal door disappeared little by little. The gate is about to be broken. Hurry. Go and report. Prepare for battle. Yes. Lin Xiao saw that the black gas had swallowed a hole that was as tall as a person and could fit a person. Behind it, there were countless guns pointing at it. But when they saw that there was nothing outside the door, the soldiers in charge of guarding the gate panicked because they couldn't see anything on the surveillance video. Lin Xiao watched as a row of soldiers raised their rifles and stood a meter away from the door. She then gently sneaked in and jumped on top of their heads. With a somersault, she jumped over the soldiers' line of defense. The soldiers stared at the door for a while, but they didn't find anything. Then, someone who seemed to be the captain suddenly shouted, First, use steel plates to block it. Have you found a metal-type psychic? Soon, some soldiers came over with steel plates that were removed from other things and carefully blocked the hole. Duan Wan and the others on the rooftop of the opposite building immediately noticed the sirens on the gate. They took out their nightmare mirror and looked at the gate. What's going on? Is it that woman's doing? Looking at the moving figures at the gate, the atmosphere seemed to be very chaotic. I don't know. I didn't see her, Duan Wan said. On this side, Lin Xiao leaped over these soldiers and jumped onto a crooked but not falling pole. She sniffed the interior of the base. Very good. That man didn't run away. He seemed to be actively leading people to defuse the bomb. After Lin Xiao confirmed that he was not running, he walked in the other direction. There was a school on the outskirts of the base. There were soldiers guarding the dormitories and teaching buildings with weapons in their hands. There was not a single blind spot that could be missed. Lin Xiao could smell that there were a lot of people in the building, but it was also accompanied by a sour and pungent smell. Be it the dormitories or the teaching buildings, most of the doors and windows were sealed with steel bars. Only the iron gate could be opened, but it was also locked and bolted. Lin Xiao stood in front of the teaching building and sensed the various smells on it. There were many different human smells here, so Lin Xiao knew that other than the dormitories, there were also many people locked up in the classrooms. She flashed and entered the space. Then, she stood in front of the gate of the small building and roared. "Hey, gather here!" Chill Lily poked her head down from the rooftop and asked, "Are you done with the outside?" Lin Xiao turned around and said, "No, I'm going to let these guys out for a bit." When Chill Lily heard this, she immediately flipped over and jumped down from the top, landing nimbly and gracefully beside her. "I want to go out too." Lin Xiao nodded and said, "Sure, but it will be very chaotic outside." Chill Lily looked at her excitedly and said with bright eyes, "It will be lively when it is chaotic." At this time, zombies came out from behind the walls on both sides of the small building. They walked towards Lin Xiao one by one and stood at the bottom of the stairs, staring at Lin Xiao. They didn't know why Lin Xiao called them over. The other level 5 zombie leaders also came out. They didn't mix into the group of level 4 zombies, but stood in the open space on the side. "I will take you out for a bit, but you can't kill people, and you can't eat people. Got it?" Lin Xiao looked at them and said, "Roar dash?" They couldn't kill or eat. Then was she going to let them out to scare people? The zombies were puzzled. Lin Xiao sensed their thoughts and laughed. "Yes, I'm going to let you out to scare people. Of course, if there are people who are scared to death, I won't stop you if you want to eat them. But you can only eat the heart, not the brain. It's too disgusting. You can also keep the energy core. I won't confiscate it. But remember, you are not allowed to kill people. If I find out, I will cut off your heads." After she said that, most of the zombies raised their hands and then hugged their heads, afraid that Lin Xiao would cut them off. Lin Xiao stopped smiling and said to them sternly, "Don't have any other ideas. I know what you were thinking. I won't let you out if you have a guilty conscience. That, and that. You guys don't go out." She pointed at a few zombies who had ulterior motives and coldly said, "You guys go back to where you came from." Roar dash, the zombies who were named by her were a little unhappy. Why could other zombies go out, but they couldn't? They had stayed here for so long, and there was no living person. The place was small, and they had to do strange things all day, so the zombies couldn't understand it at all. Now they suddenly had a chance to go out to play, but they were suddenly called out and not allowed to go out. These zombies were unhappy, and once they were unhappy, their ferocious nature was exposed. Roar dash, roar dash, roar dash. It was obvious that Lin Xiao had been too lax recently, so they dared to roar at her at this time. And with one roar, the others became bolder and followed suit. "I think you guys, have I been too lax recently?" "Ah." Lin Xiao sneered and slightly stretched out a finger. A few strands of thin black fog suddenly jumped out and instantly flashed in front of the zombies who dared to roar at her. In the blink of an eye, it drilled into their foreheads. Chapter 493. The zombies that were thrown into the black fog by Lin Xiao all stiffened and then slowly fell down. The other zombies that were very close to these zombies all retreated as if they were avoiding the plague, keeping a distance from the fallen zombies. Seeing the fallen zombies quickly being swallowed by the black fog and disappearing, leaving a few zombie cores on the ground. Who else is not satisfied? I gave you a way to live, but you won't die. If anyone has the idea of going out to eat people again, I will make you become like this." Lin Xiao said coldly to the zombies. She didn't need disobedient zombies. If these zombies couldn't change their wild nature, then she would naturally get rid of them to prevent them from causing trouble in the future. After Lin Xiao cleanly cleaned up their own kind, the high-level zombies' fear of Lin Xiao rose again. Hearing her words at this time, they didn't quite understand, but they could roughly understand. So now they didn't dare to make a sound, afraid that they would be the next one to be cleaned up. After Lin Xiao confirmed their attitude again, she took out a long rope and threw it towards the zombies. "Grab the rope." This rope was specially found by her to bring people in and out of the space. After she threw the rope down, the zombies immediately grabbed the rope with their hands. Lin Xiao grabbed the rope with one hand and pulled Chill Lily with the other. Then they went out with the zombies in a flash. After they disappeared into the space, a snake's head stretched out from the woods and curiously looked at the direction of the small building. Suddenly, it turned around and looked behind it. Then, as if it was being chased, it turned around and ran away. "Ow, ow!" The zombie dog rushed out and glanced at the small building's location blankly. Then it went to play with the snake without a care. In the originally peaceful square in front of the school building, a group of more than 20 zombies suddenly appeared silently. Each of them was level 4 or even level 5. As soon as Lin Xiao and Xiao Lily came out, they immediately disappeared. Roar! She gave an order before leaving. At this time, after 2 or 3 seconds, the surrounding soldiers suddenly realized that it was a group of zombies that appeared out of nowhere. Their expressions changed, their eyes slowly widened, and they couldn't believe their eyes when they saw these high-level zombies that looked no lower than level 4. With their mouths wide open, they forgot to make a sound. The sudden appearance of zombies was already very surprising. After all, they were in the base. But now a group of zombies suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was a group, not just one. Moreover, this group of zombies were not ordinary zombies. Almost all of them were level 4 or above mutant zombies. At this time, the soldiers who saw these zombies were all stunned, and all of them were dumbfounded. There's a zombie dash. Suddenly, someone came back to his senses and roared. High-level zombies are in the city. Everyone suddenly came back to their senses, and then there was a scream of horror. Toot-toot-toot, bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out from the campus. Roar! The group of zombies scattered in all directions. Some of them jumped out of the school and rushed towards the nearby places where there were many people. Some zombies rushed towards the soldiers who were shooting at them, nimbly dodging the bullets and waving their fists towards the soldiers. After these soldiers were beaten to the ground, they were all stunned. Zombies were many times stronger than normal zombies. Moreover, who the hell had seen zombies attack people with their fists? Didn't they all use their claws? After the zombies beat the people to the ground, they turned around and attacked the next target. The soldiers who were left on the ground were stunned again, because the moment they were knocked down, they had already subconsciously thought that the zombies would rush over and bite them. But just when they were ready to face their own death with despair, the zombies had already turned around and ran. Hey, don't tell me you zombies think their meat isn't tasty? Why didn't they rush over according to common sense? They were already prepared to die, but suddenly they were told that they didn't have to die. Why did they feel like they were cheated? This was the feeling of the soldiers who were knocked down at this time. These zombies did not dare to use their teeth and poisonous claws to attack humans, because Lin Xiao had already ordered that if they wanted to have fun, they must keep their claws and teeth. The appearance of the zombies had already caused panic among the people. Now that they were running around, it immediately caused chaos in the school. The prisoners who were locked up were attracted by the shouting and continuous gunshots outside. They climbed to the doors and windows and looked out through the gaps. On the other side, Lin Xiao and Xiao Lily rushed towards the outer wall at the same time. Lin Xiao jumped from the top of the building, the top of the tree, or the high-voltage electric poles, while Xiao Lily had it much easier. She directly used her wind ability to fly high and fast. Even if someone below fired at her, the speed of the shells might not be able to keep up with her speed. So, one of them was invisible, while the other flew in the air. Soon, they reached the top of the outer wall. Xiao Lily directly waved her hand, and a large area of strong wind rose from the ground. Although it could not hurt people, it was still enough to blow people to the side. Especially those soldiers and ability users who were originally on the top of the wall. They were all blown away by the wind, and either fell off the wall or hid. Soon, all the sentries on the top of the wall were paralyzed. The soldiers on the ground all raised their guns and shot at Xiao Lily. However, a tornado suddenly appeared around Xiao Lily and wrapped her inside. The bullets could not penetrate the tornado at all. Lin Xiao stood on the wall. After he appeared, a large amount of black fog gushed out from his hands. The black fog rolled, but it was very condensed and rushed down to the gate below. Enemy attack. At this time, the area below the gate was in a mess. The soldiers sent people to report to their superiors, but there was no reply after a long time. They could only organize themselves to fight. Those who attacked, and those who saved people. Facing the black fog released by Lin Xiao on the gate, many ability users released their wind ability to blow away the black fog, but in the end, Xiao Lily used an even stronger wind to blow them back. Not long after, the 3-meter-tall gate was completely swallowed by Lin Xiao, and the gate was wide open. The gate is open. Duan Wan, who was on the top of the building outside, stared at the direction of the city with binoculars. After seeing the gate being swallowed by the black fog, she opened her mouth in shock. Then should we go over? Right now, there are alarms and gunshots everywhere. It seems that the inside is already in chaos. This is a good opportunity, the person beside Duan once said. But how do we pass through the zombie horde below? Someone asked. I'll go down and try, Duan once suddenly said. She wanted to try to believe Lin Xiao's words. Chapter 494. What? You're crazy. The others looked at her with a surprised face. You guys stay here, I'll go down first. If I can get there safely, then you guys come down. After Duan Wan made up her mind, she immediately made a prompt decision. At the same time, she passed the binoculars in her hands to the people around her. No, you're too dangerous. You can't go alone. If you want to go, then everyone should go together. Yes, Sister Wan, we're all men. How can we let a woman take the risk? You stay here, we'll go. Yes, if someone wants to go, it should be us. Don't go. The people around her fiercely protested to her. Originally, there were very few women in the apocalypse. They all had the obligation to protect women. How could they let Duan Wan do such a dangerous thing alone? I want to go. Don't stop me. However, Duan Wan said unyieldingly. After saying that, she directly turned around and walked towards the stairs. The others looked at each other and finally sighed helplessly. They hurriedly followed him. Soon, they walked out of the real open space. Because the sentry post on the base's wall had been destroyed, they were not worried about being discovered after going out. But Duan Wan was not stupid enough to directly walk to a conspicuous place. She still led the people to sneak in from the side. Until they were about 2 or 3 meters away from the zombies, they stopped, silently staring at the zombies for a while. Duan Wan, who had always been cautious, quickly found something unusual. Look, these zombies don't seem to be able to see us, Duan Wan suddenly said in surprise. Because at this distance, the zombies could not see them, but could smell their scent. But they were hiding less than 3 meters away from the zombies, and the zombies did not move. After hearing Duan Wan's words, the others were also surprised to find that it seemed to be true. Really? Can't they smell our scent? The man who had already raised his gun and prepared to shoot said with a blank face. Could it be that what that woman said is true? Duan Wan's eyes flashed and said with some expectation, Try it, and you'll know. Someone behind said. After Duan Wan nodded, she began to carefully move towards the zombies. They were at the edge of the gate of the base, not facing it directly. Because there used to be a lot of buildings here, when the vacuum zone was cleared, these buildings collapsed. However, there were still a lot of big stones, big wall blocks, and ruins like the foot of the building. When observing this side from the ground, there were still many obstacles. Only by standing on top of the city wall and looking down from above would they be able to see the situation clearly. That was why Lin Xiao helped them knock down the sentries on the wall and open the door for them. Don't shoot. Move carefully. Duan Wan and the others bore the pressure in their hearts and moved closer and closer. 2, 5 meters, 2 meters, 1, 5 meters, they were so close. But these zombies acted as if they didn't exist. He couldn't believe it. Duan Wan and the others slightly opened their eyes and moved towards the weakest part of the zombie horde with a bewildered expression. But soon, a scene that surprised them appeared. When they were about a meter away from the zombies suddenly moved. Duan Wan and the others were startled. Just as they were about to shoot, they suddenly stopped moving. Because these zombies moved, but they didn't rush towards them. Instead, they began to retreat. They're retreating again. A man beside Duan Wan looked like he saw a ghost and said. Duan Wan also noticed it at this time. She silently took 2 steps forward. Sure enough, the zombies in front of them retreated again. They are actually retreating. At this time, the people behind were somewhat unable to understand what was going on. Hurry up. Don't talk nonsense. After Duan Wan tried to take 2 more steps, she found that the zombies were still retreating. She immediately turned around and said to the people behind her who didn't move, So this group of people slowly passed through the zombie horde because as soon as they approached, the zombie horde automatically gave way to them. Everyone was dumbfounded as they passed through the zombie horde. They even felt like they were dreaming. In fact, they didn't know that after Lin Xiao walked around them, he had already stained their bodies with his scent. So these zombies actually didn't smell their original scent, but Lin Xiao's. But because Lin Xiao's scent was very light and not strong, these zombies only reacted when Duan Wan was less than a meter away from them. However, Duan Wan and the others were stained with Lin Xiao's scent, so it wouldn't stay for too long. So after Duan Wan made a prompt decision, she seized this opportunity. If she hesitated and continued to think about this problem, then after Lin Xiao's scent disappeared, it might not be so easy for them to pass through the zombie horde. After passing through the zombie horde, Duan Wan and the others ran towards the direction of the gate with a dreamy feeling. If the soldiers at the gate hadn't shot at them to wake them up, they might have entered in a daze. "Be careful," Duan Wan shouted, pulling everyone's consciousness back to reality. But when they entered the gate of the base, they saw a large number of soldiers lying on the ground. These people were all injured, but they wouldn't die for a while. The defense line of the wall had been completely broken. After seeing Duan Wan and the others come in, Lin Xiao appeared from the side. She said to Duan Wan and the others, "Don't look anymore. Go and save those people hanging on the wall first." Duan Wan and the others turned around and saw that Lin Xiao had appeared in the guardhouse. Beside her was a teenage girl with 2 ponytails. At this time, the girl in the white dress had her back to them. Maybe because of Lin Xiao's words, she turned around to look. As a result, when Duan Wan and the others saw her face, they were so scared that they took a step back and instinctively pointed their guns at Xiao Lily. "Wait, if I were you, I definitely wouldn't point a gun at her." Lin Xiao quickly stopped them. "Don't forget how you came in." Although Xiao Lily was a little unhappy that they dared to point a gun at her, she just snorted in disdain. Then she turned around and jumped to the side. If she didn't know that it was Lin Xiao who let them in, she would have used a wind blade to cut these idiots who dared to threaten her with a gun. As a result, when she spoke, Duan Wan and the others were dumbfounded again, because they heard the zombie speak. That's right, this girl with black eyes and red pupils was a zombie, and a very high-level zombie. Chapter 495. They didn't see it wrong. This girl was indeed a zombie. Her eyes couldn't lie to anyone. "Come back to your senses. Let's go save them," Lin Xiao said. Duan Wan, who was also in the special forces, had a better psychological quality and quickly reacted. She knew that the most important thing now wasn't to observe the zombies, but to save people. "Let's go to the wall," Duan Wan shouted to the others, turned around, and ran towards the ladder that was used to go to the top of the wall. Her words had the effect of an order. The others suppressed the shock in their hearts and went to act first. Lin Xiao didn't go anywhere. She just stood there and looked at the soldiers on the ground who were injured by Xiao Lily's wind ability. After she threw Yang Jianhua's head out, she put her hands behind her back and said, "I know that some of you are soldiers who were threatened to stay here. I'll give you a chance now. Yang Jianhua is dead. Huowu is also dead. No one is guarding your loved ones now. Now, do you want to kill the soldiers left behind by the Earth Dragon and the traitors who willingly followed Yang Jianhua? Or do you want to wait for the opportunity to join the Earth Dragon base? I'll give you a choice. The former live, the latter die." She was like an instructor in the army, glancing back and forth as she spoke, while slowly walking between them. After she finished speaking, she suddenly didn't look at the soldier next to her who was about to sneak attack her with a gun. Bang dash with a gunshot. Lin Xiao had already caught the bullet. She looked back and casually flicked the bullet at the soldier. With a puff dash sound, the bullet hit the middle of the soldier's forehead. She turned her face and didn't see the soldier's eyes widen as he fell with a small hole in his forehead. Lin Xiao continued, "Now, your choice begins." But at this time, these soldiers looked at Yang Jianhua's head blankly and didn't know how to react. Lin Xiao's words made them stunned for a while before they suddenly understood what she meant. "You mean the hostages are safe now?" Finally, someone reacted and asked her loudly. Lin Xiao pointed to Yang Jianhua's head, nodded and said, "Now there's no one guarding, the people are still locked up." Whether you want to save them or not depends on you now. After she finished speaking, someone immediately took action. A man in a camouflage uniform suddenly grabbed a gun and quickly climbed up. He raised his gun and fired at some of the soldiers. Bang, bang, bang. Because his movements were too sudden and fast, his marksmanship was also very accurate. Before the others could react, he had already killed several of the Earth Dragon soldiers. I've tolerated you for a long time. Now, even Yang Jianhua is dead, and the leader of your base is not here. I finally have the chance to kill you bastards. The man cursed angrily. After that, he took a gun and shot at the soldiers of the Earth Dragon base. His shout was like a fuse, igniting the hatred and grievances that the others had accumulated in their hearts during this period of time. Yes, kill these bastards. The others immediately followed suit. It was obvious that they had not been treated well in the past few months after their families or friends had been arrested and forced to stay. Someone still looked at Lin Xiao with some concern. Are the hostages really okay? You wouldn't lie to us, would you? You can go and see for yourselves. Lin Xiao spread his hands and said indifferently, She lied to you. The hostages are still in our hands. You don't want them to live. At this time, someone from the Earth Dragon base suddenly roared. Let me tell you, now that Yang Jianhua is dead, it won't be long before your Earth Dragon base is finished. Believe me. Lin Xiao turned her head and stared at that person. When they caused her mother, Lin Feng, and the others to flee to Huadong region, she had already planned to clear up the matter and stabilize the work of the new base. Then, she would get rid of these people one by one. Yang Jianhua, Long Yubai, the Earth Dragon base, and even those from other bases who had helped Long Yubai, Lin Xiao would slowly find them to settle accounts. Believe her, when we all come out. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded from the side. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a woman in ragged clothes leaning on the wall next to them looking in this direction. Xiaolan. Suddenly, someone recognized this woman and cried out in surprise. The man immediately struggled to get up from the ground. Ignoring his own injury, he covered the bloody wound on his arm and rushed towards the woman. Lin Xiao also looked at the woman. Suddenly, she turned her face and looked at the other side. At the same time, her hand quickly took out a military knife from her waist and instantly shot it out. Puff! The blade of the knife pierced into the man's throat. The gun in the man's hand fell to the ground. He reached out to cover his throat and stared. The woman had escaped from the school. She probably knew that her relatives were here, so she sneaked over. You guys are quite fast. Lin Xiao looked at the woman and said. After seeing this woman, the others immediately felt like they had been injected with a shot of adrenaline. Suddenly, they all believed Lin Xiao's words. They all got up, picked up their weapons, and attacked the soldiers of the Earth Dragon base around them, or the people from the former Hell King's base who had already rebelled. Soon, another battle immediately broke out. Lin Xiao turned around to avoid their attacks. Then her figure flashed and disappeared. She didn't know which soldiers belonged to the former Hell King's base and which ones belonged to the Earth Dragon base, so she used this method to make the former Hell King's base rebel. In fact, there weren't many people left in the Earth Dragon base. Long Yubai had taken away most of them, and most of the others had also taken the loot from the Hell King's base and returned to the Earth Dragon base. Only Huwu and 1,000 soldiers stayed here. Long Yubai had asked him to help Yang Jianhua deal with things. In fact, he had secretly asked him to keep an eye on Yang Jianhua. However, he didn't expect that not long after Long Yubai left, Yang Jianhua would break through and trample on Huowu's status. However, now that Yang Jianhua was dead and Huowu didn't appear, the oppressed soldiers of the Hell King's base were no longer afraid after seeing the hostages appear here. Lin Xiao sensed the position of the high-level zombies released from her space and found that they were scattered. Fortunately, there was no smell of blood coming from anyone's direction. It seems like they were all obedient. She turned around and headed towards Lu Yu's direction. She didn't know how many bombs the other side had defused, so she wanted to see the situation first. At this time, the central square of the inner district was also in chaos because of the zombies. Yes, that's right, the zombies that Lin Xiao released to cause trouble had already run over there. Chapter 496. A level 5 zombie jumped onto a truck parked in the square. The surrounding firepower immediately shot towards it, but before the bullets could reach it, it turned around and ran away. Over there! It ran that way! Someone shouted. However, they didn't dare to chase after it because it was a level 5 zombie leader. Ordinary soldiers like them could only hide. Only a few level 3 and 4 paranormals didn't panic, but they also found a place to hide. Why did he run away? However, these paranormals were also confused at this time because they thought that the zombie leader would appear here and start a massacre. Even if it didn't, it would definitely attack 1 or 2 people, then dig out their hearts and dig out their brains to eat. In the end, the zombie leader just ran here to show off and then disappeared. I don't see Deputy Leader Yang and Senior Captain Hua anywhere. I can't find them. What should we do now? At this time, some people who ran upstairs to find Yang Jianhua and Hua Wu hurriedly came down, looking very anxious as they shouted to the others. Impossible. They have been up there all the time. How can they not be here? Seeing that the zombie leader had left, the 2 captains in charge of the loading immediately ran out. They really aren't here. I've searched everywhere upstairs, said one of the subordinates downstairs. Captain. Not good. The school, they all ran away. At this time, someone shouted in panic. What? Where are the people over there? The 2 captains looked at him in surprise. I heard that they were driven away by the zombies. The zombies injured a lot of people and then escaped. Those hostages took the opportunity to break through the door. The injured guards weren't able to stop them. The newcomer was also at a loss as he spoke in shock. After he revealed that the hostages had escaped, the expressions of the surrounding people immediately changed. They suddenly pointed the guns in their hands at the Earth Dragon soldiers and opened fire. Brothers, the hostages have all escaped. Quickly go and save them. These were the original soldiers of the Hell King's base. If it wasn't for the hostages, they would have already left here. Who would still work for these outsiders and that traitor Yang Jianhua? Therefore, everyone immediately began to change sides. The result was, of course, another chaotic gunfight ensued. Because of Lin Xiao's zombies causing trouble, the entire base quickly fell into this kind of situation. On the other side, Lu Yu, who was leading his team to dismantle the bombs, was shocked by the gunshots from all over the base. What's wrong? The team members looked in the direction of the gunshot. I don't know, but this should only be the beginning. Lu Yu sighed, as if he had guessed something, and muttered to himself. Captain? What did you say? The team member looked at him suspiciously. Oh, it's nothing. Hurry up and dismantle the bomb, Lu Yu said. But aren't these the last few people in the team searching? Soon? That's right, Captain. Should we go to the basement? We haven't had enough fun with those women. It's not like we can hand them over to the Earth Dragon base. In the end, we have to satisfy our craving before we leave. Suddenly, another team member curiously asked, and suddenly smiled obscenely. Yeah, anyway, there's still some time before we set off. Let's hurry up. Another team member's eyes lit up, and he also said excitedly, I guess we can't leave either. Lu Yu heard his words and looked back at the direction of the gunshot from another position. We're not leaving? As soon as he said this, the other people's movements immediately stopped. Well, you really can't leave. You dare to hide people in the basement? But you added their names to the bait. You want to take them for yourself? Lin Xiao stood behind them and said faintly. Lu Yu suddenly turned his head and looked at Lin Xiao with a horrified expression. No, I just want to save them. When Lu Yu saw Lin Xiao, his legs went soft. Who are you? His team member was not as timid as him. Instead, he pointed his gun at her and asked, Don't lie to me. I heard everything you said just now, and I can also know what you're thinking. Lin Xiao walked over, and there was a burst of coldness under the sunglasses. Lu Yu shook his head and said in panic, No, I didn't lie to you. I really didn't. Captain, what's wrong with you? The team member next to Lu Yu looked at him strangely. Lin Xiao looked at him. You helped Yang Jianhua kill so many people. Do you think you can make up for your crime by defusing a bomb? Do you know? I know what's going on in your head right now. A few of the women you locked in the basement have been played to death by you scum. Am I right? When Lu Yu heard this, he felt terrible. He originally thought he could live longer, but he didn't expect to expose his weakness so quickly. Those women were indeed taken advantage of by him. He hid them in the basement and played with them. Anyway, the men of those women were all dead. Even if they were sent to Earth Dragon, they would only be used as prostitutes. Compared to those outsiders, they might as well take advantage of their own people. Therefore, they hid the women in a secret basement and played with them every night without giving them food or drink. In the end, they played with them to death and secretly carried the bodies out to throw them away. Originally, after they left today, they planned to have one last round of crazy fun and then leave, leaving their bodies to rot in the basement. But now, not to mention whether he could leave or not, he didn't even know if he could survive. If he had known, he would have run away. Lin Xiao wasn't far from them. At this time, she slowly walked over. As she got closer, Lu Yu's thoughts became clearer. Run away? Then you will only die a little earlier, Lin Xiao said coldly. Lu Yu widened his eyes and looked at her in horror, because her words seemed to be answering his thoughts at the moment. Before he could react, his team member had already confirmed Lin Xiao's identity and started shooting at her. Dash, the machine gun sprayed, but none of the bullets hit Lin Xiao, because she suddenly disappeared into thin air. How? How did she disappear? Lu Yu's team members widened their eyes and looked at the place where Lin Xiao disappeared. Because I'm here. Lin Xiao's voice came from behind them. They turned around and saw a few bullets. Bang, 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 bang dash. Lin Xiao had 2 pistols in her hands and accurately killed all of Lu Yu's team members. Since you guys helped to defuse the bomb, you should thank me for not feeding you to the zombies. Lin Xiao shot the last bullet into Lu Yu's forehead. Chapter 497. Lin Xiao put the gun back into the space and walked over to dig out Lu Yu's energy core from his brain. In fact, she didn't intend to let this scum live because he was as perverted as Yang Jianhua, and he was also Yang Jianhua's loyal subordinate. When Lin Xiao approached him, she could completely feel how he was fantasizing about her. Lu Yu's thoughts were very dark and perverted, but he was timid, bullied the weak, and feared the strong, and had the habit of abusing women. So Lin Xiao used his timid personality to make him defuse the bomb. In the end, the other party really defused the bomb, and naively thought that she would let him go. Lin Xiao put the bomb box into the space, then turned around and left. After Duan rescued all the people hanging outside the wall as bait, she found that most of them were still alive and the rest were dead. But the dead ones didn't die for long, because Yang Jianhua ordered to pay attention to the vitality of these bait. If they could only hang for 2 or 3 hours, they were to directly cut the rope. Anyway, the attraction of the dead people would slowly disappear, and if they were useless, of course they would just be thrown away. Duan. Suddenly, there was a surprise shout from the ladder by the wall. Duan turned around and found that it was the person who had been secretly letting them into the base through the back door. This man was the one that the female hostage ran over to find him. His name was Ding Datong. He was originally a member of Hell King's personal guard, but because his sister was being controlled, he had no choice but to stay here. The one who ran over to find him was his sister, Ding Ruolin. Duan immediately walked over to him, looked at the woman behind him, and asked, Ding Datong, this is your sister, right? Did they escape? Ding Datong looked back at his sister, then happily nodded to Duan. He suddenly asked curiously, by the way, are you with that strange woman? The one with the sunglasses. If it weren't for that woman and a very high-level zombie girl, the Earth Dragon base and Yang Jianhua's people wouldn't have been attacked. And he also saw Duan talking to the other party when they came in. Duan nodded. Yes, it's a temporary relationship. She said she would help us kill Yang Jianhua, and then she asked us to take her to the place where the leader died. Oh, I see. Ding Datong nodded in understanding and suddenly asked, who is she? Moreover, the female zombie beside her seemed to be a level 6 king. Why would she bring a female zombie king with her? Duan shook her head and said, I don't know. We didn't believe her when she said she could kill Yang Jianhua at first. But you saw the head just now, so we have no choice but to believe it. When do you plan to take her to that place? What are your plans for the future? Ding Datong asked. Duanwan looked at him, sighed and said, I'll see what she wants. If she's not in a hurry, I want to settle the situation here first before taking her there. Oh, by the way, Datong, quickly gather everyone and do an inventory. Okay. After listening to her words, Ding Datong immediately nodded. However, he looked around her and asked, By the way, didn't Hongsheng come with you? Hongsheng and the others are still outside. We still need to send someone to bring them back. Duanwan said. Ding Datong nodded in understanding. Because of the zombies' disturbance, Yang Jianhua and Huowu's army were quickly captured by the soldiers of the Hades King's base. The hostages were also rescued, and all the supplies that Yang Jianhua had prepared to take away were taken back. After controlling the traders and the soldiers of the Earth Dragon base, Duanwan took them to the square in the inner area. However, they suddenly found that the zombies that were running around the base had disappeared. That's not right. Where are those zombies? Someone asked. The others were slow to realize that the zombies had mysteriously disappeared again, just like when they came. Duanwan and the others stood at the entrance of the building in front of the square. She asked Ding Datong's sister, Ding Ruolin, by the way, how did you escape? Ding Ruolin was wearing a man's shirt. She looked at Duanwan with a strange expression and replied, Suddenly, a group of zombies came out of nowhere and knocked out the guards at the school. I had no choice but to take the opportunity to break the door and escape. Duanwan was puzzled and said, I heard you talking about zombies. Did these zombies come from the school where you were locked up? Ding Ruolin looked around in the distance and replied with uncertainty. Oh, maybe. Duanwan suddenly thought of something. She turned her head and looked left and right, up and down, as if she was looking for something. What's wrong? The Ding siblings and the others looked at her in confusion. I'm looking for, what's that person's name? Duanwan originally wanted to find the woman who helped her kill Yang Jianhua, but she suddenly didn't know how to address her. She changed the way she said, Oh, where did the beauty who killed Yang Jianhua go? The one with glasses? Ding Datong asked. And yes. Duanwan nodded. Ding Datong subconsciously looked around, but there was no trace of that person. Just now, everyone was busy fighting and saving people. Now, they were busy cleaning up the remaining supplies, so they didn't notice. Oh, are you looking for me? Lin Xiao appeared from behind them and leaned against the door frame. Everyone immediately turned to look at her. Duanwan looked at her blankly. You haven't been here all this time, right? Oh no, I just got here. I just want to deal with a few scumbags. The one with Yang Jianhua, a level 5 fire ability user. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said, Lu Yu. Duanwan immediately blurted out, and then her eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness. He is indeed a scumbag, a pervert who likes to abuse women. The same as Yang Jianhua. Oh yes, that's him. But he was killed by me just now. I originally wanted you to send someone to a basement to save a few girls. You hid them there. Lin Xiao nodded and then gave her an address. I'll go. Ding Datong immediately said, Okay, Datong, take a few people there to save them. Duanwan nodded and agreed to let him go. After watching Ding Datong leave, Duanwan continued to look at Lin Xiao. Those zombies, she didn't directly ask if she let those zombies in, but thinking of the twin-tailed female zombie, Duanwan had already labeled Lin Xiao as having a special relationship with zombies. Lin Xiao sensed her thoughts and replied with a smile. Oh, you're concerned about this now? I think you should be concerned about how to let the people outside the base in, or how to let the people here out. After all, there are still a lot of zombies outside the gate. Chapter 498. Hearing Lin Xiao's reminder, Duanwan remembered that she hadn't sent anyone out to pick up Li Hongsheng and the others. Her eyes lit up as she looked at Lin Xiao and asked, You have a way, right? Because you can let us in. Lin Xiao nodded and said, Who do you want to send out? Tell him to come over. Duanwan immediately asked the men who came in with her from outside the base to come over and stand in front of Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao stood up and walked over. After standing in front of them, she suddenly took out a few green things and gave one to each of them. Take this, the effect will be better than when you came in. But when you come in, remember to surround the people outside, she said to them. Everyone looked at the things that Lin Xiao gave them with a strange expression. The men also looked at the grass frogs that Lin Xiao gave them with a blank expression. And that's right, it was a frog made of grass leaves. Lin Xiao looked at their expressions in amusement. Her heart was already very happy. She originally wanted to use her blood to smear it on them. But after thinking about it, she decided not to do it in such a strange way, because it might arouse the suspicion of some extreme people. So after thinking about it, she simply picked some grass leaves from her space and weaved them into a few frogs that were easy to weave. Then she hid a drop of her blood in the frogs' stomachs. She tried it, and her blood directly made Chiu Lily stay away from her. Needless to say, the other low-level zombies all ran away in an instant and disappeared without a trace. Lin Xiao knew that her blood not only contained the pressure of a high-level zombie king, but also the condensed energy in the lake. This kind of energy would make the zombies excited and happy, but when the amount reached a certain level, it would cause the zombies to instinctively feel fear. Just like the lake in her space, there was too much energy, so the more than 20 high-level zombies and the mutated giant snake didn't dare to come close. Only the zombie dog with the potential of a husky would come close, but it also didn't dare to come too close. The men held the frogs that Lin Xiao gave them with a blank expression, and looked back at Duan Wan with a bewildered expression. If they hadn't really come in from outside, they might not have accepted this kind of thing. It was simply a joke. Duan Wan walked over and took a look at the frog in one of their hands. Then, she was stunned for a moment and her eyes flashed. But soon, she naturally put it to her nose and sniffed it and used her special ability to sense it. There's a very strange energy in it. I think you can give it a try, she said after returning the frog to the man. What? You don't believe me? Then you'll have to find a way out yourself. But don't blame me for not reminding you. The effect you had when you came in from outside the base has already disappeared. That won't last long. That's why I'm giving this to you now. You should be glad that I didn't weave a straw doll for you, Lin Xiao said. May I ask? Where did you learn this weaving method? Duan Wan suddenly looked at Lin Xiao and asked. Lin Xiao smiled calmly and said, What? Can't you tell? This is probably something that your leader or her family would make up. Although she said this sentence lightly, there was a lot of information in her words. After a slight pause, Duan Wan suddenly stared at her closely. Do you know our leader? Lin Xiao spread her hands and said, Actually, let me make it clear to you now. I came from Huadong, and I also know Lin Feng's family. Oh, and Yuan Tianxing, you should know him too. Lin Xiao knew what Duan Wan wanted to ask, because everyone in her special forces knew that she could weave these little things and were very familiar with her weaving method. Therefore, Duan Wan was very surprised when she saw the frog. She had a guess, but she wasn't sure which direction it was. Therefore, Lin Xiao led the topic to Yuan Tianxing and Lin Feng, changing the topic. Deputy leader. When they heard Lin Xiao mention Yuan Tianxing, Duan Wan and the others all exclaimed in unison. You saw the deputy leader? How is he now? Duan Wan was also a little excited. Lin Xiao tilted her head and said, He's quite good, and he has started building a new base with Lin Feng and Huadong. If you want to go to Haicheng, you might as well go find Yuan Tianxing's new base. She didn't explain the situation clearly because she wanted to guide them to judge their current relationship. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, Duan Wan suddenly heaved a sigh of relief, as if something had been solved. That's great. It's great that they're fine. There's a new base? That's great. We can go find them. Duan Wan said happily. The surrounding people looked at each other in surprise. Lin Xiao said to the people who were still in a daze with the grass frogs, Aren't you going to pick them up? Hurry up and go. Remember, don't lose this frog. Okay, you guys go. I believe that since we came in successfully just now, it'll be easier to go out, Duan Wan said to the few of them. The few people took the grass frogs and were about to put them into their bags. Oh, wait a minute, you guys better get a rope to hang the frogs outside. Don't put them in the bag, and don't wrap them in a bag or else they'll lose their effect. Lin Xiao hurriedly stopped them. The effect was originally because of the presence of the frogs. If they were placed in a bag or bag, the presence would be reduced, and the effect would naturally be reduced. Although these people were at a loss, they still found a rope and hung the frog on their bodies because they had learned their lesson from the previous example. After they left, Duan looked at Lin Xiao and said gratefully, "Thank you for helping us this time. By the way, how should I address you?" "My surname is Liu. You don't have to thank me. I also have a condition. Don't forget what you promised me. Also, it's because of Yuan Tianxing, Lin Feng, and the others." Lin Xiao waved her hand indifferently, then continued to say to her, "You should think about how to deal with these captives." As she said that, she pointed to the enemies who were tied up on the ground outside. Duan turned her head and looked down at those people with a cold look in her eyes. "Destroy my base, kill my friends, and steal my food. Kill." She stood there and stared at the people below with a cold expression, saying this sentence word by word. "Kill." After hearing her words, the expressions of everyone around her turned cold. "Kill." Very quickly, this chant spread to the surrounding people. Everyone stared coldly at the enemies they had tied up as if they were looking at dead people. Chapter 499. Push them out to feed the zombies. Weren't they the ones who attracted the zombies outside the gate? Let them feed the zombies themselves. Someone said angrily. "Yes, these scumbags killed so many people from our base. Let them be bitten by the zombies." "That's right. These bastards. I want them to die a horrible death." At the mention of this matter, hatred slowly appeared in the surrounding crowd, and soon it began to spread. The former soldiers of Hell King's base stared at these captives with bloodshot eyes. In fact, after the previous battle, there were less than 3,000 surviving enemies, especially in the school. Basically, all of them had been annihilated, because they were beaten by the zombies until they lost their fighting strength. The soldiers of Hell King's base who went to rescue them and the hostages who were released took out their guns in anger and killed them all. Even teenagers know how to stab them in the chest or even slit their throats. Moreover, after being assigned to the gate, Chiu Lily played with them while helping them. She didn't kill them, she just made them lose their fighting strength and let others kill them. Lin Xiao stood at the back and didn't say anything. She realized that Duan's side had the highest level of ability, and there were very few other ability users. Strength was respected, so now they basically treated Duan as their leader. In the end, Duan personally led the people to tie up these captives and drag them out of the inner area, rushing towards the gate of the base in the outer area. Knowing that they were going to be sent to the zombies, the Earth Dragon soldiers and Yang Jianhua's subordinates were all scared and wanted to escape, but they were directly shot to death. In the end, those who were still alive were tied up and thrown into the truck and transported to the empty space outside the gate. Although they were out of the gate, looking at the zombies that were still some distance away from the gate, even Duan's people felt a little scared. But after seeing that the zombies didn't rush over, they still bravely pushed all the enemies off the truck before jumping back into the base. But when they returned to the base, they found that the zombies were still standing there motionless. This was embarrassing. "Huh? They aren't coming over." "Yeah, what's going on? They don't want to eat?" Duan stood on the wall, and after seeing the situation, she couldn't help but look at Lin Xiao. There was no other way. She seemed to have cooperated with zombies before, and there was a way for them to pass through the zombie horde. "Miss Liu, what should we do now?" Lin Xiao looked at her and smiled. "It's very simple." She turned her head and shouted in a certain direction, "Lily, come here. Let them eat." Duan and the others around her also looked in that direction and saw a white figure coming out of it. Chiu Lily looked at Lin Xiao angrily. She knew that Lin Xiao couldn't reveal her identity, but she wasn't the breeder of these zombies, right? Although Chiu Lily was a little dissatisfied with Lin Xiao's words, she still controlled her wind element to fly into the sky and shouted at the zombies below. "Oh, time to eat, time to eat." After she finished shouting, the zombies below all moved in an instant, swarming towards the enemy and rebel soldiers who were left outside. Roar, roar, roar. The people on the wall looked indifferently at the thousands of captives in the vacuum zone being drowned by the tens of thousands of zombies. Their screams were mixed with the roars of the zombies. After settling the hostages and the injured, Duan asked people to cook a meal with the food they had seized, so that everyone could finally eat their fill after a few months. That night, Duan discussed the next plan with everyone. I'm going to lead a team to Hangzhou to find the deputy leader and the team leader. They're building a new base. It's a new home. I'll give you one day to think about it. Do you want to follow me to Hangzhou City, or do you want to stay here? The choice is voluntary. Come and sign up tomorrow. I will leave for a day and come back at night to count the number of people. Duan stood on the newly built platform in the square and said to everyone. Below the square, everyone casually sat on the ground. After hearing Duan's words, they began to discuss. On the platform, besides Duan, Li Hongsheng, Ding Datong, and a few other metahumans were looking at everyone. She let everyone choose for themselves whether to leave with her to the new base or stay here. After all, although the majority of the area was destroyed, there were still some places in the inner district that could be lived in, and a portion of the resources were still preserved. If they did not want to make the long journey through the zombie horde to Hangzhou City, they could still continue living here. Since there's news about the deputy leader, we will naturally go and find him. Moreover, why don't we go to the new base? We can also help build it together. That's right. This place has already been destroyed to this extent. It's better to build a new base than to rebuild it. I'm willing to go to Hangzhou City. Us too. There were people in the crowd who were willing to go to the new base, but there were also people who were unwilling. But there are so many of us going to Hangzhou City. Isn't it too far? We don't have many weapons and ammunition left. The road is full of zombies. The weak people might not be able to make it to the other side. That's right, there's nothing wrong with staying here. Although many houses have been destroyed, the inner district can still be lived in. Why must we go to such a far place? There are so many dangers on the road. Who knows how many people will die? Duan listened to the various voices below for a while, then said, Didn't I say that I'll give you one day to consider? I'll go back to think about it at night. We'll leave the day after tomorrow. Don't worry, I won't take too many things. I'll only take a small part of the supplies to support us to Hangzhou City. Lin Xiao looked at them from the side, feeling the psychological activities of the people below. Nowadays, people were very selfish. Those who wanted to leave wished to go. The fewer the better, especially those ordinary people who were old, weak, sick, and disabled. They didn't want to go to the end. In this way, they wouldn't have to spend so much energy to escort them all the way. And those who didn't want to leave because they were too afraid of the zombies in the base, they didn't dare to take the risk to leave. But on the other hand, they wanted Duan and the others to stay so that there would be people to protect them here. In fact, she felt that those who were willing to take the risk to leave had all benefited. Because with her, there was basically no danger of being attacked by zombies along the way. And those who stayed, of course, Lin Xiao wouldn't tell them, of course, that they would miss a big opportunity. After saying this, Duan didn't say anything more and jumped down from the high platform with the others. She turned to Lin Xiao and said with a smile, Now it's good. Tomorrow we also have a car to take you to that place. Lin Xiao said, Why do you care so much about this? I also have a car. Chapter 500. At night, Lin Xiao and Shou Lily went directly to the space. She asked Shou Lily to divide the lake water for the zombies that fought today, and then she covered her body with the black fog, took off her clothes, and went into the lake. After swimming to the bottom of the lake, she held a few energy nuclei in her hand. These were the energy nuclei of Yang Jianhua, Huwu, Lu Yu, and the others, as well as the corpse nuclei of some high-level zombies that she had killed outside. One by one, he pressed them on his stomach and let little man absorb the energy. Only when the sun rose did he finish absorbing the energy. After absorbing the energy, little man came out and acted like a spoiled child, then fell into a deep sleep. But Lin Xiao's energy still didn't move, still maintaining the original level. Maybe it was because she had leveled up too fast before. Now, after absorbing a lot of energy, she didn't feel like she was going to break through, so she always felt a little uncomfortable. The next day, Lin Xiao and Duan drove out of the base with a few young male companions. Now Duan could be said to be the temporary leader here. She had strength and management skills, so everyone was willing to follow her, and no one was dissatisfied. When they went out of the gate of the base, there was a large area of blood on the ground, and broken limbs were everywhere. Intestines and internal organs were also rolling in the sand, and countless flies were flying around. Those zombies were not as crazy as yesterday. Now they were walking in the same place, picking up the pieces of the corpses on the ground. Pick up a hand and take 2 bites, bah, not tasty, throw away. He picked up a head and dug into its brain. It was empty. It had been dug out. He threw it away. Some were still lying on the ground, eating the upper body of the corpses. When Lin Xiao and the others drove out of the car, the zombies in front of the car were suddenly scared. They were strolling leisurely, but when the car came, they suddenly turned around and ran. The few men who were sitting in the car and holding their guns were dumbfounded as they were taken out of the zombie horde. But their eyes were staring at the zombies that were running away. Why did they run? This was a soldier who had threatened Yang Jianhua in the base. He said blankly, Hey, you don't know this. We have a secret weapon. These were the people who had followed Duan Wan to hide outside the base. What kind of secret weapon could scare the zombies? It's so magical. The person in front looked at him in shock and asked, Oh, the secret weapon is her. The man pointed at Lin Xiao and said, The others. Duan Wan asked Lin Xiao while driving, All right, how are the deputy leader and the rest doing? How are the captain and his wives? They only have so few people. It will be very difficult to build a new base. Lin Xiao placed his hand on the window frame and supported his head as he replied, Oh, they're doing well. They're eating and drinking well, and they can even build a base. If we don't have enough manpower to build the base, we can borrow from the Sea City base. Anyway, the weather is cold now, and there are more unemployed people in Sea City. Duan Wan looked at the wind blowing outside. Indeed, the temperature had dropped a lot. However, for those with higher arcana levels, they basically had no reaction to this kind of temperature. The energy in his body would automatically adjust and suppress the invasion of the cold. Duan Wan understood and said, If that's the case, but this will cost a lot. After all, they have to hire so many people. Lin Xiao said, The reward is food, and they will also provide food and shelter. The conditions are not bad at all. Duan Wan thought about it, and suddenly remembered that Hangzhou City should be the most densely populated place in Zhejiang province. Didn't that place become a zombie city? Then why did Lin Feng and Yuan Tianxing choose that place? She asked curiously. If I'm not wrong, Hangzhou City should be a zombie city, right? Why did the deputy leader and the rest build their base there? It's because it's a zombie city. Think about it, it's a zombie city. There are a lot of zombies, and there are many high-level zombies. Normal zombie hunting teams don't dare to go in. Even if a larger team goes in, they won't be able to enter the central area. So there must be a lot of food and supplies there. Lin Xiao looked ahead and replied, That's right, it's the opposite. So, the deputy leader and the rest have collected a lot of supplies and food? Duan Wan nodded. She suddenly thought of something. Did you also help in the base? Because she thought of the zombie city, there were a lot of zombies there. And it just so happened that this Miss Liu seemed to have a way to deal with zombies. Then Yuan Tianxing and the rest build a base there. Didn't that mean that this Miss Liu should also be contributing? Oh, I did help a little. Lin Xiao nodded, but he didn't say much. Thank you. Duan Wan smiled knowingly. Thank you again. Yuan Tianxing and the rest should be thanking me. Why are you thanking me on their behalf? Lin Xiao glanced at her. The conversation between the two of them made the few men behind them quiet down. They only knew that Yuan Tianxing and the rest were still alive and building a base in Hangzhou City. They originally thought it would be in a place where there weren't many zombies around the city. But now they heard that it was in the center of the city, and there were a lot of zombies. They suddenly felt that their deputy leader must be crazy to choose the location of the new base there. But after seeing the zombies run away when they saw them, they suddenly felt that it was normal. Along the way, they finally experienced the feeling of zombies making way for them. Because along the way, the zombies turned around and ran away when they saw their car. After leaving the county city, there were no zombies on the highway. There were only abandoned cars on the road. In such a situation, they had to move the cars on the road and continue moving forward. What was supposed to be a 2-hour drive ended up taking them more than 3 hours to reach the seaside. When they were about to reach the seaside, a strange feeling rose in Lin Xiao's heart. The further they went, the stronger the feeling became. She had a feeling that she had dropped something here. When she saw a black fog in the distance, she felt as if something was about to jump out of her heart, beckoning her to move forward. Duanwan stopped the car and said to her, "You see, there is a cliff 1 or 2 kilometers ahead. The environment there, those flames were left behind after our leader self-destructed. Although she's gone, the effect of the flames hasn't disappeared. It's just reduced by 90%. But even so, it's not convenient for us to go there now, so we can only send you here." She was right. Even if the effect of the flames had been reduced by 90%, with her current level 5 strength, it was still very dangerous. Chapter 501. Lin Xiao's eyes were fixed in that direction. She turned around and smiled at Duanwan. "It's okay. It's here. I can go there alone." She opened the car door and prepared to get out. Duanwan pulled her back worriedly. "Are you really going? It's very dangerous there. Our leader's fire ability isn't ordinary fire. Even if the effect of the ability has been reduced by 90%, it's still very dangerous. It can poison people and corrode their whole body." Lin Xiao said to her, "It's okay. I have a way to deal with it. You guys go back first." Duanwan looked at her and suddenly said, "No, we'll wait for you. If you don't show up at night, we'll have to leave." Lin Xiao nodded. "Okay, then I'll go first." She got out of the car and waved to the people in the car. Then she turned around and walked in the direction of the rising black fog. Duanwan and the others looked at her back as she walked away. They had mixed feelings, because it was very dangerous there now. Many people didn't come back. Now that Miss Lu had just helped them, she wanted to go into this dangerous place. Duanwan and the others felt that it wasn't good to watch her go in like this. But she insisted on going in, and they couldn't stop her. Just when Lin Xiao was far away, a figure suddenly appeared beside her. She jumped out of the car in the direction of Duanwan and the other's car. Then with a bang, she jumped onto the roof of their car. The people in the car were so scared that they immediately jumped out of the car and pointed their guns at the person on the roof. Before Duanwan could see who it was, the person spoke first. "Duanwan?" Duanwan was stunned. Looking at the person on the roof, she shouted in surprise, "Qin Xiaowai." The name sounded like a girl's name, but in fact, the person standing on the roof of the car was a tall and strong man. Qin Xiaowai also looked at Duanwan in surprise, but when he heard her call his name, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. "You should call me Little A. Don't call me that name." He jumped off the roof. Seeing that this person knew Duanwan, the others slowly put down their guns. Qin Xiao AI was 8 meters tall and had a sturdy body. He had a delicate face, but he was bald, which completely ruined his delicate temperament. Duanwan came back to her senses and asked in confusion, "Little A, didn't you leave with the leader and the others? Why would it appear here?" Qin Xiaowai scratched her head and said, "Captain asked me to observe the place where the leader disappeared, but that place has become like this, so I can only wander around." It turned out that Lin Feng had asked him to come here because Qin Xiao AI was originally Lin Feng's subordinate. Duanwan was still puzzled. She asked him, "Captain sent you here. How long have you been here?" Qin Xiao AI looked in the direction where the black fog was rising. His eyes were a little gloomy. He replied, "It's been more than 3 months." 3 months? Wasn't that when the base had just been breached? Why did you stay here for so long? Duanwan asked in surprise when she heard the time. Qin Xiao AI turned her head and leaned against the car. She sighed and said, "Captain said that I want to see the leader, dead or alive. But I can't get close to that place. I don't know if the leader is really gone, or maybe she didn't self-destruct. Maybe she fell into an unconscious state of self-protection." Duanwan looked at him and couldn't help but say, "This is just your guess. Is that why you have been waiting here? How long are you going to stay here?" Qin Xiao AI looked at her, smiled, and said, "Isn't it a bit self-deceiving? I think so too. I was already ready to leave, but I didn't expect you to suddenly come again at this time. I'm so happy to meet an acquaintance. Duan Wan nodded. It's quite a coincidence, but you're going to find the leader and the others. Do you know where they are? Qian Xiao AI immediately became spirited and asked, Yes, I was going to ask you this question. Do you know? Duan Wan pointed in the direction where Lin Xiao had just left and said, She knows. I only heard that they are in Hangzhou. I don't know where exactly. Qian Xiao AI looked in that direction strangely and asked, Oh, by the way, who is that woman? She came from Hangzhou, and she also knows the deputy leader and the others. She was the one who brought the news about the deputy leader. Although we haven't verified it, we don't have time to verify it now. We can only believe her for the time being. Duan Wan said, You didn't verify it? But it makes sense. The deputy leader and the others were originally going in the direction of High City, so they should pass by Hangzhou City. But you actually believe her so much? Qian Xiao AI asked. What can we do if we don't believe her? We have no other way to get news about the deputy leader, and this Miss Liu also helped us kill Yang Jianhua and Huo Wu yesterday, Duan Wan said as she spread her hands. It was probably because of this that she chose to believe in her. What? She killed that traitor? Qian Xiao AI's eyes widened in shock. Duan Wan nodded. Yes, she not only killed Yang Jianhua and Huo Wu, but also took back our base. However, the current base was already a dilapidated and empty city. The resources have long been transported away by Long Yubai. After saying that, she sighed. It's good that he's dead. It's good that he's dead. That scum. If he hadn't drugged the leader, how could the leader have been forced to come here in order to lure those people away, and even had to self-destruct in the end? Qian Xiao AI first muttered, It's good that he's dead. But in the next second, her expression suddenly changed and she scolded angrily. That's right. Not only does he deserve to die, but that Long Yubai also deserves to die. Everyone in their base deserves to die. Duan Wan's expression also turned cold as she gritted her teeth. And the subject of their discussion, Lin Xiao, was already running towards the direction of the black smoke impatiently. Mama, perhaps she sensed her inexplicable excitement, or sensed the different atmosphere around her. Little Man suddenly woke up again. Lin Xiao paused for a moment before slowing down. What's wrong? Are you awake? She asked. Mama, your emotions are fluctuating greatly, and there's a familiar smell here. And Mama, you found the source of the fire. Little Man, who had woken up, sensed Lin Xiao's surroundings, and suddenly said in surprise towards the direction of the rising black smoke. Yes, I found it. It's here, Little Man. Tell me, if I collect all these fires, will I remember the past? Lin Xiao said as she saw the black fire burning on the ground. It was exactly the same as in her previous dream. The aura of the fire made Lin Xiao feel that it originally belonged to her. Moreover, the energy in the fire was actually the same as the energy in her ability, the black smoke. It should be said that they were from the same source. Chapter 502. Hearing Lin Xiao's question, Little Man said with uncertainty, Little Man doesn't know either. Mommy will have to try to find out. But this place isn't dangerous for Mommy. Lin Xiao nodded as she walked forward. Not to mention that these flames didn't pose a threat to her. She even felt a sense of familiarity. As she walked closer, she saw the black wasteland in front of her. Not a single blade of grass grew, and even the rocks looked like they were half melted. The ground was pitch black, and the sand and rocks were filled with a faint energy. 20 to 30 meters in front of this wasteland, small black flames began to jump on the ground. The flames were filled with the same energy as Lin Xiao's. Lin Xiao stepped on the wasteland and took a deep breath. The energy in the air rushed into her nose and entered her entire body, then flowed into her brain. This energy was fatal to others, but for the current Lin Xiao, it was nourishment. After she came over, her body involuntarily opened all the pores on her body and then absorbed the energy in the air. When she walked to the side of the small flames, she felt her entire body in a hazy state, as if she was not walking on flat ground, and there were no black flames. She felt as if she was walking on the other side, and the feeling under her feet was illusory and unreal. Lin Xiao walked into the flames step by step, and the clothes on her body instantly turned into nothingness. Her slender back, slender waist, perfectly round buttocks, and slender legs were all exposed to the air. Fortunately, no one dared to come here, because as long as they were within a kilometer, the energy in the air would invade their bodies. Then, as if they were poisoned, it wouldn't take long for the energy to melt their bodies. In the end, even their bones would turn into powder. Therefore, no one would come here again. Otherwise, with Lin Xiao's alluring body, no one would be able to recognize her even if they saw her. After Lin Xiao walked into the range of the flames, her hands began to release a large amount of black fog. The black fog continuously poured out, fusing with the surrounding black fog. She kept walking forward, and after walking for about 800 or 900 meters, she finally saw the edge of the cliff. Lin Xiao stood at the edge of the cliff, looking around. She felt that something that belonged to her had fallen here, until she saw a black, translucent energy crystal core lying quietly on the ground at the edge of the cliff. Seeing this crystal core, Lin Xiao's eyes were hooked. She slowly walked over and squatted down to pick up the crystal core. Could this be left behind by her self-destruction? Lin Xiao took the crystal core in her hand. Suddenly, the crystal core in her hand lit up. Her mind suddenly fell into a state of dizziness, causing her to fall to the ground. At this moment, the energy in her body suddenly rushed out in large amounts. Her energy kept pouring out, and after maintaining this state for 5 to 6 hours, all the energy in her body and mind was emptied. Only another wave of cool energy was left to protect her body. Just as the energy in Lin Xiao's body was emptied, the energy crystal core in her hand became abnormal again. The crystal core began to fuse into her palm and then disappeared. After the crystal core fused into Lin Xiao's body, the air around her gradually began to revolve around her, causing the rising flames on the ground to elongate, turning into black ribbons that revolved around her. When the flames rose to Lin Xiao's head, they drilled into her forehead. The other flames that surrounded her also converged towards this position. Not long after, Lin Xiao's entire body formed a spatial vortex, absorbing the surrounding black flames and black fog into her body. However, Lin Xiao could no longer see any of this. This was because her consciousness was in a state of chaos. Countless fragmented memories flashed through her mind, running all over the place. Lin Xiao endured the swelling feeling in her head, trying hard to see these memories clearly. Moreover, these memories were like disobedient children, constantly jumping around. She spent a lot of effort to barely grasp some of the images. Then, the scenes in these images were like a primer, reminding her of the situation at the time. Lin Xiao kept grabbing, looking, and thinking, a whole 5 years of memories. She had already forgotten the existence of time. She just wanted to remember everything. Just as Lin Xiao's body entered an abnormal state, the vortex outside her body grew larger and larger, sucking all the black flames towards her. The black flames spun and rose, slowly forming a black tornado vortex. Look over there. Duan Wan and the others, who were 2 kilometers away, suddenly saw a strange change in the black smoke in the direction of the cliff after waiting for an entire afternoon. What's going on? Duan Wan looked in that direction with slight surprise. In everyone's eyes, the black smoke formed an incomparably huge tornado vortex. The surrounding wind also became very strong, blowing leaves away, tree limbs off, and small trees were even uprooted. What's happening over there? They were all a little shocked and confused. They did not know why this phenomenon suddenly appeared. That Miss Liu is in danger inside. Someone asked. I don't know. Even if she's in danger, we can't go over. Duan Wan was also very worried and began to feel a little anxious. But they really couldn't go over because even air couldn't be inhaled in that area. They didn't have gas masks here, so they would only die if they went. Besides, even if they had gas masks, they couldn't stay in there for too long because they would also melt. Then what should we do? Just watch her get into trouble? Qin Xiaoai asked blankly. After a moment of silence, Duan Wan suddenly said, I'll think of a way. I'll go alone. You all stay here. If I'm not back by night, you all go back to the base by yourselves. Duan Wan. Qin Xiaoai called her disapprovingly. No, we should go. You can't go in. Sister Wan. You can't go. No. Let's go. The others also said one after another. However, Duan Wan said, Be quiet. All of you are so weak that you can't even get close to the edge of the fire source. I'll go and see the situation. Don't worry, I won't let myself die in there. If the situation is not right, I'll retreat. Then how do you want to go in? Qin Xiaoai asked. Let me think. Duan Wan stared in the direction of the black vortex and said with a frown. She really couldn't think of any way to get close to it, because no matter what material it was, it couldn't avoid the melting energy in the fire. In the end, it would only be dissolved. Chapter 503. As for Lin Xiao, she barely managed to find some of the important memories from the past 5 years. She would slowly think about the rest later. The arrival of the apocalypse, the construction of the base, the development of the base, and finally Yang Jianhua's betrayal led to the destruction of the base. Lin Xiao regretted it. She regretted killing that scum Yang Jianhua so easily. When Long Yubai attacked the base, her ability was slowly suppressed. The drug that Yang Jianhua gave her was specially developed to deal with her. Moreover, it wasn't given to her all at once. It started 3 months before Long Yubai's operation. What Lin Xiao told Yang Jianhua was right. Yang Jianhua had secretly drugged her wine, causing her to lose consciousness and fall under the control of the drug. In the end, she was pressed under Yang Jianhua's body. Because she had never been on guard against him, even if she knew that Yang Jianhua would sometimes do something, she just turned a blind eye and didn't look into it. At that time, she foolishly believed that this man wouldn't be so heartless. Even if he wanted to do something, he would at least give the Lin family a way out. But in the end, he didn't. If it wasn't for her final outburst that attracted the attention of Long Yubai and those people, her relatives probably wouldn't have been able to escape from the base this time. Moreover, Lin Xiao opened her eyes. She lowered her head and touched her belly. At that time, she was actually pregnant. When she woke up that day, she found Yang Jianhua lying beside her. At that time, her mind wasn't very clear. She thought that she really drank too much and spilled it. Therefore, although she was very embarrassed, she still explained to Yang Jianhua on the spot that it was just an accident and no one would be responsible for it. Yang Jianhua also accepted it and didn't say anything. Before Lin Xiao had time to think about the details of this matter, her attention was diverted by the information about the Earth Dragon base. When she finally had time to pay attention to this matter, it was already more than half a month before the base was breached. Moreover, she unexpectedly found that there was already a life in her belly. Even if the child was Yang Jianhua's, she couldn't abort it. In the apocalypse, children were the most precious treasures. Lin Xiao really did want a child because she was already in her 30s. She was a normal woman, and she also wanted a child of her own. However, she didn't have time to fall in love or find a partner. In addition, with Long Yubai coveting the Netherworld King's base and the Earth Dragon base's restless actions, she temporarily gave up the idea of having a child. Moreover, she hadn't decided who she wanted to borrow her sperm from. Now that she unexpectedly got a child from Yang Jianhua, she was pleasantly surprised. Originally, she planned to tell Yang Jianhua, but Yang Jianhua's abnormality made her cancel the idea. She had started to suspect Yang Jianhua half a month in advance. Gradually, she became more vigilant and secretly sent Li Zheng and the others to High City. However, the information she received was false. Long Yubai was not preparing to take action in a few months, but had already been preparing to take action. Because the information he received was fake, Lin Xiao didn't even have time to set up his defensive measures before the enemy came knocking on his door. In the end, when she died, no one but herself knew that she was ready to be a mother. She shouted in her heart, "Little man, are you okay?" Although this child had told her to come into this place with peace of mind and that the energy here had no effect on her, Lin Xiao was still a little worried. She had recovered some of her memory. If she wasn't wrong, little man should be the child who hadn't grown up yet. After realizing this, Lin Xiao's feelings for Little Man changed. It turned out that there was a reason why Little Man called her Mama in the beginning, but she didn't know how she, who had not been formed at that time, woke up with her in Lu Tianyu's corpse. Moreover, she had never understood the way Little Man grew up. Mama? Little Man is fine. Mama, your thoughts are in a mess now. Mama, do you remember? Little Man's voice sounded. Lin Xiao touched her smooth belly and thought to herself, fortunately, you're alive too. That's great. Mama, are you crying? Although Little Man couldn't see Lin Xiao's face, she could feel her complicated feelings from her emotional fluctuations. Shame, surprise, regaining what was lost, shame that she couldn't protect her child. Between other relatives and her child's choice, she had no choice but to choose her relatives. So now that she thought about it, a sense of guilt towards Little Man spread in her heart. In Lin Xiao's dark green eyes, a red liquid flowed out. She said softly, I'm sorry, Mama let you die once. Lin Xiao didn't know what she could say to Little Man now. She only knew that her child had suffered a reincarnation with her. But fortunately, her child was reborn with her. I'm sorry. Sorry. Little Man. Lin Xiao kept saying in her heart, Mama, don't cry. Little Man is fine. Don't cry. Don't cry. Feeling Lin Xiao's sadness, Little Man panicked. But now she couldn't come out of Lin Xiao's body to comfort Lin Xiao, so she could only talk to her anxiously. Lin Xiao raised her hand and touched her face. It did feel a little wet. She put down her hand in surprise. Could she still cry after becoming a zombie? But when she looked at her hand, it was all red. That's right, there were no tears in her body, but there was still blood. She smiled faintly. Mama is fine, but Man, Mama is going to start recovering energy. If you feel uncomfortable, just tell Mama. Mama will stop. Mama, it's okay. This energy is Mama's. It won't have any bad effect on Little Man. And it can even help Little Man form. Little Man replied happily. Little Man indeed didn't have any effect on Lin Xiao's energy. But when Lin Xiao absorbed the energy later, this energy could actually strengthen the union between Little Man's consciousness and the zygote. Lin Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Is that so? That's good. I'm going to start. After saying that, she waited for Little Man to respond, then closed her eyes and raised her palms up. The black flames that were originally surrounding her started to drill into her forehead. Now that Lin Xiao changed her posture, all the flames suddenly rose, and then a large amount of flames split into 3 parts, pouring into her palms and forehead. This time, the amount that entered Lin Xiao's body was more than 100 times more than before. As a result, the black flames and smoke within a radius of several miles were shrinking at a terrifying speed. Chapter 504. Before Duan could think of a way to enter the area of the black fire, there was a huge change. Hey, look, the black smoke is falling. No, it should be shrinking. Qin Xiaoai saw that the tornado of black smoke was slowly falling and exclaimed again. I'll go and take a look. Duan suddenly said and ran in the direction of the cliff in a flash. Sister Wan, the others were startled. I'll go too. You guys stay here. Don't go and cause trouble. Qin Xiaoai immediately followed in a flash. After being stopped by Qin Xiaoai's don't go and cause trouble, the others could only helplessly stop in place and watch them leave anxiously. Over there, Lin Xiao immediately sensed that Duan was running towards her position with a person. However, Duan was still very cautious and did not directly come over here. Instead, he found a very high position more than 1,000 meters away from here, and then used the binoculars to observe this side from a high position. Lin Xiao was surrounded by black flames at this time. Duan couldn't see her at all. However, Duan saw that the small black flames that had spread everywhere in this area had disappeared, and all the flames were concentrated on the edge of the cliff. Although Duan only knew that their leader self-destructed here, she didn't know that Lin Xiao self-destructed on the edge of the cliff. The flames are all concentrated on the edge of the cliff. If I'm not wrong, that should be the location where the leader had an accident. But why did all the flames go there now? After Duan finished looking, She handed the binoculars to Qian Xiaoai next to her. Qian Xiaoai closed her eyes and felt it for a while before taking the binoculars. She put them in front of her eyes and said, "The energy in the air is decreasing rapidly, and it seems that the flames are being absorbed by something. The thing that absorbs the flames should be there. But why don't I see that woman? Could she have been burned by the fire?" As Qian Xiaoai spoke, she moved the binoculars left and right, trying to see if there was a figure of that woman. As for Lin Xiao, it took him nearly 5 hours to convert the flames into energy and absorb it into his body when the sky was already dark. The flames here looked like bunches of small flames that were half a meter tall, but they were only condensed by pure energy. Perhaps it was because these energies had their original form memory, so they condensed into the appearance of the flames. After Lin Xiao absorbed all the energy in these flames, the flames melted. All the energy entered her body. After going through her body, all the flames finally rushed into her mind. It was as if there was a black hole in her mind that kept swallowing all the energy. After the energy of the black fire slowly disappeared, the thick layer of black mist outside gradually condensed and entered Lin Xiao's body along with the fire energy. At this time, Lin Xiao retracted one of his hands and gently grabbed at the black mist, then gestured at his body. A part of the black fog began to condense on her body, forming pieces of military uniform, from underwear to singlet, then to a military shirt, and finally, a long black military jacket appeared on her body. A part of the black mist began to condense on her body into a military uniform, from underwear to a vest, to a military shirt, and finally, a long black military coat appeared on her body. Her slender legs were wrapped under the trousers, and on her feet was a pair of long, thick-soled military boots. A black military hat appeared on her head. Under the brim of the hat, a pair of dark green eyes calmly looked forward. Lin Xiao's original clothes and sunglasses were melted by the energy. Now, she could only use the energy to transform into her old clothes. Duan Wan's binoculars didn't have night vision, so when the sky darkened, she couldn't see the figure in the familiar military uniform slowly walking down the cliff after the black mist disappeared. Lin Xiao touched her stomach and said to Little Man, "Man, are you still there? Mama?" Little Man woke up. Little Man wants to sleep. Little Man's voice came out intermittently, and then became silent again. Hearing Little Man's response, Lin Xiao was relieved. This meant that this child should be fine now. However, after she absorbed the energy, she also absorbed a lot, so she needed to sleep to digest the energy. Lin Xiao slightly raised her head and looked at the dark sky. There were no stars or moon, only dark clouds. She said in her heart, "Yang Jianhua, since you have already died so easily, then I will repay you for giving me a child." Thinking of this, her heart calmed down a little. Otherwise, if Yang Jianhua died before she regained her memory, it would be too easy on him. Too easy. Duan Wan and Qian Xiaoai immediately rushed down the mountain after sensing that the energy in the air had been swept away. Then, they ran toward the direction of the mountain. In the distance, they saw a black figure in the night, with clothes fluttering in the wind. "Leader, leader!" Duan Wan looked at the figure in a daze and murmured in disbelief. Qian Xiaoai also froze in shock. She stared at the black figure in the distance. That familiar outfit, they had seen it every day. That walking posture and pace were still as familiar. "No, she is not leader." Qian Xiaoai suddenly interrupted Duan Wan's thoughts. Even if the aura was very similar, even if the energy was very familiar, even if the figure and posture were the same. However, the pair of eyes that shone with a ghostly light in the night still woke him up. The other party approached them like a devil in the dark. "Qian Xiaoai, although I have changed my face and body, I am still your leader. Don't forget how your bald head came to be." Lin Xiao's voice came with a faint smile. However, her words made Qian Xiaoai's eyes widen and her mouth open, unable to say a word. "Yutiu." After hearing her voice, Duan Wan recognized that she was Miss Lu, who had come with them before. However, This Miss Lu's words and tone were exactly the same as the previous Lin Xiao. He was exactly the same as Lin Xiao in the past. Even the teasing tone in his words was so familiar. Yes, it's me. It's also not me. You should know who I am by now. Lin Xiao walked a few meters in front of them, one hand in the pocket of her pants, the other slightly raised. She said, "I'm back." A flame darker than the night rose from her hand, and then slowly formed a pattern under the light of Duan Wan and Qian Xiaoai's flashlight. Seeing this pattern, Duan Wan's expression became the same as Qian Xiaoai's. But soon, she lowered her head and covered her eyes with her hands. Chapter 505. This symbol was the symbol of their unit. It had a special meaning. If Lin Xiao showed this symbol to Yuan Tianxing or Lin Feng, they would know that it represented their special unit. Of course, apart from Yuan Tianxing and Lin Feng, only Lin Xiao knew about this symbol. Duan Wan lowered her head for a few seconds before looking up at Lin Xiao. "Captain?" Lin Xiao nodded indifferently. She smiled and looked into Duan Wan's eyes. "You should know how this base got its name. I know it too. Tianxing knows it, and my brother knows it too. Am I right?" Duan Wan nodded. When the base was named, they used the nickname of their unit. This was because their mission was to carry out dangerous and bloody operations such as assassinations of terrorists, gangs, and foreign invaders. Because of their high efficiency, their mission success rate was also very high. Everyone in the team had their hands stained with the blood and lives of evil people, so the other units gave them a nickname: the Executioner of Pluto. As for the Netherworld King, it referred to the higher authorities of the country. That was why they named the base Pluto. Lin Xiao's ability was also very special, so it matched the name. Qian Xiaoai didn't know about this and looked at Lin Xiao blankly. Although he couldn't understand the conversation between the two of them, the first sentence that the woman said to him just now made him very surprised. His hair. He wasn't bald in the first place. Because once when he went out with Lin Xiao's army to collect supplies, he was bitten by a mutant snake. When he was poisoned, Lin Xiao used fight poison with poison to clean it up. As a result, his hair started to fall. He looked at Lin Xiao and opened his mouth. You really are?" Lin Xiao put the symbol back into his body and then used his finger to count. "Qian Xiaoai, I saved you when you were bitten by a snake, so your hair fell out. You even let Xiao Lu pour water down from upstairs. Also, I haven't settled the score with you for seeing my Wenwen change. Oh, and wait. I know who you are. Please don't say any more, boss." Qian Xiaoai felt a headache coming on as Lin Xiao revealed so many embarrassing things. He quickly begged for mercy. Everyone knew that he was bitten by a poisonous snake and lost all his hair. When Lin Feng's daughter, Lin Xiaolu, poured water down from the second floor, he happened to pass by and got drenched. However, he accidentally saw Lin Wenwen changing his clothes. Other than himself, even Lin Wenwen did not notice it. However, just as he was about to turn around and slip away in embarrassment, he saw Lin Xiao standing behind him with a meaningful smile. Qian Xiaoai's hair stood on end, and she almost ran away. There was no third person who knew about this. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, Duan Wan turned her head and stared at Qian Xiaoai's handsome face with a strange expression. "How dare you peep at Wenwen changing? Shameless." Qian Xiaoai said with a sad face, "I know. I saw it by accident. I didn't mean it." "If you did it on purpose, would you still be standing here?" "Huh?" Lin Xiao said snappily. He walked over and raised his leg to kick. Qian Xiaoai dodged to the side out of habit. He quickly smiled and said, Yes. Big sister, you are a magnanimous person. Let's forget about this. Don't let my captain know." The captain he was talking about was actually Lin Feng. If Lin Feng knew, Lin Feng would definitely beat him to death. And now, he completely believed that the person in front of him was their leader. But didn't you self-destruct? Did you not succeed? Or did you not die? After Duan Wan calmed down from the shock, she stared at Lin Xiao's face. Her face was completely different. And what was with those eyes? If she could not release that black fire tuan, Duan would never believe that she was Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao touched her stomach, and a dazzling green light flashed in her bright green eyes. A thick murderous intent flashed in her eyes. It was too easy to let Yang Jianhua die. He actually had his eyes on Wenwen from the beginning, and then spent a few years to lie to me and everyone. Her voice was calm, but there was a deep chill hidden in it. If he did not spend so much time, how could he have lied to everyone? Duan said calmly. Lin Xiao nodded. That's right, if he did not save her from the beginning and spend a few years by her side, how could she believe him? How could she possibly believe him? Moreover, this man actually hid his feelings so deeply. I am indeed dead. My body exploded into pieces and turned into air by my own energy. Only the crystal core was left intact. I just want to pick it up. Lin Xiao touched the middle of her forehead. After the energy cleansing, Lin Xiao directly broke through level 7. She was now a level 7 level 2 zombie king, and not an ordinary level 2 zombie king. Then what happened to you now? Duan stared at her face curiously. When I woke up, I became this woman. She also just died, and I woke up when she turned into a zombie. You don't know how terrible my body was when I first woke up. Lin Xiao touched her face and said. Duan and Lin Feng looked at her with their eyes wide open. So, you really became a different person? And a zombie? Lin Xiao nodded again. Looking at her eyes, she already knew who she was, so she did not intend to hide it. Duan and Lin Feng looked at each other as if they had seen a ghost, and could not react for a long time. What should they do? Their boss became a zombie. Would they be hungry in the future and eat them? Well, now that things are done, let's go back to the base. By the way, Duan, report the list of people who will leave tomorrow. Don't take anything else. Leave the car, food, and supplies for those who don't want to leave. Lin Xiao glanced at the two people who were stunned and suddenly said. Duan came back to her senses and asked curiously, Leave all of them? Then how do we go? We don't even have a car. You don't want us to walk, do you? Saying that, she looked at Lin Xiao with a blank face. Lin Xiao nodded and said, Leave all of them. Don't worry about the car. She waved her hand and took the lead to walk in the direction where they had parked. Suddenly, she stopped and turned to the two people and said, Oh, by the way, don't call me boss when we go back. Call me Miss Liu. My current identity is Liu Tianyu. Duan and Qin Xiaoi looked at each other blankly, but Lin Xiao's words were already in the form of an order, so even if they did not understand, they had to nod and agree. Chapter 506. When they got into the car, Duan drove, Lin Xiao sat in the passenger seat, and Qin Xiaoi climbed onto the back. The others stared at Lin Xiao in astonishment. Lin Xiao's clothes had changed. She'd been wearing a military camouflage outfit, but now she was wearing a plain black military uniform. They'd seen it somewhere before. Lin Xiao's hair had grown a lot longer, and she was wearing a black military cap. More importantly, had she gone to that place? Had she gone in? Or hadn't she? They didn't dare ask, and only watched her in silence. They didn't know why, but after Lin Xiao changed her clothes, they didn't dare to look her in the eye. Lin Xiao narrowed her eyes as she looked out the window. Her eyes were like those of a wolf in the night. Her hand rested unconsciously on her belly. Once she got back to Hangzhou, she'd have to build a base, and at the same time figure out how to deal with that bitch Long Yu Bai. She had returned. Since she had recalled those memories, it meant that she could wholeheartedly take revenge. Yang Jianhua was dead, but there was still Long Yu Bai, Lu Zhuofeng, Zhou Qinghao, He Mu, and Su Changmu. They were the 5 who'd forced her to self-destruct. All 5 were 7th-level adepts, but their leader and deputy leader were among them. Lu Zhuofeng was one of the 2 leaders of Hidden Cloud City. He brought his deputy leader Zhou Qinghao to help Long Yu Bai because of a deal. They were short on resources and didn't have a single water adept. That was why they decided to work with a neighboring Earth Dragon base. They'd traded weapons made in Hidden Cloud City for water. It was called a trade, but it was more like borrowing Long Yu Bai's water adepts. He Mu was one of the 3 leaders of Skyfire Base in the northwest, and Su Changmu was his deputy. Skyfire and Earth Dragon's cooperation was similar to Hidden Cloud Cities, all for water. For some reason, the number of water adepts in Earth Dragon was 3 times that of the other bases. Lin Xiao had checked on their working relationship, but it was only a general relationship on the surface. As for their secret relationship, according to her intelligence, Long Yubai had fooled around with every man in the world. In this post-apocalyptic world where women were about to become national treasures, a man who was as beautiful as water was also very popular. It was just that Long Yubai's character and views were a little unorthodox. It should be said that he was a little obsessed. As long as he wanted something, even if he didn't have the ability, he would try his best to get it. His body had always been one of his best weapons. Originally, these bases could live well on their own, but they insisted on helping Long Yubai deal with her Netherworld King's base. Very good. Now, her family was ruined, and so many people died. Since that was the case, she would just have to wait for her revenge against the zombie army. Earth Dragon, Hidden Cloud City, Skyfire Base. Let's start with the weakest Earth Dragon. He happened to be the main culprit. After driving for 2 to 3 hours, they finally arrived at the Netherworld King's base. When Duan Wan and Qian Xiaoai saw the zombies at the entrance of the Netherworld King's base, they knew what was going on. All right, there was a zombie king in their car. How could these soldiers not run? In the world of zombies, they were completely dominated and controlled by high-level zombies. I finally know what that frog of yours is. Duan Wan looked at her and suddenly said, "Oh." Lin Xiao turned her head and gave her a lazy look, but didn't say anything. Huh? What is it? When the people in the back heard this, they all looked at Duan Wan curiously. Even if I tell you, you won't believe me. Don't ask. Duan Wan glanced at the people in the back seat. Oh, why? The people in the back didn't know what was going on, so they looked at Duan Wan curiously, because she made that frog up. Duan Wan could only say this. Now she knew that it was because Lin Xiao made it up. Her aura had contaminated the frog, and that was why it was effective against the ordinary zombies. All right, what's up with that Twin-Tails girl next to you? Duan Wan suddenly thought of Qiu Lily. Oh, I picked her up? Lin Xiao replied faintly. Duan Wan felt like she had picked up a puppy. Oh no, it should be a rabbit? She had long hair, like a rabbit's ears, and her eyes were red. Lin Xiao sensed her thoughts, and her expression froze for a moment. Then she scratched her chin and said, "Huh, now that you think about it, it does look like her." Duan Wan looked at her blankly. What? She didn't know that Lin Xiao had sensed her thoughts, so she didn't react to Lin Xiao's words. She does look like a rabbit. In fact, their personalities are a bit similar. Lin Xiao said. Squeak! Duan Wan's hand trembled, and she almost drove the car into the wall. Ouch! Be careful. A car full of people's lives. Lin Xiao screamed. Duan Wan stared at her in shock, and then continued to drive the car into the inner district. Even if they came back in the middle of the night, there were still a lot of people waiting for them. As soon as the car drove into the square, they saw a lot of people waiting at the government building. You're back. That's great. When the car stopped, Li Hongsheng and the others leaned over. However, before he could say anything, he saw Lin Xiao get out of the car, so his words were immediately stuck in his throat, because he was shocked, and Lin Xiao's attire was shocking. At this time, Lin Xiao had already found a pair of sunglasses from the space and put them on. Wearing sunglasses in the middle of the night looked very strange. However, Li Hongsheng's attention wasn't on the sunglasses, but on her military uniform. She didn't stop but said to Duan Wan, "Tell everyone to go and rest early." After saying that, she jumped onto the roof of the car and disappeared in front of everyone. Yes, Duan Wan responded habitually, but then she saw everyone looking at her strangely. What are you looking at? All right, go and report today's work to me now. We have to prepare for tomorrow tonight. Duan Wan waved to everyone, and then led the others into the building. At night, Duan Wan took Qin Xiaoai and Li Hongsheng to look at the list, count the number of people, divide them into groups, and so on. They were busy until about 3 o'clock before they went to rest. During this time, Li Hongsheng couldn't help but ask, "That Miss Liu, why do I feel that she looks like our leader?" Maybe she is. Duan rubbed her eyebrows and rested for a while before responding. It's not maybe. She is. Qian Xiaoai glanced at her angrily. What do you mean? Li Hongxing looked confused. Oh, you will understand in the future. For now, let's finish tonight's work first. We will leave the city tomorrow. Duan waved at him and said. Therefore, Li Hongxing was busy absent-mindedly until the end of the work. Chapter 507. After Lin Xiao entered the space, her sharp aura surprised Qiu Lily. The aura of your clothes is so strong. Where did it come from? Your hair grew longer again. Oh, your level increased again. Did you level up again? She felt Lin Xiao's aura and looked at Lin Xiao in surprise. She felt that Lin Xiao had changed again. She was still the same person, but the feeling changed again. Her aura was stronger and sharper than before, and her level had also increased. Qiu Lily felt that Lin Xiao was suppressing her. Lin Xiao looked at her clothes and smiled faintly. Oh, these clothes are made from my own energy. My clothes are all gone. She walked into the small building and went upstairs to her room to change into a set of clothes. The first time she used energy to make clothes, it made her feel unsafe. You leveled up again. Whoa, why do you level up like a rocket? I just leveled up not long ago, and you leveled up again. Why is it that zombies are so hard to level up, but to you it's as easy as eating and sleeping? Qiu Lily said gloomily. Lin Xiao lifted her hand and brushed away the long hair that covered her eyes. She smiled at her and said, Are you jealous? I'm not. Qiu Lily raised her head and turned to the side. She looked up at the wall. There was nothing there. My memory has returned. There's no mistake. I am indeed the leader of this Netherworld King's base, Netherworld Flame. Lin Xiao sat on the sofa and leaned back. Her legs were placed on the coffee table. She raised a finger as she spoke. Then, a small black flame emerged from her finger and stood on the tip of her finger, swaying. That means... When Qiu Lily heard this, she immediately moved closer to her. She wanted to sit on the sofa next to her, but when she got close to the flame in her hand, Qiu Lily silently turned around and sat on the other side. They said that you self-destructed. Now that you think about it, is it true? Qiu Lily asked. Lin Xiao twirled the flame on her finger and nodded. That's right, I self-destructed. I will find them for revenge when the time is right. Them? Who? Qiu Lily asked. The leaders of Skyfire Base and Hidden Cloud City, Lin Xiao answered. Wow. Then with the addition of the Earth Dragon Base, won't you have to deal with 3 bases? Can the few people in our new base do it? Qiu Lily calculated for her. Why not? I didn't ask Lin Feng and the rest to go as well. What I said was that I could bring the zombie army along. Not to mention that there were so many zombies in the world. Even the zombies in a province were enough to take down a base, as long as there was a commander. Since I have such a powerful army, why should I let them go? Lin Xiao smirked and said with a confident and evil smile. Although her smile was a little sinister, the look in her eyes was ice-cold. Qiu Lily looked at her and suddenly stood up. She ran to the corner and squatted down. She touched the little tiger on the ground and looked back at Lin Xiao. No wonder you wanted to catch so many high-level zombies along the way. You had this plan all along? She asked. Oh, whoa, the little tiger was awake. It could move, but it couldn't run around. Qiu Lily had found a rope and tied it to the side to prevent it from running. No, I wanted to take these zombies back to defend the new base. But now they have more than one mission. Lin Xiao put away the flame on his finger and turned around to lie on the back of the sofa, looking in the direction of Qiu Lily and the little tiger. The little guy's healing is fast. You don't have to tie it up, and it'll be fine. She said, but it'll run around and pull at its wounds. Qiu Lily rubbed the little tiger's head. The little tiger's round head dodged left and right, refusing to let her touch it. The next morning, everyone gathered in the square. Duan and the others slept for a few hours before they woke up with a headache. They washed their faces before they appeared in front of everyone. Psychics were still very energetic, but they didn't know how many days they hadn't showered. They did look a little dirty. Duan stood on the platform and looked at the people who had gathered in the square early in the morning. When we leave this time, we will leave all the resources here for you. Whether you live or die, it's your own business. Duan said to everyone expressionlessly. The people below looked at each other and didn't say anything. Huh? We didn't take anything with us. How are we going to get to Hangzhou, which is more than 1,000 kilometers away? Those who were going to leave together asked in surprise. You don't have to worry about this. We have other preparations on the way, but we won't touch the resources here. Duan said to them. Then, what about the car? Can we drive the car? Someone asked again. When you leave the base, there will naturally be a car for you to sit in. If you don't believe me, you can stay and wait for the opportunity to go to the new base. Duan said. After she said that, the people below began to talk again. Many people decided not to leave because she said that they would not bring anything with them. Duan had already expected them to have such thoughts. She said loudly, "If you follow me this time, I can find a job for you when you arrive at the new base. The salary will also be better in the future. But this time, if you don't follow me and find the new base on your own, you can enter the base for free, but the salary won't be as good. Think about it carefully before making a decision." As she said that, she looked at her watch and continued, "It's 7 in the morning now. I will give you 3 more hours. We will leave at 10 o'clock. Those who want to leave in 3 hours, gather here at the square." Then Duan, Qin Xiaoai, and the others returned to the office of the government building and waited. At this time, Lin Xiao suddenly appeared beside them. She looked at them and asked, "I wonder how many people will be willing to follow us this time." At this time, there were only Duan, Qin Xiaoai, Li Hongsheng, Ding Datong, and a few others in the room. After seeing Lin Xiao appear, except for Duan, the other men were a little reserved and didn't dare to make a sound. At this time, Lin Xiao had changed her clothes. She didn't have the pressure of yesterday's strict military uniform. But even so, when they saw Lin Xiao's strange face and eyes, they were still a little scared. Because there were not many people here, Lin Xiao didn't wear sunglasses. She looked at the others and said, "Are you so afraid of me? When you followed me before, you didn't seem to be so careful." Chapter 508. Because you weren't a zombie before. What if you went crazy because you didn't take your medicine? After confirming Lin Xiao's current identity, they were a little afraid. Lin Xiao rolled her eyes and said to them, "I'm telling you, I can read your mind now. Don't say bad things about me in your heart. I will hear it. Also, it's not impossible that I went crazy because I didn't take my medicine. After all, even a normal person will go crazy, let alone a zombie like me now." Then she held her chin and thought for a while, then said, "Maybe there will be such a day? But when a woman goes crazy, most of them are trapped by love. It seems that I'd better stay away from men. Fortunately, my feelings for Yang Jianhua haven't reached that point, otherwise I would really go crazy." Duan and the others looked at each other and felt that what she said seemed to be right. Fortunately, Lin Xiao didn't fall in love with Yang Jianhua. Otherwise, she would have been deceived and betrayed by a man she fell in love with. He destroyed the base she built and killed so many people. Most women would probably hate him to the point of going crazy. 3 hours passed quickly. Lin Xiao wore sunglasses and went downstairs with them. When she went out of the gate, she saw that there were less people in the square. Those who were willing to go, including normal people, psychics, the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled, all added up to less than 3,000 people. Duan looked at the people standing in the middle of the square, and then looked at the people who were standing far away, indicating that they were ready to stay. She said loudly, "You have made your decision, right? Then, don't regret it. I have given you 2 chances to grasp it." Then she waved to Li Hongsheng and Ding Datong behind her, and she went back. Li Hongsheng and Ding Datong came out and said to the people in the middle of the square who were ready to go with them, "Now, those who can still move, help those who can't move or those who can't. Let's walk out of the gate first. When we get outside the base, someone will come to pick us up." "Someone? Who?" "Yes? How can there be people outside?" "How come we don't know? If there is someone outside to pick us up, then we also have to go." Yes. You didn't tell us if there is someone picking us up. Too selfish. Their words immediately made those who were preparing to leave rejoice, while those who were planning to stay became excited. Why should we tell you? Listen, we're not obligated to take you away. We just want to help you, but we also have conditions. This is your guts. From last night to this morning, we've given you 2 chances to leave with us. But all of you are afraid of death, afraid of the long and arduous journey, afraid of danger, and so on. Don't tell me they are not afraid. I don't think they know about this. Li Hongsheng shouted loudly and pointed at those who were willing to go with them in the end. Our opportunities are only given to those who will seize them. If you have any dissatisfaction, then you can only blame yourselves for not fighting for it. We've also left everything in this base to you. We've already done what we should. Everyone fell silent. Li Hongsheng was right. They had no obligation to protect them now. This was the law of nature in this world. The strong were respected. Opportunities were left for those who were willing to take risks. At this time, Lin Xiao suddenly walked out and waved at Li Hongsheng and the other man to stand at the back. She clasped her hands behind her back and calmly looked at everyone below. 10 or 20 seconds later, she said loudly, "I'm the one who made this condition. What's wrong? Do you have any objections? People who don't even have the guts to leave this base. How can they get better treatment in this post-apocalyptic world? Moreover, we've already given you 2 chances. What else is there to be dissatisfied with?" Speaking up to here, she stopped and looked at the people below who were still dissatisfied. She continued, "Well, I'll give you one more chance. If anyone can pass through the zombies outside the wall, then I'll take them away. Listen carefully, this is the last chance." Lin Xiao letting Duan Wan and the others do this was meaningful. These people were only willing to hide in this destroyed base because they were afraid of the various dangers outside the walls of this base. If she forcefully took them away, or used the better conditions of the new base to take them away, they would only regard it as Duan Wan's obligation and not be grateful. Because they didn't realize that even if Duan Wan and the others had the ability, they had no obligation to protect everyone who was weak. The reason why Duan Wan and the others wanted to take them away was purely out of kindness and kindness. But these people regarded it as their obligation and took it for granted. This was obviously a kind of ungrateful and selfish mentality. If these people followed them, they would not be rewarded for their kindness. Therefore, Lin Xiao felt that even if they wanted to take these people away, they must first change their mentality. In this world, no one has the obligation to protect anyone. So if you want to survive, you need to rely on yourself to grasp the opportunity. She said lightly. Her words made everyone speechless. Lin Xiao looked at the people in the middle who had been determined to leave and said, "Let's go." Then she jumped down and walked in the direction of the base's gate. Duan Wan and the others behind her also jumped down and followed her out. After Lin Xiao and the others walked out first, the people in the middle of the square supported each other and walked out together. When a large group of people finally arrived outside the base, they saw a dense wall of zombies. Everyone couldn't help but stop at the gate. How? How do we get there? Keep going. Lin Xiao didn't stop walking and shouted loudly. Duan Wan and the others behind her did not make a sound and quietly followed her towards the zombies. Are we going to go there like this? Ding Datong supported his sister and said with some doubt. Although he knew that Lin Xiao was now a zombie and definitely had a way to control these zombies. But when he thought of approaching these disgusting and terrifying zombies without any defense, he could not help but feel a little scared. What are you afraid of? Look at your sister. She is not afraid. Duan Wan looked back at him with contempt and pointed at Ding Rulin. Ding Rulin just looked at everyone blankly. It was not that she was not afraid. She just believed that with these people here, she would be fine. A typical blind reliance. Ding Datong looked down at Ding Rulin and remained silent, because he wasn't the one he was worried about. Chapter 509. Lin Xiao walked in front and said, "With me here, they won't dare." Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Ding Datong felt slightly relieved. Apart from a few of them who had stronger abilities, the people who followed Duan Wan and Li Hongsheng to survive outside were the ones who followed them. Even a few children boldly followed them. After all, they had been led through the zombie wall once, so they weren't afraid of the second time. When Lin Xiao was getting closer and closer to the zombies, the distance between them shortened to 10 meters, and the zombies in front of her began to move. They began to retreat. When Lin Xiao took a step forward, they all took a step back. Slowly, a gap appeared on the side. Finally, when Lin Xiao walked to their original position, the zombies had already retreated. Seeing Lin Xiao walk to the middle of the zombies, the surrounding zombies all avoided her, leaving the space around her. Everyone was dumbfounded and didn't know what expression to make. "What are you guys doing? Follow her." When Duan walked to Lin Xiao's side, she looked back and found that there were less than 30 people on their side, and they were all the people who followed her outside. The people who had been staying in the base were now standing outside the gate dozens of meters away from them, staring at them blankly. "Let me tell you one more time, you only have one chance." Qin Xiaoai suddenly turned back and shouted at them. Then she turned around and followed Lin Xiao through the zombie passage without looking back. When Lin Xiao walked past, with her as the center, the zombies on both sides kept a distance of 5 meters from her. So the 5 meters on both sides added up to 10 meters wide, forming a zombie passage. But when Lin Xiao walked further and further, the zombies that had previously given way began to slowly move back to their original position. But there was still a small passage left, but the width was about 1 to 2 meters, not as wide as before. When Lin Xiao walked past, although she didn't speak, her consciousness could already convey information to the ordinary zombies around her. So when she walked far away, the zombies' path narrowed. It had shrunk from the original 10 meters to 1 or 2 meters, and the pressure was different. After passing through the group of zombies, Lin Xiao began to release the cars from the space one by one. She took out all the cars that she had collected and placed them on the ground. She also took out the 10 chariots that she had handed over to Yang Jianhua. He even placed a dozen barrels of gasoline in front of the car. There were all kinds of cars here. There were also several trucks and vans, so Lin Xiao was not worried that these cars could not take all the people away. It was just that she had collected a lot of gasoline previously, and this time she would probably have to use up a lot of it. Lin Xiao's heart ached as he looked at the dozen barrels of gasoline. Duan and the others watched as Lin Xiao walked past. Cars suddenly appeared in the direction she stretched out her hand. By the time she came back, there were several rows of cars, big and small, parked there. There were even more cars than there were in the garage. Holy shit, so many! Qin Xiao's eyes widened. Her eyes were glowing green, and she was about to drool. "Hey, wipe your saliva." Duan glanced at him and said snappily. However, her eyes were also very surprised. She did not expect Lin Xiao to have such a large space that could store dozens of cars inside. Lin Xiao pointed at the dozen barrels of gasoline and said to Qin Xiaoai, "Little A, Hongsheng, bring people to fill up these cars." As she spoke, she threw out some small barrels and tools for loading oil. "Yes, all of you come here." Qin Xiaoai and Li Hongsheng immediately shouted to the people who followed them past the group of zombies. Only then did everyone come back to their senses. They blinked a few times and realized that they were really not dreaming. They immediately went forward to help. Duan waved to the children who wanted to help last time. "You guys don't need to go. Come and stand here." "Oh, Sister Wan, we can help too." A few children reluctantly walked over to Duan, but their eyes were staring at the cars. There were both new and old cars, and they were all low-price models. In this post-apocalyptic world where there were roadblocks everywhere, sports cars were useless. The most useful ones were off-road vehicles. At this time, the eyes of the people at the entrance of the base lit up after Lin Xiao took out the cars and gasoline. They could not help but take a few steps forward, but soon they saw the zombies again, which immediately made them return to reality. Now they finally regretted it. Why didn't they just walk behind their bosses? It was a very wide path just now. Now looking at the passage that was less than 2 meters wide and the countless zombies that stretched out their arms and roared, they wanted to cry. "Let's go." Captain Qin just said that this is the last chance. Maybe later, even this passage will be blocked. Suddenly, someone in the crowd at the entrance gritted his teeth and said. Then someone came out from inside, took a deep breath towards the zombie passage, and walked forward bravely. After seeing one person take the lead, there was a second, a third, and then everyone followed one after another. When the first person carefully walked into the crowd of zombies, he was scared to death, and the expression on his face was about to cry. When he walked a few steps, he found that although these zombies stretched out their claws to grab him, their feet couldn't move. He suddenly realized this point. After suddenly realizing this, that person shouted, "Ah," and then ran forward desperately. His shouting and running stimulated the people behind him, and they all followed "Ah" and ran over. Those who were unable to move or had some injuries didn't care about them anymore. She hopped and stumbled as she rushed over. Lin Xiao laughed mischievously like a fox when he saw these people rushing towards him as if they had just challenged something incredible. Well, sometimes people need to be forced, otherwise how could they have such an exciting experience, right? She smiled, revealing her white teeth, and said to Duan. Duan rolled her eyes at her and said, "You're acting up again." This kind of thing was done by Lin Xiao many times in the past, so Duan calmly followed her through the zombie passage. Lin Xiao spread out her hands, tilted her head, and said indifferently, "People's potential needs to be stimulated." Chapter 510. The people who ran over all sat on the ground in exhaustion. They looked back at the zombie tunnel that was more than 10 meters long. They couldn't believe that all of them came over. Although it was only more than 10 meters long, the zombies on both sides were reaching out their hands and scratching nonstop. Their faces were missing an eye, a nose, and a mouth. It was simply too terrifying. They almost couldn't help but pick up their guns and shoot at them. But they didn't know what the consequences of doing that would be. Anyway, it wouldn't be any better than now. Seeing that most of the people in front had rushed through the zombie tunnel, the people behind were not afraid anymore. Anyway, they were all excited, as if they were challenging something fun. Anyway, as long as their lives weren't in danger, there was nothing to be afraid of. It was just that the zombie tunnel was a bit too narrow. They couldn't rush through together. They could only go through one by one. However, it didn't take long for 2,000 to 3,000 people to rush over and gather in the vacuum isolation zone outside the zombie horde. When they finished, some of the people who didn't plan to leave changed their minds when they heard that there were cars outside. Originally, when they saw the zombie group, they wanted to retreat. But suddenly, there was a zombie tunnel, and the people in front had all passed through safely. So these people wanted to secretly rush through, but at this moment, the zombies suddenly moved again. The tunnel began to merge. You thought about it. You can, but you can't pass through the tunnel. Lin Xiao jumped on top of a truck and said to the people who were blocked by the zombies. Duan began to take the names of the people who were sitting on the ground one by one, and then marked them, especially the man who took the lead. She counted him and the people behind him as part of the team. "You guys, when you arrive at the new base, join the city guards," she said. Really? Those people were stunned for a moment. Then their expressions immediately turned into surprise, and their eyes lit up as they looked at Duan. "Yes, someone gave me a promise. When we arrive at the new base, Deputy Leader Yuan will arrange for you guys." Duan glanced at Lin Xiao on top of the truck, then looked at those people and said. Those people looked at each other. Their expressions were very happy, and they didn't know what to say. Can we really do it? Every base had its own city guard. They were in charge of public security within the city and were generally treated worse than the troops that had to go out of the city. However, he could only be promoted to the base's army after joining the city guards. Because the base's army was for the outside world, the soldiers needed had to be elite soldiers or metahumans. Otherwise, the outside world would be more dangerous than the inside of the city. However, their treatment was also very good, and they were respected by everyone in the base. Although he couldn't be compared to the members of the corpse hunting team who often went on missions, this was still a public office, and it was glorious. For ordinary people, this was a glory that was very difficult to obtain. It can't be helped. All the information in our base has been destroyed, so the new base can only recruit new troops. Duan sighed. If he still had that information, he would have been part of the establishment and could be reinstated. However, the people in front of Duan were not. They were originally just ordinary people in the base. They didn't join the city guards, nor did they join the other corpse hunting team, because others didn't want them, and they couldn't meet the requirements of the city guards, so they could only muddle along in the base. At this time, Duan suddenly said that they could join the new base's city guards. For them, happiness came too suddenly. With a position, there would be a job. With a job, there would be food to eat, subsidies, and a place to live. Duan pointed at Lin Xiao, who was standing on the roof of the car, and said, "She has the final say in the future." Then, regardless of the puzzled eyes of the people, she continued to call out names. Lin Xiao stood on the roof of the car, looked down at the people in front of her, and said, "Now, if you want to go with us, then you have to crawl through the zombie horde yourself. I can guarantee you that they won't attack you. If you don't have the guts, it's best to stay where you are and not come out." "Why must we pass through the zombie horde? Since you have a way to control the zombie horde, why don't you just make them scatter?" Some people were dissatisfied and pointed at Lin Xiao and scolded. Lin Xiao just looked at those people with a faint smile, and the corner of her mouth under the sunglasses only curved up. "If you can't even pass through this, then you don't need to come to the new base. Because the new base was originally surrounded by the zombie horde. If these people didn't get used to the zombies under her control, then they might not be able to survive in the new base. So it was better to let them continue to stay here." Lin Xiao waited and watched them, but this time, no one dared to rush out like before. Because this time, there wasn't even a passage. If they wanted to pass through, they would definitely brush past the zombies. And then wouldn't it be easy to be infected by the zombies? So, Lin Xiao continued to wait for another hour, and there was still no one standing out, let alone trying to get close to the zombie horde. She sighed originally. As long as these people were willing to let them pass, she would continue to make way for the zombies. But in the end, these people made her very disappointed. Because these people didn't believe her, then there was no need to continue to spend effort on them. She turned her head and said to Duan beside her, "Okay, let everyone get in the car." Duan nodded and immediately said to everyone, "Okay." Everyone started to get in the car. Get in one car at a time. When the car in front is full, then get in the car behind. Everyone began to slowly get on the truck, then the truck, then the truck, then the tank. Finally, all kinds of off-road vehicles were filled with people. Finally, after everyone had gotten in, there were still a lot of empty cars. Lin Xiao walked over and put the empty cars into her space. Then she walked to the front of the first off-road vehicle and sat down. "Let's go." Their car was the first to move, followed by the two tanks, then the off-road trucks, and finally a few tanks. The people who stayed in the original Hell King's base watched as their car left. Then the zombie horde slowly followed behind them, and soon, the base's wall became empty. So Lin Xiao began to lead a group of zombies out of the Hell King's base. The majestic fleet of cars followed the majestic zombie horde. If someone passed by, they would certainly be shocked. Chapter 5:11. In the new base in the uptown, after Long Yubai fled, Wu Qingyue found that he really couldn't help much here. So he took Wu Yueling and his men to send the supplies back to his base, and then began to distribute winter supplies to the ordinary residents in the poor areas of the base. And because of Yang Chao's energy crystal nucleus, Xiao Yunlong has been promoted to an elementary level 7 ability user. So Wu Qingyue and Zhou Shihui handed over Yang Chao's previous position as the leader to him and let him manage that part of the base. So Wu Qingyue suddenly became a leader without a deputy leader, but he didn't care. Anyway, there were Xiao Liqing, Mo Li, Li Yushan, and others by his side. Although these people were only rank 5 metahumans, their abilities were still very good. As for Mengyu, you want to go to Yunlong's side? Are you still angry with me? Wu Qingyue sat at the desk in the office and looked at Fong Mengyue standing in front of the desk with some surprise. Mengyu's eyes were still very resentful when she looked at him, but her obsession with Wu Qingyue seemed to have disappeared a lot and became a lot calmer. Maybe after so many days, she also thought through a lot of things. In addition, these days, Xiao Yunlong has been thinking of various ways to divert her attention, so she now wanted to transfer to Xiao Yunlong's side to help. Yunlong is going there now. He's just taken over the situation there. There must be a lot of things to do. I want to go and help. She looked at Wu Qingyue and said, That's good if you're willing to go. Of course I agree. Wu Qingyue saw that she was willing to come to find him for a transfer, and his heart was relieved. It seemed that this girl was no longer avoiding him, which meant that her anger should have subsided. After signing Meng Yu's transfer order, she left. Not long after Meng Yu left, someone came to find Wu Qingyue. Looking at the tall beauty walking in, Wu Qingyue looked at her in surprise. Beauty Yin, why do you have time to come here? It was Zhou Shirui's deputy leader, Yin Fangyu. Her beautiful face carried a generous smile as she said, What? Leader Wu doesn't welcome me. Wu Qingyue invited her to sit on the sofa, poured her a glass of water, and said with a smile, Why? It's an honor for this office to have you here. When Wu Yueling saw a stranger coming, she immediately ran to Wu Qingyue's leg and hugged his leg as a pendant. Little Lingling is still as shy as ever, Yin Fangyu said with a smile as she watched Wu Yueling run off to be a pendant. Wu Qingyue bent over and picked up Wu Yueling. He walked to Yin Fangyu's side with a glass of water in one hand and placed it on her table. It's much better now. If it was in the past, it would have been impossible for it to run to my side on its own. It would have run under the table to hide, Wu Qingyue said as he sat on the sofa next to him. If that's the case, have you ever thought about helping her find another mother? Because as a man, you always have a child by your side. It seems to be very inconvenient. Yin Fangyu asked casually. I have that thought, but this matter can't be rushed. After all, there aren't many people this child can accept, Wu Qingyue replied with a smile. Hey, isn't Mingyu doing quite well beside you? All of us actually thought that she would be the candidate for the little princess's mother. Yin Fangyu asked, Oh, you. Maybe it's because I'm too familiar with her. I've always treated her as a younger sister, Wu Qingyue said. Oh, I understand. Yin Fangyu immediately understood what he meant. Because he only treated Mingyu as a younger sister, and because of this, he felt that he could help her find a better home. Hey, I say, beautiful lady, you didn't come all the way here just to ask if I want to find a mother for Lingling, right? Wu Qingyue asked with a smile. Oh, I almost forgot the reason why I came here. I just wanted to ask you about the situation of the new base in Uptown. You just came back from there. How's the progress over there? Yin Fangyu finally told him the reason why she came. Oh, so you're here because of this. There's still not enough manpower over there. After all, the wall that needs to be built is a few thousand meters long even for the inner city. But it's going well for them, and they don't seem to be in a hurry, Wu Qingyue said, but they don't seem to have any strong people over there. If it wasn't for you when Long Yubai went over last time, they would have been in trouble, Yin Suyu said after some thought. You seem to be quite concerned about that side. Well, you helped a lot before. Wu Qingyue's smile deepened as he looked at her with his half-smiling eyes. He continued to ask, I heard that you seem to be quite interested in Yuan Tianxing. He knew this. After all, it was because the two of them were too close that Yang Chao, who had been coveting her, was very unhappy. That was why he sent the robber named Tang He to deal with them. Hey, since you already understand, don't say it out loud. Actually, I just wanted to go over and take a look, so I came here to ask about the situation first, Yin Fangyu admitted very openly. That's the situation, but I wasn't the one who dealt with Long Yubai last time. They also have a strong person over there, so you don't have to worry about that, Wu Qingyue said to her. His words made Yin Fangyu slightly stunned. Huh? It wasn't you? But the intelligence said that there was a level 7 arcanist who intercepted Long Yubai's army and forced them to retreat. It seems that the accuracy of your information is too low. That wasn't me. Wu Qingyue smiled and shook his head. Is that so? So you didn't do anything at that time? Yin Fangyu looked at him strangely. Yes, it had nothing to do with me at all. Wu Qingyue smiled. Yin Fangyu's eyes flashed, and she asked with a smile, so there is such a master in their group. It should be that Miss Liu, right? She seemed to have intervened in the matter with Yang Chao before. Well, that's right. Wu Qingyue did not immediately give her a confirmation. He now understood that this great beauty was here to find out who the level 7 Arcanist who defeated Long Yubai was. However, he did not intend to reveal this information to her. Anyway, let her misunderstand that it was that woman Lu Tianyu. It was just that even Wu Qingyue himself was not sure what level Lu Tianyu was now, and there was also Qiu Lily beside her. Even Ming Ming had a temporary breakthrough, which made Wu Qingyue feel that the woman seemed to have a way to quickly level up zombies. In a newly built base, there were already 3 level 7 zombies. If this news were to spread out, it would be a disaster. If this news got out, it was estimated that they would be targeted by various bases all over the country. In that case, we don't have to worry about their strength. Yan Fengyu smiled. Chapter 512. Yan Fengyu didn't stay long. After asking about Long Yubai's escape, she went back. Just when Wu Qingyue thought he could calm down and continue working, Xiao Liqing ran in again. Leader, the 2 who came to find you last time have gone to uptown. Wu Qingyue looked at him blankly. Which 2? Xiao Liqing said. The 2 who came to find you last time with a dog. They were wearing strange, white military uniforms. Moreover, it wasn't just 2 of them. They had brought along several people with powerful abilities. They have now arrived at the base in uptown. Wu Qingyue remembered that the 2 people last time were looking for the leader of the robbers, Tang He. The uniforms they were wearing were indeed white military uniforms, and they looked mysterious. He didn't know where they came from. Have you found out their background? Wu Qingyue asked. Xiao Liqing shook his head. I can't find out. And the people with masks around them have a strange aura. Wu Qingyue suddenly thought of a problem and said, Right, they are looking for Tang He. I don't know how they will react when they find out that Tang He is dead. Xiao Liqing was stunned for a moment and asked, Will they make things difficult for the people in uptown? I'm not sure. Did you just get the information today? Wu Qingyue looked at him. Yes, they just arrived in uptown today. The information was sent back before they arrived at the base. Judging from the direction they are going, they should be going to uptown, Xiao Liqing said. It took at least 1.5 hours to drive from uptown to Haicheng, so when Xiao Liqing's information arrived here, it had already been more than an hour. In an era where information was cut off, the transmission of information would always be delayed. When Wu Qingyue received the information, the people in uptown were already in a standoff. This is our territory. You can't come any closer. Elmar led 3 people and 3 zombies to block a group of people outside the barrier of the base. She stared at these people and said, No, it shouldn't be these people because from the aura, there were only 2 people and the others were zombies like them. A level 6 and 3 level 5 zombies followed behind these 2 people, and they also had a mutant dog. This combination made Elmar feel a little familiar, because she sensed the unfamiliar aura from far away. Elmar immediately notified Yuan Tianxing and the others. So after a short discussion, Lin Feng, Lin Hao, and Li Zheng followed Elmar to see the situation. After the result, Elmar called the zombie leaders of number 5 and number 7, who were next to number 3, to stop them from moving a few hundred meters away from the zombies. Roar dash, you are zombies. On the side of Lei Cheng and the others who were being blocked, a figure behind him stepped forward and shouted at Elmarch. Apart from Lei Cheng and Zheng Hao, the other 4 were all wearing cloth masks. Even their glasses were covered with goggles. Do you think that we won't know who you are by covering your faces? Elmar turned slightly, raised her hand, and pointed at those people, and shouted, Please show your faces. Although Elmar's words were polite, her pressure as a level 7 zombie became an invisible order. Lei Cheng and the others frowned with dissatisfaction at Elmar's arrogance. They were about to go forward to protect the masked man, but the masked man raised his hand to stop them. Her request is too rude, Lei Cheng said to the masked man with a blank face. The masked man didn't say anything to him. Instead, he waved at the other people behind him. Thus, the 4 of them took off their masks. They couldn't do anything about it. They couldn't resist a level 7 king. Lin Feng and the others had strange expressions on their faces when they saw the 4 faces with black eye circles and heterochromatic pupils. They had always thought that they were the only ones who could cooperate with the zombies. But now, they saw someone else doing the same thing. This made Lin Feng and the others very curious. How did the other party cooperate with the zombies? May I ask who you are? What business do you have here? I'm sorry, Uptown is now under our jurisdiction. Please state your purpose. Lin Feng stood next to Elmar and asked politely to Lei Cheng and the others. Lei Cheng looked at Elmar and then looked at the zombie leaders behind her. He felt the same as Lin Feng and the others. Both sides thought that their combination was already unique, but now that they suddenly saw the same combination, both sides felt the same. Lei Cheng stared at Elmar for a while before turning to Lin Feng to answer his question. We're chasing after a level 7 robber. According to our information, he disappeared after arriving at your Uptown area. Lin Feng, Elmar, and the others were stunned. Hearing this, they immediately thought of the robber that Lin Xiao had killed. If you were talking about the leader of the robbers who cooperated with Yang Chao, I'm sorry, we haven't seen him. Lin Feng replied. Lei Cheng didn't have much expression on his face, but he obviously didn't believe Lin Feng. Please don't answer so quickly. Tang, he is a level 7 psychic. Maybe he has a way to hide from you. If that's the case, then tell us about the origin of these people. If you want to find someone in someone else's territory, don't you know to tell us who you are? Elmar stared at Lei Cheng with the same expressionless face. Lei Cheng wanted to bluff his way through, but just as he opened his mouth, a few zombies beside him interrupted him. Roar dash, we don't mean any harm. That person is a traitor who escaped from our base. We need to bring him back to report. The level 6 zombie next to Lei Cheng replied. This was a bald zombie. His head was shiny just like Lin Xiao, but his face wasn't so good. One of his eyes was blind. He covered it with an eye patch, but it couldn't cover the scar around his eye. Elmar looked at him, then turned to Lin Feng and said, he said that the robber is a traitor in their base. They're here to catch him. Lin Feng saw that the zombies seemed to have a much better attitude than the two humans. He asked Elmar curiously, they are all zombies. Do they have memories? He asked this because he wanted to know if the zombies had their own intelligence or were controlled by someone else. Elmar looked at the zombies and nodded to Lin Feng. Yes, they have their own consciousness. They don't seem to be controlled. Chapter 513. Of course they have their own consciousness. We won't discriminate against them. Even if it's those zombies that have lost their minds, we won't attack them. But if they attack us, then we will counterattack. Lei Cheng calmly said to Elmar. After talking for so long, where did you guys come from? Elmar unhappily stared at him and said. She was inexplicably unhappy with the evidence of this man's words. Roar! The level 6 zombie seemed to want to say something to Lei Cheng, but suddenly remembered that he couldn't understand zombie language, so he immediately took out a pen and paper to write something. Lei Cheng looked at the words he handed over, then looked up at Elmar. After thinking for a while, he introduced himself. Our base doesn't have many people, so not many people know about it. We are from Qingshan Base in the north. I am the captain of the arrest team, Lei Cheng. He is the vice captain, Zheng Hao. As he spoke, he pointed at Zheng Hao beside him. Elmar coldly snorted and turned her face to the side. I am Lin Feng, one of the people in charge of the new base. She is Elmar, one of the people in charge of our base. Lin Feng said, Wait a minute. I'm not the person in charge. I'm not. Elmar heard Lin Feng's words and immediately objected. The person in charge was Lin Xiao, not her. She was at most an assistant. Lin Feng looked at the zombies behind Lei Cheng, then said, Since you were looking for the leader of the robbers, but we really haven't seen him. Also, our base has just started construction, so it's not suitable to receive guests. I'm sorry. Lei Cheng and the others looked at each other, then nodded. Then I'm sorry, we have disturbed you. Then they didn't stay any longer and turned around to leave with the zombies. After watching them leave, Elmar asked Lin Feng, Is it okay to let them leave like this? Will they leak our situation here? Lin Feng shook his head and said, I'm not sure, but we haven't heard of the name of their base, so it should be a hidden base. And even if they leak our situation, it's actually the same as leaking their own situation. I think the reason why their base isn't famous is because of the zombies around them. Elmar didn't understand. What do you mean? Their situation is actually the same as ours. they also need to hide the matter of zombies. I could tell that they had come out to capture the bandit leader who had defected. In fact, they wanted to kill him to prevent him from revealing the secret of their base. However, the robbers seemed to have been on the run for a long time. He really didn't reveal any information. He's probably afraid of being hunted down by the people from his base, Lin Feng said. Hearing this, Elmar was also surprised. He actually kept it a secret for so long? He's just afraid of death. He's afraid of the base's revenge, Lin Feng said. However, even if he wants to reveal it now, he won't have the chance, Elmar said as she watched Lei Chung and the others leave. Lin Feng nodded, but he said, "But I think they will come again." Elmar looked at him. "Is that so?" Lin Feng turned around and walked back. "Just wait and see. I'm going back." Soon, Wu Qingyue and Haiqing received the news that Lei Chung and the others were stopped. The other party isn't that tough, but they definitely won't let it go, Wu Qingyue said and then asked, "Is there still no news of that female zombie? Why did she run to the south?" Xiao Liqing replied, "Even if there is, it won't be that fast." Wu Qingyue had no choice but to nod helplessly. "Okay." Wu Yueling leaned against Wu Qingyue's side. When she heard Wu Qingyue mention the female zombie, she couldn't take it anymore. She knew who Wu Qingyue was referring to, but she didn't like her father calling that person. "Oh, that zombie. No, that was her zombie mother. Not that." Wu Yueling unhappily used her small hand to hit Wu Qingyue's thigh. "Huh? What's wrong?" Wu Qingyue looked down at her in confusion. However, Wu Yueling only hit him twice, then turned her head, leaving her back for him to see. Wu Qingyue looked at her with a blank face. Then he turned his head and asked Xiao Liqing, "What's wrong with her?" Xiao Liqing looked at him inexplicably. "How would I know? This is your daughter, not mine." "Did I mention something just now?" "Oh, female zombie." Wu Qingyue thought about it and was about to say that she had this kind of reaction because she heard about female zombie, but before he could finish his words, Wu Yueling turned around abruptly and hit him twice with her little hand. Smack! 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 Wu Qingyue, I think Lingling doesn't like it when you say female zombie. Am I right, Lingling? Xiao Liqing crossed his arms in front of his chest, then raised one hand to touch his chin and wanted to guess. So Wu Yueling opened a pair of big eyes and looked at Xiao Liqing with a cute look. "Hey, Lingling is looking at me." Xiao Liqing was immediately flattered when she looked at him. In the past, when Wu Yueling looked at them, she only glanced at them and never showed any expression. "What's so strange about looking at you?" "Say, so Lingling doesn't like me calling her female zombie?" "Why? She was a zombie from the start. Then what should I call her?" Wu Qingyue glanced at Xiao Liqing, who was inexplicably excited, then turned to look at Wu Yueling and asked. Wu Yueling pouted and looked at him, then just shook her head. However, Xiao Liqing said, "Lingling used to only look at you, the deputy leader, and Mingyu, and she seemed to exclude us from her world. Now that she's looking at me, I feel like she's pulled me into her world." "Oh, deputy leader can't be called deputy leader anymore. All right, stop nagging here. Go do your thing." Wu Qingyue impatiently waved his hand at him. "Oh," Xiao Liqing turned around and left. Wu Qingyue didn't want to stop him from talking to Wu Yueling. It was just that the kid had a lot of work to do for him, so he kicked him out. "Come on, Lingling, if you don't want me to call her that, then what do you think I should call her?" Wu Qingyue looked at Wu Yueling and asked. Wu Yueling looked at him, then suddenly turned around and took out a piece of paper from the gap of the sofa behind her and showed it to him. On the paper were her drawings of 3 people. Wu Qingyue was surprised to find a few crooked words written on it. "Dad, Lingling, Mom." Wu Qingyue looked at Wu Yueling with surprise. "Lingling, you can write?" His precious daughter could actually write. Although a 5-year-old child could write a lot of words, Lingling was different. She couldn't even communicate normally, let alone write. She didn't like to write, so he couldn't force her. Wu Qingyue had tried to teach her how to read and write, but as soon as he tried to teach her, she would get sick. Chapter 514. Because teaching Lingling to read and write would make her very irritated and prone to seizures, Wu Qingyue didn't dare to teach her. Moreover, he didn't know what this child's interests were. If it wasn't for Lin Xiao, Wu Qingyue might only know how to make Lingling eat and drink, have clothes to wear, and live a healthy life. But not long ago, at the new base in Upper City, because Wu Yueling was with Lin Xiao and Lin Xiao taught her how to draw, she gradually fell in love with drawing. So now in Wu Qingyue's office, she would scribble on the notebook when she had nothing to do. But it wasn't Lin Xiao who taught her how to write. In fact, it was Lin Xiaolu who taught her. In the next few days, Wu Yueling actually had a good time with Lin Xiaolu. Once when Lin Xiaolu was practicing calligraphy, Wu Yueling went to play with her and happened to see the words she wrote. Lin Xiaolu couldn't stop writing just because she came to play. Finally, she thought of something and tricked Lingling to come over and write with her. Although Lin Xiaolu taught Wu Yueling to write word by word, after seeing Wu Yueling really write a word, Lin Xiaolu suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of achievement. So she became obsessed with the joy of teaching Wu Yueling how to write. So Wu Yueling learned how to write these words. Wu Yueling didn't know what was going on. In the past, whenever Wu Qingyue wanted to teach her how to write, she would be very annoyed, so she resisted every time. And this time, Lin Xiaolu had aroused her interest completely because of one sentence. Lin Xiaolu said at the time, "This is the task my mother gave me. Lingling, I must listen to my mother, or else I will be beaten. Does Lingling have a mother?" Wu Yueling shook her head at the time. She didn't have a mother. But then she suddenly thought of Lin Xiao because her father said that she was Lingling's zombie mother. So Wu Yueling immediately became interested. So she asked Lin Xiaolu how to write the word mother. The two of them didn't need to speak when they communicated. Because of Lin Xiaolu's ability, she knew what Wu Yueling was saying in her heart. After knowing that Wu Yueling was interested in the word mother, she immediately began to teach her how to write. Moreover, she also knew that Wu Yueling actually regarded her zombie aunt as her mother, which allowed Lin Xiaolu to find an entry point. Although she didn't know why Wu Yueling wanted to write, she knew that Wu Yueling wanted to write because of this reason. As long as she wanted to write, Lin Xiaolu could teach her, and she would have a sense of accomplishment. Therefore, the problem that Wu Qingyue couldn't solve was easily solved by Lin Xiaolu, who was only 7 or 8 years old. "Lingling, who taught you how to write? Is it hard to tell Dad?" Although Wu Qingyue was very happy, it was not difficult for him to be too excited for Wu Yueling. He could only squat in front of her and look at her. Wu Yueling got up from the sofa and stood in front of her, waving her hands and gesturing wildly. Wu Qingyue stared at it for a long time before he guessed. "Are you saying that Sister Xiaolu taught you?" As expected, Wu Yueling nodded vigorously at him. "Great! Then in the future, Dad will take you to play with her, okay?" Wu Qingyue laughed. Wu Yueling nodded, indicating her agreement. Wu Qingyue looked at her treasured drawing paper and asked, "Then Lingling, what do you mean if I don't want to call her female zombie? Then what should I call her?" Wu Yueling sat on the sofa and pointed at the bald head in the drawing with her pinky finger. The bald head had the word Mom written on it. When he saw the word Mom written on the bald head, Wu Qingyue really couldn't describe his feelings. He quietly stared at the bald head for a while, then looked up at Wu Yueling and asked, "Then I won't call her that, right? At least not in front of her." Wu Yueling nodded and suddenly thought of something. She suddenly reached out and pulled Wu Qingyue's sleeve. "Huh? What's wrong?" Wu Qingyue looked at her and saw that her eyes were full of expectation again. Then he realized something. "Do you want to see her again?" Wu Yueling immediately nodded. Wu Qingyue stood up and sat on the sofa with her in his arms. "Well, actually, I want to see her too, but I have to wait for her to come back. Dad is still waiting to see if little man in her stomach can grow up." As soon as she heard little man, Wu Yueling's eyes lit up again. She looked at Wu Qingyue with a little excitement. Wu Qingyue asked curiously, "What do you think that little man is? Is it a mutant plant? It can actually use me and Lu Tianyu to make a body. It's like a spirit." Although he said that, Wu Qingyue always felt that his sperm had been borrowed, but thinking about it, it was his seed. A subtle feeling rose from his heart. Well, his sperm was borrowed by an unknown intelligent creature, and then it would become a baby in the stomach of a female zombie. Then if this baby was born, half of its genes and bloodline would still be his. This was indeed his child, His first child was born from the stomach of a female zombie. The more Wu Qinghua thought about it, the more he felt that this feeling was indescribable. Although he didn't hate that female zombie right now, and he was still very interested in her, but she was carrying his child and running around everywhere. Even if Wu Qinghua wasn't sure if the child had been formed, little man's affirmative tone at the time had already convinced him. Wu Yueling shook her head at Wu Qinghua, then began to find a pencil, and then began to draw on the paper. It was still a little person, but it was smaller. A round head, a round body, and short limbs. Wu Qinghua looked for a while and asked, "You want to say that she has become a baby?" Wu Yueling nodded and looked at him. "Well, if she becomes a baby, then she becomes a baby." Wu Qinghua could only nod along with her. On the other side of the city base, after Elmar and Lin Feng returned, they left them behind and went to the Wushan plantation. Xie Dong and Xin Yuzhen took the 3 zombies to dig up the ground and planted the pumpkin seeds and potatoes left by Lin Xiao. Lu Junyi would also come to help during the day. After all, even if she stayed in the hotel, she would have nothing to do, so she thought it was better to do something. Moreover, she had helped take care of the vegetables and strawberries in Lin Xiao's space, so she might be more familiar with this aspect than Xin Yuzhen and Xie Dong. Every day, Xie Dong would rest in the wooden house he built next to this field, or work in the field. The 3 zombies would also follow him. When he rested, they would rest with him. When he worked, they would work with him. At night, the 3 girls would all go back to the hotel room in the base to rest. She didn't care about those people anyway. Even if they really fought, she wasn't afraid. Although there was a level 6 zombie in their group, and they didn't have a level 6 zombie king, they still had 3 paranormals. Anyway, even if they used all of their paranormals, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Lu Jun wasn't as relaxed as her, because she knew that the other side would also consider this situation. If the other side came quickly, she wouldn't be worried, but if they didn't come for a long time, Lu Jun was worried that the other side might go back and call a large force. They might be a reconnaissance team. Maybe the robber was just an excuse or a cover. At this time, in the hotel office, Lin Feng and the others were also discussing this matter. A level 7 paranormal, a level 6 paranormal, and a level 6 and 3 level 5 zombies. This combination is comparable to our current team. Yuan Tianqing sat in front of the table and said with his elbows on the table, "I'm worried that they are using the robber as a cover and actually have other purposes." Lin Feng said with a frown, "That depends on how long it takes for them to come again. If they don't show up after 2 or 3 days, we will be in big trouble." Yuan Tianqing judged. "Then what should we do?" Chen Yuding asked. Yuan Tianqing and Zhang Wuji's intentions were clear. If the other party appeared again within 3 days, it would mean that what they said was true. Once they confirmed that the robber had disappeared here, the other party would most likely come again to question them. If they didn't show up after 3 to 5 days, then the other side should be doing something even bigger. At that time, the people in this base were probably not strong enough and might not be able to stop the other side. "Should we send someone to Haicheng to ask for help?" he asked again without waiting for Yuan Tianqing and Lin Feng to answer. Lin Feng looked at Yuan Tianqing. He really wanted to send someone to Haicheng to ask for help. Yuan Tianqing thought about it and nodded. "Yes, send a level 5 paranormal to Haicheng to send a letter. If we can send someone to sneak up to those people and find out their true intentions, we will be able to find out more about them." "That's good." Lin Feng and Chen Yuding looked at each other, their eyes filled with disapproval. This is a good idea, but the other side is a level 7 paranormal, and there are zombies around them. Plus, they have dogs. Level 5 and 6 mutant dogs. Who can we send to sneak around them? Lin Feng said. Yuan Tianqing sighed. The problem Lin Feng mentioned was indeed a very difficult one. If only Miss Lu was here. She always moved like a ghost. Mutant dogs were nothing in her eyes. Maybe she would just skin them and eat them. So, I'm just saying if they were to really send someone, they would either send the strongest or the weakest. Because the strong ones won't be able to detect them, and the weak ones won't be on guard, Yuan Tianqing said after thinking about it. Chapter 516. Yuan Tianxing and the others were helpless when they thought that the most suitable person to gather information was gone. Just when they thought that Lin Xiao wouldn't be back so soon, she had already arrived at the border of Hangzhou City. Everyone in the car was dumbfounded as they looked at the horde of zombies outside the car. Qin Xiaoai retracted his head from the window. He rubbed his bald head and asked Lin Xiao, "Boss, you gathered so many zombies along the way. Are you planning to build an army? A zombie army?" Along the way, their convoy was surrounded by zombies, and they were protected by these zombies as they moved forward. Everyone panicked at the beginning, but after a day and a night, they were forced to get used to looking at these zombies. Fortunately, although the zombies followed them, they would keep a distance from their car. After going through the zombie tunnel outside Hades Bay City, they quickly got used to the situation. "Yes, the new base is surrounded by a zombie army," Lin Xiao said calmly. "No wonder you wanted them to go through the zombie tunnel. This is a test," Qin Xiaoai said. Lin Xiao said, "I'm doing it for your own good. But don't worry, they won't enter the base. We are short of manpower now, so we can only use zombies to supplement. But the number is a bit scary. Can you control them all?" Qin Xiaoai asked. "If not, will I summon them?" Lin Xiao said. Qin Xiaoai was speechless. 2 to 3 hours later, they arrived at the border of Shihu District and Uptown. "Okay, stop for a moment. I'll go out and you guys can continue to Uptown," Lin Xiao said. Then, she asked Duan to stop the car. Then, she got out of the car and jumped onto the roof. "You guys can go," she said and continued to jump, forgetting about the cars behind her. Roar, roar, roar. After Lin Xiao jumped out, the zombies behind him stopped. They roared at Lin Xiao, but didn't dare to approach her. Lin Xiao jumped onto the roof of a nearby residential building. He stood on the roof and looked down at the cars passing by one. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the cars finally passed under Lin Xiao's feet. She turned her head towards the street full of zombies and suddenly opened her mouth and roared, roar. Then he saw a few intelligent zombies emerge from the zombie horde. They jumped out of the zombie horde, jumping left and right to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao moved slightly, and Xiao Lily appeared beside him. "Wow, so many zombies. Did you summon all the zombies you met along the way?" Xiao Lily was shocked when she saw the densely packed zombies. "I didn't summon them. They followed the scent of the living and gathered here on their own. I just controlled their range." Lin Xiao shook his head. Xiao Lily looked at the high-level zombies standing on the rooftops around them and counted with her fingers. All of them are level 2 or 3. There are no level 4 or 5. Those at level 4 or 5 have already run far away. How would they dare to come close? They're not stupid. Lin Xiao glanced at her and said. Level 4 and 5 zombies were already very intelligent. After sensing King Lin Xiao's pressure from afar, they were all scared away. "Oh, that's true. Your aura is too scary, even scarier than me. It would be strange if they aren't scared." Xiao Lily looked up and down at Lin Xiao and said, "It's my fault. I'm strong. Am I wrong?" Lin Xiao shrugged. "Well, you're not wrong. Tell me, what do we do next?" Xiao Lily looked up at the dozens of intelligent zombies that were quietly waiting on the side. These level 2 and 3 intelligent zombies, although they had some intelligence, because their levels were too low, their intelligence wasn't that high. Therefore, under the temptation of humans, they couldn't help but be attracted, but because of Lin Xiao's presence, they didn't dare to get too close. Therefore, they followed behind from a distance. Lin Xiao said, "I'll bring these intelligent zombies into the space for training. You bring these ordinary zombies to a place closest to the upper city, but don't let them enter the upper city area." "We don't need to bring them into the upper city?" Xiao Lily nodded and understood what he meant. "Well, it's best to find a slightly more remote place. Don't let them be too obvious." "Go," Lin Xiao said to her. Xiao Lily turned around, and her body floated up into the air. She brought the zombies here to the area between the West Lake and the upper city area. Anyway, the zombies in the West Lake area were also full of corpses. Plus, these hundreds of thousands of zombies weren't much. It was just that there were a lot of them. Lin Xiao asked her to gather these zombies at the edge of the upper city area In fact, to let them be close but not affect the people in the upper city area. After seeing Qiu Lily leave, Lin Xiao waved to the other intelligent zombies around her. Come, 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 come. These intelligent zombies didn't dare to resist and obediently jumped over, squeezing together with Lin Xiao on the roof of the building. Lin Xiao jumped to the roof of the stairwell and looked at them. With so many zombies, she couldn't find a long rope to bring them all in at once. She could only take out a rope and throw it to them, letting them grab it themselves. Then she brought a dozen at a time, then a dozen at a time, to bring all of these intelligent zombies in. As soon as they entered Lin Xiao's space, these zombies began to feel uneasy. Roar, roar dash, because this space wasn't big, the air was filled with the smell of Lin Xiao, Qiu Lily, and other high-level zombies. This immediately gave them a sense of insecurity and crisis. And now, Lin Xiao's space wasn't as small as before. After she recovered her memory, the area inside expanded by a full 10 times. However, this time, her lake didn't grow any larger. Only the area above the land and the area in the forest increased. And on the other side of the lake, there was no land before, but now it was all exposed. There was also a grassland there, but this grass was very short and short. However, this area was very, very vast. At first glance, it looked like a green grassland. Lin Xiao put these zombies on this grassland, separated from the small building by the lake. Roar, roar. Feeling that there was suddenly a lot of strange smell of the same kind, the level 4 and 5 zombies in Lin Xiao's space all stretched their heads out from the wall to look at the other side of the lake. Seeing that it was the low-level kind that Lin Xiao brought in, they were all very curious, and it was very fresh. At the same time, they thought in their minds, there were new companions. But why were they placed there? So far, separated by the energy lake, they couldn't go over to bully them. Chapter 517. After Lin Xiao brought the zombies in, she shouted to them, "Stay here." This grass was perfect for raising zombies. She turned around in a flash and appeared at the small building. She took a bucket of water from the lake and dragged it to the open space in front of the building. She waved at the level 4 and 5 zombies with a ladle. "Come here." The zombies consciously went to the cupboard and took their own cups. Because they had done it many times, they remembered it. Lin Xiao called the level 4 zombie with the spirit type. "You come here." Roar. The boy with the spirit type walked out and looked at Lin Xiao blankly. However, Lin Xiao handed him the water ladle in his hand. "You divide them. 1 ladle for each." The spirit-type zombie took the ladle and was stunned for 2 seconds before it reacted. "Roar? Me?" It asked Lin Xiao for advice. Lin Xiao nodded. "Yes, you go." She knew that this guy knew what she meant. Lin Xiao said to the other zombies, "You guys behave, don't disobey it." Seeing that the spirit-type zombie had been well-behaved, Lin Xiao decided to give it a job. "This is a job for you, do it well." After saying that, she didn't care about the other zombies' reactions and left the space. After appearing, Lin Xiao ran in the direction of the motorcade. At this time, the motorcade had entered the uptown area and was getting closer to the new base. Lin Xiao followed them for 2 kilometers. Suddenly, she stopped and stood on top of a building. She raised her nose and sniffed. She sensed carefully and found that there were 2 strangers in the uptown area. That wasn't strange. What was strange was that there were a few high-level zombies with them, a level 6 king and 3 chieftains. Lin Xiao felt strange. There was actually someone who could control high-level zombies? How did they do it? Lin Xiao, of course, had to go and see if there were strangers in her territory. At least she had to figure out why they were here. She sneaked in the direction of the 2 people. It didn't take long for him to reach the rooftop of the building that the other party was in. The building wasn't tall. It was just an ordinary hotel. Lin Xiao came down from the roof and stood in the corridor on the 3rd floor. In the end, she didn't see a human nor a zombie, but a level 6 mutant dog. She wiped her saliva at the mutant dog. No wonder there was a strange aroma. It was dog meat. The mutant dog was wearing a white pet suit. It was unaware of Lin Xiao's approach and sat quietly at the door with its tongue out. Lin Xiao leaned against the closed door and listened to the sounds inside. Tang, he must be hiding in this small base. But they said they didn't see it. Who would believe anything they say? Besides, a dog's nose won't lie, right? That's right, his scent can't be hidden from our dogs. It's a pity that we didn't chase after him when he was still in Haicheng. Now he's escaped. Don't worry, he won't be able to escape our grasp. He even wanted to sneak into Haicheng base to hide, but in the end, he was blind enough to cooperate with someone like Yang Chao. So, what do we do next? We've searched everywhere, and the scent was cut off at Wushan. Moreover, they actually let zombies farm. What a weirdo. Hearing these words, Lin Xiao already knew who they were looking for. They were looking for the leader of the robbers, but their attitude was like arresting a criminal. She just didn't know how they would react when they found out that the robber had died in her hands. Just when Lin Xiao thought of this, the people inside seemed to be influenced by her and suddenly said something. Captain, do you think he could have been killed? After all, there's a level 7 zombie king in the new base. This is a level 2 king. It's much stronger than an ordinary king. Perhaps because Tang he provoked them, he could have been killed? I've already thought of this possibility. When he cooperated with Yang Chao before, he indeed offended these people from Hades King's base. Now he still dared to follow us here. If he isn't courting death, then what is? If he really died, then it's not a big deal. I'm just afraid that he would choose to escape after seeing that he can't afford to offend the people here. Then we have to continue chasing. That's why I have to continue talking to those people here and confirm with the zombies. But they obviously don't believe us. This is a little troublesome. Then we can go find them again and clarify things, right? That's the only way. Lin Xiao retreated a few steps, and soon, footsteps came from inside. Although there were only 2 people talking inside, Lin Xiao knew that there were others. Just that she didn't know if those zombies were here to be thugs, or what. Before she finished thinking, the door was opened. 2 men wearing white military uniforms followed by 4 people wearing the same uniforms and wearing masks. As soon as they came out, a woman's clear voice suddenly sounded around them. You guys don't need to go. I can give you an answer. Woof. It was an unfamiliar woman's voice. The 2 humans and the 4 zombies didn't have time to react. The mutated dog that had just stood up suddenly roared fiercely, and at the same time, it immediately rushed towards the direction behind them. Woo, woo, woo. A warning sound came from its throat. Hey, look after your dog. Otherwise, I will also release my dog. Lin Xiao smiled and took a step back and said quickly, Erlei, be quiet. Lei Cheng immediately shouted to the mutated dog. The mutated dog immediately retracted its fur, but its eyes were fixed on Lin Xiao. You are? Zheng Hao looked at Lin Xiao and asked with some vigilance. Lin Xiao crossed her hands in front of her chest and said to them, Oh, I am one of the people in charge of the new base in the upper city. My name is Lu Tianyu. Lei Cheng saw that although Lin Xiao's attitude was very casual, there didn't seem to be any hostility. So he responded, My name is Lei Cheng, and he is my deputy, Zheng Hao. As he spoke, he pointed to Zheng Hao next to him. You just said that you can give us an answer. What's going on? Zheng Hao stared at Lin Xiao and asked. This strange woman who suddenly appeared and wore glasses made him feel a sense of danger. Aren't you looking for the level 7 robber who worked with Yang Chao? If I say he's dead, would you believe me? Lin Xiao said with a faint smile. Please let me confirm. You should be the mysterious Miss Lu in the group of people from Pluto King of Hell's base, right? Lei Cheng, who had an expressionless face, suddenly asked. And I am. But mysterious? What kind of description is this? I'm not a ghost. Lin Xiao nodded and admitted. Oh, sorry. This is the description others gave you. Although Lei Cheng said sorry, his expression didn't feel sorry at all. Chapter 518. You just said that Tang he is dead. What happened? Zheng Hao asked. He's dead. The person who offended me came looking for me again. I have no reason not to kill him. Lin Xiao's lips curled into a sinister smile. His green eyes under the sunglasses flashed a ray of light. You? To be honest, I can't sense your strength. Do you really have the ability to kill him? Zheng Hao looked at Lin Xiao suspiciously. If it was said that they had been killed by the short-haired second-rank king, then perhaps it would be more believable. No, I think she has the strength. At this time, Lei Cheng raised his hand to Zheng Hao, looked at Lin Xiao expressionlessly, and continued, being able to appear beside us silently under Early Eye's nose and perception is something that ordinary people can't do. Although this kind of skill can't kill the metal-type Tang, I think she has a special killer move. Zheng Hao looked at Lei Cheng in confusion and then at Lin Xiao. He turned his head and looked inquiringly at the guard behind him. The level 6 zombie king shook his head, indicating that he didn't notice the woman's appearance. Lin Xiao sighed and said, "There's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. However, I've already melted the robber's body and absorbed his crystal core. I have nothing to prove to you." Lei Cheng nodded. He waved his hand at her and said, "I believe your words. But if you can fight with him and win, then you will be able to defeat him. Only then can we truly believe that you killed Tang He." Then he pointed at the level 6 zombie behind him and said, Lin Xiao looked at him in surprise and asked, "Why him? I thought only you had the strength to fight me." "No, if you can defeat him within half an hour, then I can judge that you have the strength to kill Tang He." Lei Cheng said, "What do you mean by that? The one behind you is only level 6, right? Although he's a zombie king, he's still a zombie king. But there's still a gap between him and a level 7 metal-type ability user," Lin Xiao said casually as he scratched his chin. In the end, this sentence made the other party fall silent, looking at her quietly. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Even the mutated dog on the ground began to raise its hackles and bared its teeth. Surprised? Are you surprised that I don't need to see their faces or sense their auras to know their identities? Although your uniforms can cover up their zombie aura, it's useless against me. Lin Xiao touched his nose and said, she didn't even need to sense it. She would know as soon as she got close. Well, since you know he's a zombie, then you should know the fighting power of zombies. Against human metahumans, zombies can actually fight above their level. Therefore, if you can beat him until he can't fight back within half an hour, then your strength will definitely be enough to kill Tang He. I believe that. Lei Cheng's eyes flashed, and his expression returned to its previous wooden expression. Meet him? There's no need to wait for half an hour. Give him 3 seconds, and he won't be able to hold on. Lin Xiao smiled. Moreover, one side of his mouth was curled up with a hint of naughtiness. Her words were arrogant and conceited. Even if he couldn't see her eyes, he could see the disdain in her smile. The two of them frowned slightly. So confident? Lei Cheng looked at Lin Xiao. I don't think it's confidence, because it's the truth. Yeah, the ones at the back? Xiao Lin suddenly raised her hand and lowered her head to take off her sunglasses. By the time she raised her head, Lei Cheng and Zheng Hao were already a little stunned. The 4 beasts behind them took a few steps back. The 3 level 5 zombie leaders immediately knelt down. Woof, woof, woof. The mutated dog seemed to be stimulated by something. It jumped up with a fierce cry, turned around, and ran away with its tail between its legs, disappearing in an instant. Because when Lin Xiao raised his head, he released all of his aura. Even a normal king would not be able to withstand the aura of a level 2 king, let alone at such a close distance. Therefore, the level 5 zombie leader immediately knelt down. Hey, I'm not dead yet. Don't kneel before me. Lin Xiao's feet flashed, avoiding the direction where the 3 zombie leaders were kneeling, and stood to the side. She retracted her aura and looked at the level 6 beast king. Do you still want to fight? Roar, no, no. The level 6 zombie took a step back and waved his hand at her. You are a zombie. Zheng Hao's eyes almost fell out. Even Lei Cheng, who had been very calm, looked at Xiao Lin in a daze. Lin Xiao put her sunglasses back on and said, What's wrong with me being a zombie? Is it strange? Aren't you a zombies? Roar, but we can't talk. Before Lei Cheng and Zheng Hao could answer, the level 6 zombie had already roared. Lei Cheng and Zheng Hao did not understand what he was talking about, but they were looking forward to guessing what he meant, so they looked at Xiao Lin and waited for her answer. What does this have to do with whether I kill the robber or not? Anyway, I already told you that the robber died in my hands. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Xiao Lin raised her hand and pushed up her glasses. After saying that, she did not want to talk to them anymore, so she turned around and disappeared. Lei Cheng and Zheng Hao watched her disappear, then turned to the level 6 zombie and asked, "You were so afraid of her. Is she also a level 2 king?" Level 6 zombies were normal king level. After reaching level 7, they would become level 2 king level, which was even stronger than normal king level. Up until now, even in their base, there hadn't been a level 2 king warrior. They didn't expect to meet 2 of them in this new base, which didn't have many people. Roar. She was even more terrifying than a level 2 king level. The level 6 zombie roared at him. Lei Cheng did not understand what he meant, but he knew that he was sure that the other party was a level 2 king level. If she is a level 2 king level, then she can indeed kill Tang He. And she has no reason to lie to us. Tang He and they are enemies, and we are also enemies with Tang He. Lei Cheng looked at the place where Xiao Lin disappeared and said calmly, "I can't sense her aura at all." Zheng Hao's expression was a bit blank. Then he continued, "She can also talk, and the girl from before can also talk. How did they do it? We need to go back and report this to the base's board of directors and see what they think. We will talk about it later." Lei Cheng did not seem to be very interested in this matter. "Oh, then can we go back?" Zheng Hao asked. "Yes, let's go back." Lei Cheng nodded. Chapter 519. Lin Xiao didn't leave immediately, but she continued to observe them. She saw that although they had let go of the robbers, they were still concerned about them. It seemed that they might come again in the future. So be it. Looking at their attitude towards their zombie companions, their base didn't seem to have any special treatment for zombies. And the zombies that were with them didn't seem to be restrained. Their minds were clear, and their hearts were willing. However, Lin Xiao felt something else from the minds of those zombies. It seemed that the base had some kind of scientific method to maintain their clear memories and sanity. It really was a mysterious base. After watching the other team go far away, Lin Xiao didn't care about the possibility of them coming again in the future. If they came again, she wanted to cooperate with them. Lin Xiao turned around and looked for her team, because they had already reached the zombie defense line outside the base. Looking at the densely packed zombies blocking the way, but they didn't immediately rush towards them, Duan Wan and the others were still very surprised, although they were mentally prepared. "Wow, there really is." Qin Xiaoai looked at the zombie group 10 meters away and said with a curious expression while leaning on the side of the car. Duan Wan also got out of the car, looking at the obedient zombie group that didn't move. "Don't run around. If you step on their landmines, you'll have to deal with it yourself." "Don't worry. Am I a person who will endure things?" Qin Xiaoai said with a smile. "But where did the boss go for so long? He still hasn't come back. How do we go there?" At this moment, a figure jumped down from the top of the building next to the zombie group. She was a teenage girl with short hair that reached her ears and looked neat and tidy. She wore simple denim shorts and a white short-sleeved t-shirt, and on her clean face was a pair of somewhat familiar eyes. The white part of the eyes were all black, but the pupils were dark green. Well, a certain boss also had the same eyes, but the color of the pupils was slightly different, not the same green color. A pair of eyes had already let everyone know her identity. "Don't move," Duan Wan suddenly shouted to the back. Because the zombies in front of them, they were still not sure whether they were enemies or friends. But Duan Wan and the others already had a guess, seeing that the other side didn't seem to have any intention of attacking them, so they shouldn't make a move. Hearing Duan Wan shout, some of the commotion behind them stopped moving. Fortunately, they were used to being surrounded by zombies these past 2 days, and now seeing so many zombies, they were not so afraid. She wouldn't be the zombie guarding this intersection? Can she communicate with us? Qian Xiaoai whispered to Duan Wan. "I don't know, it depends. Don't move before the boss comes back," Duan Wan said. She observed the zombie girl while waiting for Lin Xiao to come back. The zombie girl landed on the ground and looked at them a few times. Suddenly, she slowly walked over. Duan Wan and Qian Xiao AI and Duan Jie's group. The zombie girl slowly walked to a spot 3 meters in front of them and stopped. Then she stretched out her nose and sniffed, and suddenly spoke. Yes, you have her scent on you. Did you come back with Big Sister Zombie? Omar asked. Hearing her speak, Duan Wan and the others were dumbfounded. But they quickly came back to their senses and looked at Yun Ming strangely while replying to her. We came from Hades' base in the south. I don't know. Who is Big Sister Zombie? Duan Wan guessed that the Big Sister Zombie she was talking about was either Lin Xiao or the long-haired zombie girl. But after adding the word big, it felt like she was talking about Lin Xiao. Big Sister Zombie is the one called Lu Tianyu. She went to the south a few days ago. She's our leader here, so of course she's called Big Sister Zombie. Yun Ming said with her hands in the pockets of her jeans. Lin Xiao, Qin Xiaoai, and Li Hongxing looked at each other. A strange feeling rose in their hearts. Their boss had become Big Sister Zombie. They always felt that this name was actually very appropriate. Should it be more appropriate? Huh? She didn't come back with you? Yun Ming stuck her nose out and sniffed in the direction behind them. Then she continued, there's a large group of unfamiliar zombies behind you, and there's a lot of them. Those zombies followed us from the south. Just now, boss, Miss Lu led those zombies to somewhere nearby, so she let us come over first. Duan once said. She was used to calling her boss, but now that she was facing this female zombie girl, it would be strange if she also called her boss. Duan Wan quickly changed her words. Oh! Yun Ming nodded. Then she looked at the people in the cars behind Duan Wan and muttered to herself, why did she bring so many people back? But it's good that we can increase the manpower to build the base. At this moment, a white shadow flew down from the sky. Huh? Why are you out? Chiu Lily landed beside Yun Ming and asked with some surprise, where's Uncle Number 3? When Yun Ming saw her, she immediately opened her arms and pounced on her. Her calm temperament disappeared instantly. Lily, hug me. Chiu Lily dodged to the side and avoided Yun Ming's bear hug. Can you be more serious? Yun Ming, who almost fell to the ground, turned around and stared at her angrily. How am I not serious? I haven't seen you for a few days. I miss you, stingy. Bah, who are you calling stingy? Are you looking for a beating? When Chiu Lily heard Yun Ming calling her stingy, she immediately became unhappy. Come on, let's fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you now? I say if you lose, you have to be my pillow for a night. Yun Ming immediately rolled up her sleeves and said. Duan Wan and the others who saw Chiu Lily's appearance were a bit strange. What's going on? At this time, a level 5 zombie leader who didn't have much sense of existence was crouching and preparing to go into the group of zombies. Hey, Uncle Number 3, don't go. Yun Ming suddenly stared at the zombie uncle and shouted. The zombie uncle's body stiffened, and then he turned around with a bitter face. Although his zombie face didn't have any expression, it could be seen from his eyes that he was very helpless. Two bosses were fighting. How could he not hide further away? What if he accidentally hit himself? In the end, Yun Ming turned around and pointed at Duan Wan and the others. And you guys, you have to give me proof. If I win, she has to be my pillow. TSK, you have to beat me first. I think it's because I haven't taught you a lesson for a long time. And now your skin has thickened. Chiu Lily flicked her 2 ponytails in disdain. Chapter 520. Duan Wan and the others looked at Chiu Lily and Chiu Lily with confusion. What was she doing all of a sudden? It's you. You used to bully me because you're at a higher level than me. Can I take revenge now? Yun Ming stuck her tongue out toward Chiu Lily. You did something bad, so why can't I teach you a lesson? Don't think that you can defeat me because you're at the same level as me. Come on. Chiu Lily snorted proudly. Come on. I've been tolerating you for a long time. Yun Ming made a step backward and bent her knees, charging at Chiu Lily at a high speed. She left shreds of afterimages in the eyes of the others. Chiu Lily didn't dodge, but quickly made 2 steps backward, then launched a roundhouse kick at Yun Ming. Just like that, the two of them started a fight for no reason. By the time Duan Wan and the others realized what was going on, the two of them had already fought a few rounds. Soon, They found that Xiao Lily and Yun Meng were both fighting with their fists and feet. Neither of them seemed to have released any superpower. They figured that the two of them wouldn't fight for real. However, they moved so fast that the others couldn't follow their movements with their eyes. Yun Meng had learned martial arts, but Xiao Lily hadn't. After a few rounds of fighting, Xiao Lily started to lose the upper hand. As Xiao Lily launched another roundhouse kick, Yun Meng suddenly squatted. She put both hands on her left foot, then quickly reached out her right foot and swept it toward Xiao Lily's straightened leg. Xiao Lily had no choice but to release her foot and jump up from the ground. However, the moment she leaped up, Yun Meng had already changed her posture. She pressed both hands against the ground and leaped up like a carp. Then, she quickly stomped her feet against the ground and charged at Xiao Lily while brandishing her fists. Xiao Lily was stunned. Xiao Lily was in the air when Yun Meng launched her kick. She didn't have the strength to defend against Yun Meng's attack. She had no choice but to twist her body in the air and dodge Yun Meng's attack. Neither of them used their superpowers. Because of that, Yun Meng had an advantage over Xiao Lily. She had both martial arts and agility. Xiao Lily had no choice but to fight Yun Meng with her instincts. Both of them were level 7 zombies. Their physical strength and movements were not too different, but their movement skills were a bit weaker. So now, Yun Meng was chasing after Xiao Lily, and the latter didn't have a chance to fight back. Huh? What are these two doing? Lin Xiao came back and saw the two of them fighting intensely. She couldn't help but squat on the hood of the car beside Duan Wan and ask them. As soon as she spoke, everyone turned to look at her. I don't know. They suddenly started fighting. You want us to testify? Qin Xiaoai was the first to speak. Yeah. Duan Wan and the others nodded together. They didn't understand the world of zombies. Puff, 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 puff. The sound of Xiao Lily and Yun Meng fighting could be heard. It was only the sound of their bodies fighting, but it was scary enough. Because of the fight between the two of them, the zombies on the other side of the road all moved back silently. The level 5 middle-aged man was helplessly waiting by the side. He didn't dare to leave before his boss gave him the order. Bang! Right at that moment, Xiao Lily reacted a little slower, so Yun Meng kicked her in the stomach and sent her flying toward Lin Xiao and the others. However, halfway through her flight, she nimbly flipped over and landed on all fours instinctively. Her 2 feet and 2 claws scratched the ground, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. She stood up and found that her hands were covered in sand, and her 2 ponytails had fallen to the ground. Xiao Lily immediately burst in anger. Ah! How dare you mess up my hair? I'm gonna kill you. She gave a raging roar, then raised a hand to release a strong gust of wind. Damn! Didn't you say that you won't use your superpower? Seeing the strong gale coming, Yun Meng immediately gave a shout. She spread her legs one in front of the other and bent her knees to fend against the gale. Bullshit! You have green power and animal power. Even if you don't use your superpower, you still have extra skills. Xiao Lily yelled at her with discontentment. So, I don't care anymore. You've gone too far, haven't you? Hearing that, Yun Meng gave up. Her green eyes glowed as a layer of metal-like scales suddenly emerged on her face. Then, her fingers began to bend, and her fingernails grew longer. Next, a few sharp bone spikes grew out of the scales on her arms and elbows. Oh, you two, get out of the way. Don't get in my way. I need to pass. Lin Xiao abruptly gave a shout. Xiao Lily and Yun Meng paused briefly, then turned to Lin Xiao together. You're back. Xiao Lily looked at her with surprise. I've been back for a minute, Lin Xiao said. Oh, since you're back, the game is over. Let's end the game here. Yun Meng lowered her arms and collected all the scales and thorns on her body. All right, get out of the way. Lin Xiao released her vibe and shouted at the group of zombies. Hearing that, Duan Wan, Qin Xiaoai, Li Hongsheng, and the others saw those zombies suddenly run to both sides. They ran as fast as they could. All right, lead the way, Lin Xiao said to Duan Wan. While speaking, she got off the hood of the car and got into the front seat. Xiao Lily scratched her long hair. Her hair was loose, so she had no choice but to gather it and tie a knot behind her neck. She flashed onto the roof of Lin Xiao's off-road car and stood there motionlessly. Duan sat into the driver's seat, then started the car and drove forward. Yunming stood aside and waited for Lin Xiao's car to arrive. She suddenly leaped onto the roof of Lin Xiao's car. The people in the car raised their heads to look at the car roof together, because the two zombies who were fighting just now were now together again. Would they fight again? However, they didn't. Qiu Lily snorted, then turned and stood with her back to Yunming. Yunming squatted on the car roof. She turned back and silently stuck out her tongue toward Qiu Lily, then made a face. After that, the two of them stopped talking. Soon, the car was driven into the area around the hotel. A large group of car noises were heard from a distance away. The people in the hotel all came out to see what was happening. Mississippi Lou is back, but she brought so many people. Seeing Qiu Lily standing on the roof of the first car, the people who were patrolling outside guessed that Lin Xiao was back. While Lin Feng and the others were talking about how to deal with Lei Cheng and his people, they suddenly heard someone shout from outside. The three of them immediately wore a pleasantly surprised look. They didn't think that Lin Xiao would come back so soon. Chapter 5:21. Lin Xiao got out of the car and led Duan and Qiu Lily into the hall. They saw Lin Feng and the others coming down. Little A. When Lin Feng saw Qian Xiao AI, his eyes widened and he called out in surprise. Captain, Vice Captain. Qian Xiaoai was also excited to see Lin Feng and Yuan Tianqing. Hey, isn't this Duan? Yuan Tianqing looked at Duan and said, Yes, it's me, Vice Captain, long time no see. Duan smiled and nodded to Yuan Tianqing. Although she appeared calm, there was still some excitement in her eyes. Oh, Yuan Tianqing, send someone to make arrangements for the people outside. They are the survivors of the original base of hell. Find a building outside the hotel and arrange for them to stay. Register their names. As for their work, we'll deal with it tomorrow morning. The other managers of the original base of hell, come with me to the conference hall. After Lin Xiao spoke to Yuan Tianqing, he turned his head to speak to everyone in the conference room. Then, he turned around and went to the second floor. Duan and Qian Xiaoai followed behind Lin Xiao. They turned back and waved to Li Zheng and the others, asking them to follow them. Li Zheng and Lin Hao were a little confused when they saw them, but they only reacted when they saw them waving. Yuan Tianqing immediately called Du Yuanxing and asked him to take a few people to arrange the accommodation for the newcomers. He was the one who took care of these things anyway. Then he was about to send Lin Hao to deal with the cars. Lin Xiao suddenly stopped and turned to Yuan Tianqing and said, Oh, by the way, send someone else to deal with the cars. Lin Hao, stay. Then she turned to Lin Hao and said, Lin Hao, help me invite your mother, Lin Wenwen, Long Qingying and sister-in-law to the conference hall. I have something important to tell you today. Lin Hao, Yuan Tianqing, and the others looked at each other. They suddenly felt that the atmosphere had become solemn, as if something big was about to happen. He nodded, then turned and ran upstairs. Because Mrs. Lin and Lin Wenwen were all upstairs. Lin Feng said, If that's the case, let old Du arrange for them to rest. We'll all go to the conference hall now. Lin Xiao nodded and led Duan and Qiu Lily to the second floor to the conference hall. Chen Yuding stood at the side in a daze and asked blankly, should I go? She only told you to go to the Netherworld King's base. Then help old Du arrange a place for those people outside to stay. She might be talking about something related to the south. It has nothing to do with you. Lin Feng patted him on the shoulder and said. He felt that Lin Xiao must have found something important when he went there. That was why he summoned them there. Moreover, after seeing so many people outside, including Duan and Qian Xiaoai, he already had a hunch. In the conference hall, Lin Xiao did not sit in his seat. Instead, he entered the space. Lin Xiao was Yi and Lin was Feng and Tian. And Tianxing. Tian, Lin Tian, Wu Long Xiao, the others stood at the back and looked at the empty main seat. Qi Lian Qiu and said, Lin Ling Lan Li Zheng. Lin Lin Lien, Qiao, and Lin Lin Lin. What's the situation? Li Zheng leaned over to Duan Wan and asked her quietly. Li Zheng and Duan Wan's positions were similar when they were in the Netherworld King's base. One was the captain of the investigation team, and the other was the captain of the personal guards. You'll know in a moment. Don't talk too much. Be quiet. Duan Wan whispered back. Lin Feng and Yuan Tianqing looked at each other and then looked at the others. Yuan Tianqing didn't mind and asked Qin Xiaoai, "What's the situation?" Qin Xiaoai looked at Duan Wan and thought about Lin Xiao's identity and the situation in the Netherworld King's base. She said with a complicated expression, it's a bit complicated. Let's wait for boss to come and tell him." "Who are you calling boss?" "Little A. Remember to report the situation at the cliff to me later," Lin Feng said as he looked at him with a puzzled look. "Ah, I think it won't be necessary later." Qin Xiaoai scratched his head and said helplessly, "What do you mean?" Lin Feng looked at him and was confused. "Ayo, why are you guys here?" Du Yuanqing came in and was surprised when he saw Duan Wan. Because Chun Yuding had gone to deal with the accommodation of the people who had just arrived, he let Du Yuanqing come back for the meeting. Since he was a member of the Netherworld King's base, he should come as well. Everyone looked at the main seat. Although there was no one sitting there, no one dared to sit, because Qiu Lily and Elmar, the two goddesses, were standing there. It was obvious that they wanted to leave the seat for their boss. As soon as everyone came in, they instantly felt that Lin Xiao had taken control of the situation. What made them speechless was that she called everyone up, but in the end, she ran back into the space. No one knew what she was going to do. Yuan Tianqing looked at Li Zheng, Duan Wan, and Qin Xiaoai and pointed at the empty seats at their side of the table. "The three of you sit down." Because the conference table was very long, it was just enough to seat 5 to 6 people. Yuan Tianqing and Lin Feng sat on one side, then let Li Zheng and the others sit down. This side was full. With the addition of Du Yuanqing, he silently moved a stool over and squeezed in at the back. Besides them, Lin Yu, Feng Mingyu, and the others from Li Zheng's team, as well as Duan Wan's Li Hongsheng, as well as Lin Feng's Lu Junjie, were all silently squeezed in the empty space behind them. They stood according to their strength level. Thus, Lu Junjie and the others, who didn't have superpowers, silently stood in the corner at the back. "There must be a situation. Otherwise, why did you call all of us here?" Lin Feng said. At this time, Lin Hao came in with his mother, Lin Wenwen, Long Qingying, Cheng Wangxue, and a few other women. "Aya, what's going on? What's going on?" As soon as they came in, they saw a room full of people. Mrs. Lin and the others were stunned. Moreover, why were they all standing on one side and leaving the other side empty? After Lin Hao brought them in, he looked at the situation in the room and suddenly didn't know where to let them sit. So he looked directly at Lin Feng and Yuan Tianqing. "Mom, come and sit down first." Lin Feng stood up, walked to the opposite side of the table, and pulled out a chair for Mrs. Lin to sit down. "I heard Miss Lu is back. Where is she?" Mrs. Lin asked anxiously. As she spoke, she glanced at Qiu Lily. She knew that Qiu Lily went to the south with Lin Xiao. "I'm here." At this time, Lin Xiao appeared. He pointed at the half-empty seats and said to Lin Wenwen and the others, "Come and sit here." However, when everyone saw Lin Xiao reappear, they were all dumbfounded. Chapter 522. What stunned them wasn't Lin Xiao herself. It was the clothes she had changed into. A black military cap, a black long military coat, black gloves, and a military uniform. Her waist-length hair was tied up at the back of her neck. The people present were all too familiar with this set of clothes. They were so familiar that they forgot about Lin Xiao's face, the face that didn't match the clothes. When they saw the clothes, Mrs. Lin and Lin Wenwen's eyes lit up. They suddenly guessed something. Yuan Tianqing, Lin Feng, and Lin Hao's eyes darkened, and then became fierce. Only Duan Wan and Qin Xiaoai were calm. Du Yuanqing, Long Qingying, Li Zheng, and the people behind them were all stunned. Lin Xiao stood in front of the table, glanced at everyone, and then looked at the door. With a look from her, Qiu Lily waved her hand, and the door closed with a bang. Lin Wenwen, Long Qingying, and Cheng Wanshui all looked at each other, and then followed Mrs. Lin to sit at the empty table. Lin Xiao didn't sit down. Instead, she put her hands on the table. She slightly lowered her head, looked at the table below, and said lightly, "You should know what this outfit represents. Although my current identity and appearance have changed, I believe that all of you should have guessed my true identity." Everyone quieted down. They didn't know if it was because of her words, or because of her aura, or maybe it was because of the low pressure that suddenly formed. Lin Xiao slightly raised her head, and the part of her eyes that had turned back to white suddenly turned black again. Then she stood up straight. She lifted a finger, and the military cap on her head suddenly rose, and after it left her head, it instantly turned into a cloud of black smoke. The black smoke gathered at her fingertips and shrank. In the blink of an eye, it became a small black flame. She said, "I lost my memory before, so I didn't reveal my real identity to you. This time I went to the south to go to the cliff where I self-destructed last time. I was wondering if I could recover the memory of the past 5 years there. Because when I woke up in this zombie body, I didn't have any memory of the past 5 years. So I don't remember that I was the leader of Pluto, and I don't remember how I died. But I still remember my family." She looks up at Mrs. Lin and Lin Wenwen, and then at Lin Feng and Lin Hao. "That's why I went to the cliff this time. Not only did I recover my memories, but I also recovered my special ability." Lin Xiao opened his palm facing upwards. The small flame was now dancing and changing on her palm. "Even if my current body is often called Lu Tianyu from now on, this name has lost its meaning because this body has become me. It's me, Lin Xiao." As Lin Xiao spoke, he suddenly clenched his hand, and the black flame appeared in his palm. "I don't think you'll believe me now, but it doesn't matter. You can choose not to believe me. Since the Netherworld King's base is gone, we can rebuild it. Oh, by the way, let me tell you something. Yang Jianhua has already died in my hands, so let go of everything related to him." Lin Xiao suddenly told them about Yang Jianhua's death. Then, she deliberately looked at the members of the Lin family. Sure enough, when she said that Yang Jianhua was dead, Lin Feng, Lin Hao, Mrs. Lin, and Lin Wenwen all stared at her in surprise. Lin Xiao suddenly waved her hand. Bang! A head fell on the table in front of her. She didn't throw away Yang Jianhua's head. Instead, she soaked it in the lake water and preserved it well. In fact, it didn't even rot. Seeing Lin Xiao suddenly throw out a human head, everyone was shocked. Mrs. Lin was so scared that she covered her mouth with her hand and almost screamed. But when they all saw the head clearly, it was Yang Jianhua's. Everyone's expression became a little ferocious, staring at it with gritted teeth. In fact, I've already told my mother and Wenwen about my identity before I left. Maybe you think I'm lying to you, but they are my family. I can't lie to them. Lin Xiao glanced at Mrs. Lin and said. Mrs. Lin sighed, glanced at Yang Jianhua's head, and immediately turned her face to the side. She nodded. Mom, why didn't you tell us? Lin Feng couldn't sit still anymore. He stared at Mrs. Lin and Lin Wenwen with a gloomy face. Why are you blaming Mom? Didn't you notice that many parts of her body are the same as my sister's, even if she didn't tell us? Lin Wenwen retorted. Hearing this, Lin Feng immediately looked at Lin Xiao in silence. After opening his mouth, he reluctantly said, I thought it was my illusion. I have a feeling, but I never believe it. Lin Hao looks at Lin Xiao, then at Mrs. Lin and Lin Wenwen, and then says, Everyone had regained their senses at this time. They looked at each other. They couldn't digest it. Qin Xiaoai, and I can testify that she is indeed our boss. Even if the body has changed, the heart is not. Duan Wan suddenly said. As she said that, she suddenly looked at Yuan Tianxing. Duan Wan looked at Yuan Tianxing with mixed feelings. There were doubts, dissatisfaction, and expectation. Yuan Tianxing's expression was expressionless, but his eyes were fixed on Lin Xiao. Suddenly, he laughed and said lightly, "I believe you." How could he not believe her? Because he had suspected her for a long time. He just didn't show it, but it didn't mean that he didn't believe her now. Of course, he remembered every move of the woman he liked, words and deeds, habits and so on. Just like how Lin Feng and the others felt for Lin Xiao, he also had special feelings for her. What? What the hell? The Yuanqing finally came back to his senses. He had an expression of, "I want to find a quiet corner," on his face. Of course, a large group of people behind him had the same expression. "Okay, I have made my identity clear to you. In the future, don't say that I did things behind your back. Now let's get down to business." Lin Xiao suddenly clapped her hands and reminded everyone. First of all, the Hades base has been destroyed. Nearly 90% of the 600,000 residents have died. There are thousands of people in the new base and more than 1,000 people in the old Hades base. Also, there are thousands of people who have been escorted to the Earth Dragon base by Long Yubai. The total number of people in Hades is less than 10,000. Therefore, this new base will no longer be called Hades. We will give it a new name. Also, the form of the base can't be built like a normal survivor's base. Chapter 5:23. Lin Xiao's voice was sharp and calm, but everyone could hear the regret in her heart at the loss of so many lives. It wasn't their fault that they were targeted by the enemy, but she, as their leader, hadn't been able to disperse the crowd in time. She hadn't been able to protect their lives. This was Lin Xiao's dereliction of duty and incompetence. Lin Xiao felt sorry for the people who had died, and for everyone here. "That's why I brought the zombies back." Lin Xiao's voice was heavy. Aside from Duan Wan and Qin Xiaoai, Lin Feng and the others stared at Lin Xiao in surprise. You mean? They didn't expect Lin Xiao to bring the zombies back. "That's right. I brought them back. They're now at the border between Uptown and West Lake District," Lin Xiao said. The others looked at each other. They were already used to being surrounded by zombies in the city, so they didn't have any objections to Lin Xiao bringing back the Hades survivors who had turned into zombies. It was just an accident. "That's good. Even if they die, we need to give them a place to rest." Mrs. Lin sighed, breaking the silence. Lin Xiao shook her head. "No, I'll wake them up. They'll be a great weapon against Earth Dragon, Hidden Cloud City, and Skyfire Base." "You're going to fight Earth Dragon? Now?" Everyone was shocked and looked up at Lin Xiao. "Not now, of course. Once I finish building the base, I'll think of a way to improve your abilities. That way I'll be able to fight without worry." Lin Xiao looked at each of them. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xiao stood in front of the table, her hands in the pockets of her pants. She continued, "I won't let go of anyone who deserves to be repaid. Yang Jianhua was the first to die. Long Yubai will be next." Speaking of Long Yubai, there's a situation here that I'm not sure if you've heard. In the 2 days after you left, Long brought people to our base. Yuan Tianqing suddenly said at this moment. "What? He came here?" Lin Xiao's green eyes grew cold. Everyone nodded in unison. Lin Xiao was silent for a few seconds before he asked in surprise, "Then what?" Yuan Tianqing looked at her and continued, "He did come, but we didn't let him come to the door." As he spoke, he shifted his gaze to Elmar, who was behind Lin Xiao. After feeling his gaze, Elmar took 2 steps towards Lin Xiao. "Oh, I forgot to tell you just now. That Long Yubai was stopped by us a few kilometers away from Jianggan District. Then, we beat him and he ran away." As she spoke, she pointed at Lin Hao and Long Xiaoying. "He was actually scared away by us." Only then did Lin Hao have the opportunity to speak. Looking at them, Lin Xiao suddenly turns to Mrs. Lin and Lin Wenwen and says, "Mom, take Wenwen and sister-in-law back to rest." She then turned to the people behind Yuan Tianqing, Lin Feng, and the others. "Everyone else, disperse. Those with Arcana level 5 and above, stay. Oh, Lin Yu, you guys go check on Qin Yuding's work and replace him for the meeting." "Yes." Lin Yu, Feng Mingyu, and the others responded politely on the surface, but their eyes were filled with confusion. Mrs. Lin Wenwen, and Lin Xiao's family stood up and left the meeting room. On the other hand, Long Qingying stayed behind because she knew that she still had something to say later. They knew that Lin Xiao asked her to come down to show her identity in front of everyone. Other work matters were not suitable for them to sit in and listen to. When the others left, they all had a look of disbelief on their faces, as if they were in a dream. Their eyes were filled with confusion and confusion. Lin Xiao didn't care about the feelings of those who left. After everyone left, she continued to speak to the others in the room. Tell me what happened. Elmar sat in the seat where Mrs. Lin and the others sat. Even Show Lily came over and sat down with her. Lin Xiao pointed to an empty chair for Long Qingying, who was originally standing behind Lin Wenwen, and asked her to sit down. Elmar said, "At that time, we ambushed them at the head of a bridge. After I controlled the zombies to block them, I disguised myself as a level 2 king zombie and fought with them. At the same time, I had Qing use her ability to change the shape of Long Yubai's vehicles and weapons while creating chaos. That way, he wouldn't have enough firepower to threaten us." Lin Xiao looked at Long Qingying. Long Qingying nodded, indicating that Elmar was right. But that Long Yubai is very weak. I only exchanged a few blows with him. I only fought with him for a bit, and he was sent flying with a kick. If he didn't run fast enough, I would have broken one of his legs. Elmar said lightly. Lin Xiao listened to her and nodded. That's right. Long Yubai's strength is actually the lowest among the level 7 paranormals. If he didn't rely on water, even some level 6 paranormals wouldn't be afraid of him. Although Long Yubai isn't strong, he's very ambitious. He's also very scheming. Moreover, I feel that his main purpose for coming here isn't even here. Because I heard that he stayed for a few hours outside Sea City Base without saying goodbye, and only left at night. Yuan Tianxing said, "You mean he came to our new base because it was on the way, so he wanted to get rid of us?" Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with a cold light. "I think so." Yuan Tianxing nodded and continued. "He brought quite a lot of people with him. If it wasn't for the zombies that you guys controlled, as well as Meng Meng and Qing Qing, we wouldn't be able to withstand the firepower of his tanks. Fortunately, I raised Dream's level before I left. Otherwise, we might have been tricked by Long Yubai again." Lin Xiao sighed. Just as Lin Xiao and the others were discussing Long Yubai's approach, Long Yubai had just returned to his Earth Dragon base. Yang Jianhua didn't come back? Didn't I tell him to get rid of the Hell King's base and return to the side? After returning to his residence, Long Yubai washed up and sat on the sofa in his study with a glass of red wine in his hand. When he heard Qin Wusheng, one of the deputy leaders who stayed behind to guard the base, report that Yang Jianhua did not return to the base, he immediately became angry. No, he can't come back even if he wants to. I just received the news that Yang Jianhua has been killed. Chapter 524. What did you say? Long Yubai froze when he heard Qin Wusheng's words. He stared at Qin Wusheng in disbelief. Qin Wusheng nodded. You didn't hear wrong. He's dead, and Huowu is dead. Long Yubai stared at him blankly. It took him a few seconds to react. His handsome face immediately darkened, and his voice became slightly hoarse as he asked, "What the hell is going on?" I heard that 2 days ago, a large number of high-level zombies entered Hades' base and killed a lot of people. Even Yang Jianhua and Huowu died at the hands of the zombies. It could be a level 7 king. Qin Wusheng lowered his head to look at Long Yubai. Where did these zombies come from? Level 7? Are there so many zombies that have reached level 7 now? They're everywhere. Long Yubai gritted his teeth. Everywhere? Are there other places? I thought that Hell Kings should be the only one in the south. Qin Wusheng asked doubtfully. Maybe there's only one here, but there was one in Hangzhou. I met it. Long Yubai said, No wonder you were in such a sorry state. Qin Wusheng rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Tsh, Yang Jianhua, that idiot, wasted a level 6 zombie core. Long Yubai was more concerned about Yang Jianhua's death than the level 6 zombie core he'd given him before he left. Boss, Hades' base is probably empty now. Can we rest for a while? Qin Wuxing asked. All right, you still have a mission. Send a few people to spread the news of the level 7 zombie to Hidden Cloud City and Skyfire Base. Long Yubai said. All right. Qin Wuxing nodded. Lin Xiao from Upper City heard that Elmar and the others had chased Long Yubai away. He'll know Yang Jianhua is dead soon. He'll probably send people to find out what happened. When he goes back this time, he will probably sell the information of level 7 zombies to other bases. It won't be long before he joins forces with Hidden Cloud City or Skyfire Base to deal with us. Yuan Tianxing said. Lin Xiao and Lin Feng nodded. They understood Long Yubai's way of doing things. Of course, he could guess what the other party would do when he returned. I don't think he just wants to deal with us. I want to see how he's going to deal with Hai Cheng. Does Wu Qingyue know about this? Lin Xiao asked. He knows Long Yubai's whereabouts, but we don't know if he knows Long Yubai's goal. After all, he was about to leave when Long Yubai arrived, but he stayed because he wanted to watch the show, Yuan Tianxing said with a faint smile. Did he stay to watch the show? Lin Xiao was speechless. At least from the looks of it. Lin Feng and Yuan Tianxing looked at each other and said. But he also thought that since he's still here, he should stay and see if there's anything he needs help with, Yuan Tianxing said with a smile. Lin Xiao said, Oh. In the end, he had nothing to do with it at all. Then, he became a spectator. The others nodded in agreement. All right, Li Zheng, bring your team members and prepare to set off to the Earth Dragon base to scout for information. Qin Xiaoai, you're from the Logia system. You'll go and assist them. If there's any important news, immediately send someone back to report. Lin Xiao began to assign tasks. I'll let Xie Dong go with you. The departure date is 3 days later. Yes. Li Zheng was slightly stunned, then immediately reacted and sat up straight. Yuan Tianxing, I brought quite a few people back this time. Hurry up and increase the construction of the base's walls. Keep an eye on it and don't let any accidents happen, Lin Xiao said to Yuan Tianxing. Okay, understood. Yuan Tianxing looked at her a few more times before nodding. Lin Xiao took her hand out of her pocket and swiped it across the table. A map appeared on the table in front of her. She took out a pen and drew a circle on a certain location in Hangzhou on the map. Lin Feng, bring Lin Hao and Du Yuanxing to this location. If I remember correctly, there's a military base here that hasn't been collected yet. Where is it? Lin Feng, Lin Hao, and Du Yuanxing all stood up and stretched their heads to look at the location on the map in Lin Xiao's hand. Lin Xiao would never call Lin Feng Big Brother during work. Only in private would she call him that. Lin Feng would always call Lin Xiao leader in front of outsiders, and only in private would he call her by her name. Yuan Tianxing happened to be sitting next to Lin Xiao, so he used his finger to swipe the map over and pushed it in front of Lin Feng. We still have to wait for 3 days? Why don't we let them go tomorrow? It's cold now, so it's better to finish the work as soon as possible. Yuan Tianxing turned his head and asked Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao glanced at him and said, 3 days is just an estimate. I need to raise Xie Dong's zombie level to at least level 5 before he can follow Li Zheng and the others to the Ground Dragon's mission. Oh, I understand. Yuan Tianxing nodded in understanding. Okay, Qing, you don't have a job for now, so stay in the base with the others. Lin Xiao clapped her hands and said, That's all for today. Meeting dismissed. Wait, we all have a mission. What are you going to do? Yuan Tianxing, who felt something was wrong, suddenly stopped her and asked with a smile. Oh, I'm going to farm. I feel that the land around Wushan can be developed to grow a lot of things. We can't always eat stored grain. We still need a farming base. Lin Xiao replied matter-of-factly. That's true, but are you going to farm that land alone? Don't tell me that you're going to let your zombie group farm in the future. Yuan Tianxing asked with a subtle expression as he thought of Lu Jun, Shin Yuzhen, and the other zombies who were still farming in Wushan. Well, you know me quite well. Lin Xiao nodded faintly. Thus, the expressions of the others all turned subtle in unison. Well, it was fine that their leader became a zombie, but now he had to lead a group of zombies to farm. They were zombies. Was farming something zombies should do? Lin Xiao turned around and disappeared in front of everyone. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. In the end, they all went with their own missions. Cho Lily and Elmar, who had nothing to do, didn't take the usual route. They jumped up to the window and disappeared. These zombies, why don't they leave when there's a door? Are they addicted to jumping out of the window? Du Yuanqing was speechless as he looked at the wide, open windows. He seemed to remember that the person who gave the order just now also liked to jump out of the window. Chapter 5:25. Brother, should we go to Mom's place? Lin Hao asked Lin Feng. Let's go. I think Mom already knows. Lin Feng nodded with a deep look in his eyes. The two brothers walked out of the meeting room and went upstairs to Mrs. Lin's room. Du Yuanqing moved to Yuan Tianqing's side and said with a dumbfounded expression, Deputy Leader, hit me. I suddenly feel a little unreal. I feel like I was dreaming. Du Yuanqing moved to Yuan Tianqing's side. Smack! Yuan Tianqing raised his hand and slapped the back of his head forcefully. Ouch! It hurts! Du Yuanqing screamed, I'm not dreaming. What I just heard is true. He looked at Yuan Tianqing and saw that Yuan Tianqing's face was a bit strange. Deputy Leader? You don't look so good. What's wrong? Yuan Tianqing turned his head to look at him. Although there was a faint smile on his face, Lin Feng felt that there was a lot of bitterness and something else in the smile in his eyes. Nothing. Du Yuanqing looked at him and then at the direction where Lin Feng and Lin Hao left. He suddenly said, Why didn't you react to Lu Xiao? Leader's words at all? Yuan Tianqing looked at him and said with a faint smile, Why not? Don't doubt it. It's her. Lin Feng and I already had our suspicions, but her whereabouts are too unpredictable. We didn't have time to verify her identity, and she already said it herself. Is that so? Du Yuanqing looked at him blankly. Lin Feng and Lin Hao came to Mrs. Lin's room and knocked on the door. After a while, someone opened the door from the inside. Brother. Lin Wenwen saw Lin Feng and Lin Hao and opened the door to let them in. After Lin Feng and Lin Hao entered the room, Lin Feng found a chair and sat down. Lin Hao didn't sit down, but stood aside. You already knew? Lin Feng didn't say anything. It was Lin Hao who asked. I confirmed it with her. I think if I didn't say anything, we might not have heard it from her until today. Lin Wenwen said, Did you notice it too? Lin Feng said now. In fact, from the first day I saw her, I began to feel that there was something wrong with her handwriting. Mrs. Lin sighed. No one would say that there was no reason to rush from Haicheng to the Netherworld Kings, based thousands of miles away, to save them. So this had already aroused their suspicion. Although they even suspected that she had other intentions at first, they changed their minds after getting along with her and finding that her every move was similar to Lin Xiao's. Wenwen, when did you tell her? Why did you check her background? Lin Feng looked at Lin Wenwen. Yes, because I also noticed that she resembles Big Sister in many ways. So, when I arrived in Haicheng, I wanted to investigate her background in Haicheng. Didn't she say she was Haicheng's? So, after the investigation, she's a completely different person. Lin Wenwen stands beside his mother, looks at Lin Feng and Lin Hao, and continues, I heard that she was a bitch before she died. Lin Feng and Lin Hao and Feng looked at Lin silently. When they were in Haicheng, they didn't investigate Lu Tianyu, so they didn't find this out. Then why didn't you tell us? Lin Hao glared at Lin Wenwen with dissatisfaction. Why are you glaring at me? Big Sister said that she would find a suitable opportunity to tell you after she regained her memory. Besides, didn't she make it clear now? Lin Wenwen rolled his eyes at Lin Hao. But Yang Jianhua is dead, and the revenge operation has begun. Fortunately, he died in Lin Xiao's hands. Our wish has been fulfilled. Although Lin Feng was expressionless, the aura on his body fluctuated. That's right. We will definitely get revenge for this. Lin Hao gritted his teeth and said, but it's great that Big Sister can come back. With that, he lowered his head slightly. Lin Xiao was standing outside their door. She raised her hand and knocked on the door after hesitating for a moment. It's me. she said to the door. Soon, the door opened. Lin Wenwen opened the door and saw that Lin Xiao had changed into casual clothes. Big sister. Lin Xiao nodded and walked in. Are you talking about me? Lin Xiao came in and looked at the people in the room. After Lin Wenwen closed the door, he turned around and looked at Lin Xiao's eyes. Hey, your eyes turned white again. They were black just now. Oh, my eyes turned white? Lin Xiao was also stunned. She turned around and walked to her mother's dressing table. She bent down and looked at herself in the mirror. Hey, when did this happen? Lin Wenwen looked at her strangely. Hey, don't you know it yourself? Lin Xiao turned around and looked at everyone blankly. Lin Feng just looked at her quietly and didn't say anything. At this time, Lin Hao raised his head, but his eyes were a little suspicious. Lin Hao, are you crying? Lin Wenwen noticed Lin Hao's eyes and asked him in surprise. I'm fine. Lin Hao closed his eyes and said to Lin Wenwen after forcing down the tears in his eyes. He turned around and looked at Lin Xiao. In fact, he didn't really believe that Lin Xiao died. In his mind, Lin Xiao was very strong. She was an elite soldier who knew all kinds of life-saving skills. How could she die so easily? Not to mention that she was a level 7 paranormal. But since the appearance of this Miss Liu, he found that many things were not right. Similar actions, the same habits, the familiar aura, and so on. Although he was confused, he didn't care as much as Lin Wenwen. Lin Xiao looked at her eyes in the mirror. Now that she could see colors, she did see that the whites of her eyes were white. She didn't know before, because she didn't look in the mirror. When she saw this face that wasn't her own, she felt a little stifled, so she didn't look in the mirror after turning into a zombie. She didn't expect that her eyes had changed so much. When did it start? The biggest change in her body was when she recovered her memory 2 days ago, and the last time she was tricked by Little Man. So according to Lin Wenwen, she said that her eyes turned white again. Does that mean that they had turned white before? Then it should be before she went to the south. That is to say, when she did that with Wu Qinghua last time, her eyes had already recovered to this extent. Then why did Lin Wenwen say that her eyes were still black before? She suddenly couldn't figure out what was going on with her eyes. Lin Xiao turned around and asked them, when did my eyes turn white? So the four of them looked at her strangely and said, when you came back from High City. Chapter 5:26. Sure enough, Lin Xiao thought in her heart. The special situation last time caused her body to mutate again. Although her appearance was restored to a human, even if her body was half activated, she was still a zombie in essence. It was just that the activation of the heart was a bit strange. Lin Xiao always felt so. But after recovering her memory this time, she found that her body had actually changed back to the original state of a zombie. Because of the control and oppression of the zombie group, it was even stronger. Lin Xiao originally thought that she could be resurrected as a human, but in the end, she became a zombie sister again. Ever since I changed my face, I don't like to look in the mirror. Think about it. When you look in the mirror, it's someone else's face. It's very frustrating. And at the beginning, my face was disfigured, and I couldn't bear to look at it. When Lin Xiao talked about the appearance of this body at the beginning, she directly complained. That's why I don't know when my eyes will change back, she said to the others. Is that so? Lin Wenwen and Lin's mother looked at each other and imagined what Lin Xiao said. They immediately trembled. It was too strange. Lin Feng asked, when did you wake up in someone's body? A corpse? Lin Xiao walked over and replied, according to the time, it should be the day I self-destructed. And after I woke up, I didn't remember what happened in the past 5 years, but I remember what happened 5 years ago. I don't even know if you were alive after the doomsday. At first, I just went back to the south to investigate. Her mood was very chaotic at the beginning, and her memory was mixed with Lu Tianyu's. Lin Feng nodded. So that's how it is? Originally, we didn't believe that you really self-destructed and thought that you would come back one day. But we didn't expect you to come back in this form. That's right. Lin Hao nodded in agreement. Lin Xiao nodded. I don't know why I woke up in someone's body and became a zombie. But I did self-destruct. In order to stall those people, Her ability was originally controlled by Yang Jianhua. She could hold on until the end, but she had no energy to escape. In the end, when she ran to the cliff, she couldn't jump into the sea to escape. Because Yang Jianhua was a water elemental, she could only be a fish in the water. Therefore, in order to prevent these people from obtaining her energy crystal core, she chose to self-destruct. I thought the crystal core that I self-destructed would explode as well. I didn't expect to see the crystal core lying on the ground in perfect condition. Lin Xiao's face darkened. It didn't explode? Really? When the few of them heard her say that the energy crystal core was still there, they all revealed surprised expressions. Lin Xiao nodded and said, "It was also this crystal core that stored my memories for the past 5 years. I absorbed them all back." "Great. So you'll remember everything. But can your dead body change back?" Mrs. Lin looks at her with tears in her eyes. Lin Hao, who was standing on the side, walked over to the tea cabinet and took out a few cups. As he poured some water, he looked at Lin Xiao. "Do you want some water?" Looking at this face, he actually couldn't bring himself to call her sister. "I don't need it. I have a virus in my mouth. I can't eat with you." Lin Xiao shook his head. "It's good that you're back. But will there be any problems with your body in the future?" Everyone knew that she didn't eat human flesh. Of course, the zombies around her wouldn't eat people randomly either. But what would happen if zombies didn't eat people? Lin Xiao shook her head and said carelessly, "My food isn't only human flesh. Although human flesh is still very tempting to me, I have a way to control this temptation. Didn't you see me eating the meat of mutant animals? That's enough. In fact, I won't die even if I don't eat. As long as I have energy, I'm immortal. Zombies are maintained by energy." Lin Hao was curious about this. He thought it was maintained by viruses. Low-level zombies are maintained by viruses, sunlight, air, and human flesh. In the absence of human flesh, their bodies, which have been mutated by the virus, would undergo a chemical reaction with the two elements, sunlight and air. This can protect their bodies from rotting, but it will slow down and lose vitality. And after a long time, they will lose this vitality and then die. After Lin Xiao became a zombie, she seemed to feel the change of the zombie's body. This was the information that the scientists in the big bases wanted to know the most, but they couldn't get it from the zombies. So only Lin Xiao said this here. She knew that if this was put in the research institutes of the bases, it would definitely cause a big shock. "Don't spread this out. It will cause a commotion." Lin Xiao reminded the 4 people. "So that's how it is? No wonder." Lin Hao, who was the most interested in this, suddenly had a look of realization. He seemed to suddenly understand something and suddenly looked excited. "Why are you so excited?" Lin Feng picked up the cup and took a sip, glancing at Lin Hao. Lin Xiao suddenly said, "Oh, there's a piece of news that I think I should tell you. Actually, I'm pregnant." Poof! Lin Feng just drank a mouthful of water. Poof! Mrs. Lin also drank a mouthful of water. Wait a minute. What did you just say?" Lin Wenwen widened his eyes and looked at Lin Xiao with a confused face. Lin Hao didn't say anything and stared at Lin Xiao. I didn't want to say this, but I thought that if I kept it from you, you would be angry." Lin Xiao looked at everyone awkwardly. Wait. You said you're pregnant. What's going on? Aren't you a zombie? And which man is it?" Lin Feng quickly put the cup on the tea table and made a hand gesture to Lin Xiao to wait. Even the usually calm Lin Feng was a little flustered at this moment. He wiped his mouth and then turned to look at her with wide eyes. Actually, the child is Little Man in my space lake. Because she didn't have a physical body before, she needs to level up to come out of the space. The condition is, come out of my stomach." Lin Xiao thought about it and then said, of course she wouldn't say that there was a man. So she decided to skip the part about the man. As for how the child came to be, she didn't want to say it. Chapter 5:27. Everyone looked at her blankly, unable to understand her words for a moment. "Are you talking about Viney in your lake. The white vine? Lin Wenwen knew a little about it, and she reacted quickly. Lin Xiao nodded. Lin Feng suddenly thought of something. Last time, Lin Xiao brought him into her space to see Viney when Xiaolu triggered her superpower. Are you talking about the vine that helped Xiaolu trigger her superpower last time? Isn't it a plant in your lake? Why is it? While speaking, Lin Feng couldn't help but move his eyes to Lin Xiao's belly. At that moment, the others finally realized what he meant. They all fixed their eyes on Lin Xiao's belly. Lin Xiao rubbed her belly as she nodded and said, "Yes, it's her." Her eyes unwittingly turned gentle. Even she didn't notice it. How? You? Lin Wenwen didn't know what to say as she looked at Lin Xiao with confusion. Viney has been looking like a vine all the time, but that's what she created with her own energy. She doesn't have a real body. She was the one who had been helping me with my zombie level and the recovery of my body. When I leveled up, she leveled up as well. However, she needed much more energy than I did. So, I'm at level 6 or 7 now, while she just entered level 4, Lin Xiao explained to the others. So, how did she become your child? How did that happen? Lin Hao stared at her with confusion. As for why that happened, I guess it's because she gathered her consciousness and energy together and sent them into my body, said Lin Xiao. So, but you're a zombie. Not to mention if your eggs are still alive, I think they need fertilization, right? Oh, who's that man? Just tell us. Lin Hao was thinking about Lin Xiao's body, but as he thought of the last question, he abruptly raised his head to look at Lin Xiao and asked. Lin Xiao raised her eyes to look at the ceiling, then said to him smilingly, there's no man. I made myself pregnant. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned her head and saw the 4 of them staring at her with a subtle expression of, I don't believe you. Lin Xiao paused briefly, then felt embarrassed. You're lying. Lin Wenwen pointed at her and said, That's right. When you lie, you have to look at the ceiling first. Then she was grinning like this. Yeah, that weird grin. Lin Hao pointed at Lin Xiao and glared at her. Lin Xiao froze, then covered her forehead with a hand. After she put down her hand, she smiled at them and said, Who said my balls are dead? Although I am a zombie now, some parts of my body have been activated by the energy of my lake. I am still a zombie, but many parts of my body are no longer zombie. For example, I can talk, my eyes, the scars on my body, etc. That's why I don't think it's difficult to get the balls worked up. That's right. You're a zombie, but you can still talk. That's amazing. Lin Wenwen looked at Lin Xiao curiously. He accidentally let her change the topic of the conversation. Lin Hao, who was originally from the medical department and had some research on the human body and was very interested in the zombie system, was easily distracted. You said that some of your organs have been activated. If you keep activating them like this, will all your organs be activated? Will you be able to come back to life as a human being? Lin Hao popped his eyes and looked at her as he asked curiously. Lin Xiao shook her head and said, I thought that was possible. But after I absorbed the nucleus, I found that it's impossible. What? Why? The others looked at her with confusion. Because of the limitation. I have a feeling about that. Before I absorbed my original crystal core, I always felt that my body was in an unstable blind spot. But after I absorbed the crystal core, this feeling immediately disappeared. Now, I think I'm fixed in the dead zone and my body is fixed. Lin Xiao scratched her chin and said. She showed her claws to the others and showed them her dark nails. There was no virus on her fingertips, but her nails were full of the virus. Once she slightly scratched the skin of a human being or any other creature, the virus on her nails would spread quickly. She had been wondering why Lin Yu, whom she accidentally bit earlier, could come back to life. Moreover, she also found out about his special ability. It actually had the same effect as her own black fire, but the effect was not as overbearing as hers. Is that so? Could it be that you were only in a special state before? So, what are you having now? Mrs. Lin finally started talking as she fixed her eyes on Lin Xiao's belly. Please don't give birth to a little zombie, do you? Lin Xiao shook her head and said, To be honest, I don't know either. It's very likely to be a little zombie, Lin Hao crossed his arms before his chest as he fixed his eyes on Lin Xiao's belly as well. He continued, if your genes haven't changed, everything inside your body is carrying the zombie virus. So, even though Viney is living inside your body now, I guess she's living as a zombie. How are you going to provide her with nutrients? She'll directly absorb the nuclei of zombies or mutated animals and plants. But I can feel that her growth is very slow. She hasn't changed at all since I came back from Sea City Base and left for the south, said Lin Xiao. She's a zombie now. Even if she's pregnant, she surely can't give birth to a human being, said Lin Wenwen to Lin Hao. You're right. Lin Hao glanced at Lin Wenwen and nodded in agreement. I just want to know if this child will affect you in any bad way. Lin Feng, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly started talking. That? I don't know. Lin Xiao shook her head uncertainly. She remembered that Viney had told her that when she was about to give birth to a baby with a full level of energy, both of them would be in great danger. So, there was still one thing that needed to be done. What do you mean? Will the child cause any dangerous effects to you? Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Mrs. Lin grew anxious as well. Mom, in fact, I don't know about Viney's life form, but she seems to know what's going on. She has also warned me that when she's born, both of us might face a very big problem. If we pass it, we'll both be alive and well, and we'll upgrade and become stronger. If we don't, Lin Xiao didn't finish her words. However, the others had already guessed out the result. Chapter 528. What? You mean it will be dangerous? Mrs. Lin looked at Lin Xiao in surprise. Lin Xiao nodded. How can you do such a dangerous thing? Can the baby be aborted now? Mrs. Lin looked at Lin Xiao worriedly. Mom, how can you? Lin Xiao looked at Mrs. Lin discontentedly. Man can hear you now. What should she do? She is bound to me. If she can't get out of my body, she will never be able to leave me and level up. But you have to risk your safety. Is there any other way? Mrs. Lin realized that her idea was cruel, but she couldn't stay calm when Lin Xiao was about to be in danger. Mom, don't get too excited. Let's listen to Lin Xiao. Lin Feng comforted Mrs. Lin. Mom, don't worry. Although it may be dangerous, it is not impossible. But it's not completely impossible. I'm just saying that it might be dangerous. But the actual situation is uncertain. Lin Xiao put her hand on her belly and said. Luckily, Man was sleeping and didn't hear what Mrs. Lin said. But Mrs. Lin was still worried. Mom, it's useless to say this now. Man has entered her uterus. Maybe it will be more dangerous if we abort the baby. So I think it's better to let Sister Zombie give birth naturally. Lin Hao, who was experienced in medicine, said, but when he looked at Lin Xiao's face, he couldn't call her big sister. So he thought that Lin Xiao had become a zombie again. And he didn't know why he called her Big Sister Zombie. What the hell is Sister Zombie? Lin Xiao was dissatisfied with the way he called her. I really can't call you Sister Zombie when I see your face. Lin Hao smiled awkwardly. It doesn't matter. Sister, you are a zombie now, so everyone calls you that. They even call Lily and Ming Sister Zombie. Lin Wenwen said. Lin Xiao was speechless. She was indeed a zombie, so it was not wrong to call her that. But she felt a little uncomfortable listening to it. Anyway, when will your baby be born? I don't think it will be 10 months like a normal baby, right? Mrs. Lin still looked worried and asked Lin Xiao. That's right. Are they going to be like humans? But it shouldn't be possible. The others looked at Lin Xiao curiously. I don't know either. However, little man needed a lot of energy to absorb, and every time it absorbed energy, it would fall into a deep sleep. But she sleeps for a long time every time, so I don't know when she will be born. Lin Xiao knew nothing about little man's current situation. The others looked at her in silence. Maybe we can collect some gynecology and obstetrics medical equipment. Lin Hao muttered to himself at this time. Yes. Lin Hao, go out and find more medical equipment. Mrs. Lin's eyes light up. Big sister, with your current appearance, you shouldn't be able to deal with the Earth Dragon base, right? Lin Wenwen suddenly thought of an important problem. That's right. Let's deal with the Earth Dragon base after the baby is born. Anyway, our base hasn't been consolidated yet. You can stay here to take care of the baby and deal with the small things in the base. Lin Feng heard Lin Wenwen's question and immediately agreed with her. Don't worry. In fact, I don't plan to leave here now. Didn't I say that I'm going to farm? And I'm going to wait until you and Yuan Tianxing reach level 7. Now I just let Li Zheng and the others keep an eye on the Earth Dragon base in preparation for future attacks. Lin Xiao smiled and said, indeed, she didn't plan to leave for the time being. At least, she had to establish a stable base before she could go to war. That's good. The 4 people were relieved at the same time. Well, I told you what happened. I'm going to upgrade Xiadong now. Lin Xiao waved to them, turned around, and opened the door. Go. Mrs. Lin sighed. Then we'll go to work first. Lin Feng and Lin Hao both stood up. After Lin Xiao left the room, she went upstairs. When she got to the top of the building, she saw Qiu Lily, Elmar, the zombie leaders from number 1 to number 7, and Xiadong. All the zombies were lined up on top. Oh, there were only other zombies lining up on the side because Qiu Lily and Elmar were fighting again. What are you two doing? Lin Xiao looked at them speechlessly. This was the second time. She's so annoying. Qiu Lily pointed at Elmar and raised her hand to block Elmar's high kick. Stingy, Elmar said to Qiu Lily. Then she took a few steps back due to the force of her block. Only then did the two of them stop. Lin Xiao looked at the two of them in confusion. After the two of them stopped, Lin Xiao turned around and waved at Xiadong. Xiadong, come here first. Xiadong walked over with a blank face. When Elmar called him back, she only said that it was Lin Xiao who called him back. She didn't say what it was for. So Xiadong didn't know why Lin Xiao called him back. I'll give you a task. After I help you reach level 5, you will go with Li Zheng and the others. Your task is the same. That is to collect all the important information about the ground dragon base. Collect all the recent movements of Long Yubai and his base. If there's any urgent information, immediately bring it back and inform me. Lin Xiao said to Xiadong. Xiadong had always been with Lin Xiao. After she became stronger and stronger, he had already put her in the position of a superior leader. So what Lin Xiao said was basically the same as a task. Now that she directly said it was a task, Xiadong became very cautious. He straightened his body and nodded. Lin Xiao filled the bathtubs of the zombie leaders with lake water. Then, without her saying anything, the zombie leaders automatically walked to their own bathtubs and consciously took off their clothes. Lin Xiao turned around to avoid their naked bodies. Then she saw the old man from number 7 start to cause trouble again. He stood by the bathtub, looking up at the sky and then looking down at the water. He just didn't want to take off his clothes. His face looked like he was thinking about something. Lin Xiao walked over and stood in front of him, asking, Old man, are you waiting for me to help you undress? No. The old man immediately roared at her in annoyance. Then he roared at her nonstop. Next time, I want a room. Isolated alone, although the old man wasn't very used to it, Lin Xiao still understood what he meant. Damn, this old man still wanted her to find a room for him to bathe alone. Hey, you're a zombie, not a human. Why the hell do you care about this? You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.